The following is a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club.
Hello chess fans and welcome to Saint Louis Rapid Blitz, one of the most exciting events of the Grand Chess Tour. Over the next 5 days, 10 world-class chess players will battle it out in exciting and fast format. But this year's event is really special. It's going to be the first Grand Chess Tour tournament held in St. Louis Chess Club after its reopening. We are so excited to be here in one of the most iconic chess venues in the world. Let's go to the studio and follow the action.
From Warsaw to Bucharest to Zagreb, the road to the Grand Chess Tour Finals leads to St. Louis, the chess capital of the United States, where the world's elite are battling for one of only 4 coveted spots. Hello, everyone, and welcome to round 1 action at the St. Louis Rapid Blitz. We've got 7 tour players and 3 wildcards battling for $200,000 in prize money. But the bigger story is the final 4. Who will they be? 3 players comfortably looking forward to playing. And there's one, though, looking for that final spot. We'll see whether or not they can pull it off. The final action starts right now.
Hello everyone and welcome to our show. I'll be your host, Paikidze, and I'm delighted to be here with the one and only Yasser Seirawan.
Nasi, I am delighted to be with you and Maurice. Fantastic.
So great to be back.
Absolutely wonderful to have you in studio. Hello everyone and welcome to the Grand Chess Tour. Sadly, I have an announcement. Alireza Firouzja has withdrawn from both the Sinquefield Cup and the remainder of the 2026 Grand Chess Tour. In accordance with the full tour player agreement, all Grand Chess Tour points earned by Firouzja during the 2026 season are null and void. Nasi, tell us about the Grand Chess Tour standings at this moment as we're about to enter the Rapid Blitz.
Yes, Yasser, let's have a look because all of these players are fighting for those final 4 spots. Fabiano Caruana currently in the first place with 20 points. Not far behind him is Vincent Keymer, then Wesley in 3rd place, and currently it's Maxime Legrave in 4th spot, but as you can see, he's already played 3 events.
I'm still mesmerized by Vincent being in 2nd place with $146,000 to his credit. Tell us about the roster for this year's St. Louis Rapid Blitz.
So we have an amazing roster for this event. Take a look. We start with the Fabiano Caruana, Wesley the World Championship challenger Javokhir Sindarov, then what a wild card, Levon Aronian. The only Indian player in this event is Praggnanandhaa, German #1 Vincent Keymer, Anish Giri, 2 wild cards from United States, Awonder Liang and Leinier Dominguez, and the newest addition to the Grand Chess Tour, Jorden van Foreest.
Wonderful to see Awonder Liang giving him a shot. Tell us about the format for the Rapid Blitz.
It's a 10-player round-robin event, and in Rapid, time control will be 25 minutes with a 10-second increment. Scoring system, 2 points for a win, 1 for a draw, and 0 for loss. In Blitz, it's going to be exciting, 5+2 time control with a regular scoring system.
And our schedule.
We have amazing 5 days of chess coming up. First 3 days will be Rapid. They'll play 3 games per day. After that, we move on to Blitz, 18 total Blitz games. And if we don't have a clear winner, we will see playoffs.
Blitz is so much fun. And Maurice, you started it. You told us it's all about getting to the finals. That's what these guys compete for.
That's the big money to be made. Right. $450,000 total prize money. It's $200,000 here. It's $200,000 if you come in first in the finals by itself. Right. So they definitely want to get to those final 4 spots. But let's drill deeper into the players who have a chance. And right now, you see those top 3 players, Fabi, Vincent, and Wesley. they are sitting pretty with those points that they have. Maxime, with those 3 tournaments under his belt and only 14.5 points, he'll have to win the Sinquefield Cup to really have a chance to make it in the Final Four. But there are 3 other players who have a realistic chance, depending on how they do here and in the Sinquefield Cup, and it's Prague, Javokhir, and Anish. They don't have to win it all. They just have to beat out each other, because it's only a 4th place spot that they would really care about. And let's see their chances as we drill a little bit deeper. First of all, Anish Giri, this veteran of the tour. Now, it's kind of hard to call him a veteran, but he's been around for so long. Right. 32 years young, 5-time Dutch champion, and he's not great by his own admission at Rapid and Blitz, so he'll have to really almost be out of character and have a spectacular result here to have any chance whatsoever in the Sinquefield Cup. Always on time, always even early to the board. We'll see whether or not he can pull it off in this event. Now we move to someone very young, 20 years old only, Praggnanandhaa. He won Superbet at the Classic last year, and he qualified as one of the Final Four, but this year, he's in trouble. He's clearly not up with the favorites at the moment, but we've seen him perform when he's under pressure. We'll see whether or not he can pull it off and rise to the top as he did last year. And of course, he's also Olympic champion as well. They'll be playing, India will be defending champ for the upcoming Olympiad in Samarkand. So don't count out this young phenom. And speaking of young phenoms, Javokhir Sindarov, also 20 years young. Everyone's talking about him because in a few months, he could be the world champion. Currently the challenger. He'll be facing off against Prague's countryman Gukesh for the title in Geneva. Just recently announced he has been doing incredible work since then. He does admit that he was a bit tired after the championship, so his first Grand Chess Tour event did not go well. But since then, he's been playing a lot better, and obviously we saw how well he did at the candidates. Nobody's counting him out. He could be the one as well, but it's the 3 of them really looking for that one spot.
Thank you, Maurice. I like the excitement in your voice. You're ready to go, baby. Nasi, do the honors. Tell us the pairings for this first round coming up.
Let's have a look, Yasser. We will see 3 rounds of Rapid today, but the day starts with round 1. Fabiano Caruana against Vincent Keymer. 2 Grand Chess Tour leaders currently facing each other.
That is a big matchup.
Levon Aronian against Jorden van Foreest. Javokhir Sindarov against Anish Giri. Huge matchup.
Exactly what Maurice was saying. They have to finish ahead of one another.
Awonder Liang against Wesley and Praggnanandhaa against Leinier Dominguez.
Fantastic. And they're going to be fighting hard, but break it down for us. Tell us the prizes.
Absolutely. Huge prizes for this event. Total is $200,000. First place winner takes home $50,000. Second place $40,000. Just big prize for everybody. And a lot of Grand Chess Tour points up for grabs.
And that's the whole point. You got to get the Final Four or the highest Grand Chess Tour points earners get to the Final Fours and to the very, very big prize monies. The players taking their seats.
I see Rex Sinquefield arriving to make the ceremonial
ringing of the bell.
Ringing of the bell.
Well, he was being
I think we convinced him yesterday.
we had to collectively urge him to ring the bell, as Rex and his wife Jeannie, the founders of the St. Louis Chess Club, and boy, pretty soon we're going to be celebrating our 20th anniversary. Hard to believe it just goes by so fast.
What credit we have to give to Rex Sinquefield. He has changed the face of American chess and even world chess.
No question
with
about it.
His generosity, along with his wife, to have such a spectacular club. The players playing in new surroundings, many of them. We see Joy Bray there, who runs the ship for him. And just an incredible job they have done changing the history of chess here in the United States and around the world.
Yeah.
And we also have some live audience.
Yes. Yes, prestigious guest. Okay, Rex.
Let's listen to Chris and Rex. ever rung that bell, Yasser?
I have never run the round.
You're waiting for your chance.
I've done it.
They keep me in
you
studio.
have.
I keep me in the basement, locked up.
I think players are ready.
I know.
Oh, they were waiting for Javokhir Sindarov.
Just being wandered in. Yeah.
Okay, everybody, welcome to round one of the 2026 St. Louis Rapid Blitz. Just a couple of quick announcements. Once you've finished your game, obviously make sure you get an out of us so we can get the result recorded correctly, and then you can head back to the refreshment area the same way you came in, okay? And we'll see you at 1:30 for the next round. The playing area is this area where you are right now. There's a bathroom at that end of the room. You are also allowed to walk around in the Kearns Cup area and use that bathroom if you need to. This is the playing area, just these two rooms here. We are going to have Rex Sinkfield ring the bell for us to start round one. Substitute. Sorry? Substituting for Jeannie. Donella comes to ring the bell for round one, but sure she'll be here for the Kearns Cup maybe. So as soon as you hear the bell, good luck, and please go ahead and start Wake's clock. Rex, if you can do us the honor, please.
Not bad. World-class bell ringer.
He definitely practiced it before.
Yeah, I think so too. Round one underway, and we've got some really great matches. But
I think we should start with Fabiano, Caruana, and Vincent
Absolutely.
Keymer, since they're currently leading the
Number
Grand
one.
Store event.
Oh, and look at this, a Scotch opening. By the way, before we get too deeply into the round, I'm going to ask you to predict the winners of this competition. I want to ask you about the Zinkfo Cup, but rather the Rapid and Blitz. Nasi, you get to go first.
I know I'm going to choose Prague.
Good choice.
I think he has to fight hard this event in order to have a chance for the Final Four, so expect.
There you go.
good
I'm
fight.
going to go with Javokhir because I was just in Miami. I watched him play against the entire American team, and he and Nuderbeck were so impressive. So I'm going to go with Java. Over to you, Maurice.
That would be Javokhir.
Javokhir.
And I'm very upset that I have to agree with you. Let me just understand that I had picked him before you spoke. Hate copying Yasser, but I do believe that he is in fine form. I've seen him since. Well, I saw him at the candidates. I was actually there in Cyprus. This kid is a beast.
Right.
And then since he finished first there, he's been playing great chess. That one little hiccup in his first tournament in Poland. But since then, he's just really shown his quality. So I'm not going to doubt him. I think he has a really good chance.
I've also been told that Levon Varusian, Var has picked Levon.
He always picks.
He loves Levon.
Ever
Come
faithful,
on.
Var.
Check this out. We have
Let's catch up with this game.
Yeah, we have the very traditional Scotch opening, or this is one of the most popular ways of playing with white these days. And traditionally, everybody, it seems to me, has been playing bishop to g5. That is the move, followed by knight d2, queen f3, and so forth and so on. No, check it out. c2, c4.
In his prep, he has gained time on the clock, over a minute and a half, so this is all
his preparation.
his preparation.
Maurice, jump in on this one. c2, c4, not the traditional move that I'm used to. Is it now accepted as the go-to?
Well, as we can see there's a number of games that have been played in this line, and the best move here is supposed to be d4, which
makes sense.
A lot of times you want to just play c6 and just leave the pawn on d5. So clearly this is being played for surprise value. It is not a very popular line. In the Scotch, anyway. The Scotch, so many games have been played. Even though you see there 151 games, I think that number may be a bit overinflated, actually. But nevertheless, d4 does send the game into a different sort of setup than you're used to in this line.
All right.
Yeah, Vincent seems surprised, and he will take some time to figure out how to equalize the position again. He goes d4 as I'm speaking.
You're right, and because it looks so natural, you get a pass pawn, and you go, okay, you got it blockaded, but hey, for the moment, I've got a passer over here, and your candidates on the queen side. It's going to take you some time.
You know, maybe Vincent's not even surprised. He was just trying to remember his lines.
Exactly. Let's go around the horn. I'm going to just go to the game between a wildcard player, now current favorite to win the tournament, Levon Aronian versus Jorden van Foreest. And this looks like a Maurice bind position. White is just castled. And Levon's decision to retreat his knight outside of the center with knight on d4 to c2 as opposed to maintaining it, meaning he's looking for a full throttle battle. He wants to keep as many pieces on the board as possible.
They're in a very theoretical position, over 700 games in the database.
Wow.
And Levon's doing his signature move. He's walking around. He's not at the board.
Exactly.
And just a reminder to our viewers that Levon won this tournament last year in St. Louis. I remember that. We're playing at the University Center, right?
He was playing incredibly well. He really a career performance, and he's had a lot of them. A7, A5 by Jorden. Again, very theoretical battle as Black looks to secure an outpost on the C5 square. Often, if you're Black in these positions, you're playing for the move knight C5, attacking the pawn in the center. Maybe sometimes threatening to capture the knight and then capture the pawn. And if White defends the pawn with F2, F3, oftentimes knight C5 and F5 are in Black's plans.
I think a game you want to jump to is this wild one between Sindarov and Anish Giri. That's got to be so far the opening of the round. I mean, it's just wild. It started in the Rogozin. Let's take a look at the lines.
All right.
As here, queen to b3. Keep an eye on this queen. Keep an eye because it's going to do some fancy footwork in a moment. After knight c6, we see bishop g5, and now queen a5, allowing the structure to be compromised. That is the Black structure on the king side. And now rook to c1, queen takes, offering a queen trade. And White said, no can do. I'm just going to attack your pawn. And king to e7.
Wow.
Saying, my king is fine on that square, no problem whatsoever. And now g3, looking to get the bishop into the game. A quiet move met by the aggressive e5.
Wow.
Again, you thought maybe you were trying to protect your king, keep everything kind of nice and huddled. Nope, we're striking out, playing e5. And now queen to h6. I told you to keep an eye on that queen. b3 to c4 to f4, now to h6. And it's separated from the rest of the army. The engines say that this is not great for White. In fact, Black has already equalized, and Black should even be aggressive with moves like knight d4 or something like rook d8, sacking the h-pawn. This one is a good one. Would you grab this pawn at your own peril as the knight jumps in? And this game is getting kind of wild for White, because if you play bishop to g2, trying to castle, bishop f5 lands on the board, and you are now in deep trouble, especially this queen wondering what it's doing over here. This move could actually be met by rook h8, queen d2, and the other rook coming to d8. And this is a pawn I think you did not want to take whatsoever. So this is a very sharp line as we jump back to this position, and Anish thinking, I don't know, your pieces seem a little disjointed. Got a nice pin on this knight, nothing doing there. The only problem, if you can call it that, for Black is that king. Otherwise, Black's development is just fabulous.
It is indeed, and also Javokhir is playing in his style. This is completely his prep. He's gained a lot of time, and maybe practically it's a good choice, even though Engine doesn't agree that he has anything out of the opening, right? Anish equalized easily, but practically, Javokhir has analyzed this deeply. He knows what to do.
But, you know, it's funny, with the king on e7 especially, as a Catalan player, I'm thinking this is a dream Catalan. All I got to do is play bishop g2, castles,
right? Yeah.
And then I got this, you know, like, you know, I'll play a3 and I'll attack the king in the center. but it's all about this development. And rook d8, knight d4, or maybe the immediate knight d4. Black has to strike real fast. I play bishop g2 and castles. Bye-bye. I think white wins. So everything's going to be decided in the next few moves here.
You know, this is an interesting moment as well as you talk about this, because right now, the move knight d4.
Yeah.
The point here is trying to stop you from castling.
Exactly.
So you play bishop g2.
Right.
And now rook to d8.
Okay. Castles.
And the point is, now when you castle,
Yeah.
then you could take on c3.
Right, because you want to take this pawn on e2 with a check. Now, I can't take on c3. I'm dead if you take on e2. So I got no choice.
So we'll analyze it here on my board. So
Sure.
knight d4, bishop to g2, rook to d8, castles, and now bishop c3. And as you're pointing out, Yaz, if you take with the pawn, then we got this
dead.
nice fork. Or if you take with the rook, of course, there's that fork. So now you have a problem to solve very concretely for white. White has to eliminate this piece.
Right.
And after takes, and takes. Black's king,
It looks...
it looks airy, but it doesn't look scary.
No.
If you look at it, it just seems that black is perfectly okay, is preparing to bring the bishop to e6.
Right.
Yes, this pawn on b7 will be sensitive, but rook will simply go to b8. And by the way, there's a fat pass pawn sitting on c3 that we're going to have to address.
I feel
so. What you do now, I'm not really sure how white even attacks the position. We will say that black's pawn structure has been compromised, but who's to say that he's doing badly here? It doesn't look like he's doing badly at all. Because of so many trades, the king is perfectly safe in the middle of the board.
Yeah. No, that's a very, very good point. How am I going to win that pawn back on c3? And maybe I have to compromise to avoid losing the pawn.
This is such an exciting game to get in the
Exactly.
Rapid.
We're going to continue our march around the horn. We're going to go to the game of Awonder, Liang, and Wesley So. Again, Awonder coming in, stepping up against some formidable competition. We'll all remember the fact that he played a training match with Hikaru before Hikaru went to Cyprus to play in the candidates, and Awonder acquitted himself marvelously well. He's up against a super specialist of Wesley So, who has been playing the Berlin for his career.
I was going to say, after the Sindarov game, this is not the most exciting opening we have.
But what I do find interesting is Wesley's treatment by playing, instead of the usual king e8, putting his king on the queen side and indicating that, yeah, maybe he's ready to play bishop e8, king b7, and keep as many pieces on the board as possible. As you say, it's not the most exciting, but it is theoretically
this can get
big
exciting.
Disputed. Yeah, it's a big dispute.
By the way, big moment just occurred. We don't want to miss it. Levon Aronian against Jorden van Foreest. We thought it was just a solid position, you know, possibilities.
Right.
But Levon played the move bishop to h6. And this move meant to trade off dark squared bishops.
Right.
And Jorden said,
no, thank you.
no thanks, I want to compromise your pawn structure, and I dare you to take the exchange. And Levon said, well, I am going to take the exchange.
Don't mind if I do.
And it is here that Jorden is pausing as to what to do, as he doesn't want to just give up a straight exchange. He can retreat his bishop, let's say to the e5 square, and then allow this bishop, of course, to come back out, and now capture the pawn and say, I've got a knight, I got the knight and the pawn for an exchange. Yes?
Yes.
Is that big a deal? Is it bad for me? No open files for your rooks that look severe at the moment.
Right.
You still have some developmental issues with this pawn. But it's not as though his pieces are suddenly dominating the board. You can look at it, you say, okay, you've got a couple of pieces in the middle. Maybe you might play something like bishop f4. You don't want to trade that piece off. And sooner or later, this knight's going to get kicked. Maybe rook e1, maybe bishop f3. And it's just a pure exchange sack, a straight exchange and pawn to say, I'm just playing chess. The engines lean in the direction of white in this position, but not by much. So a very fascinating sacrifice. This is one of those situations where grandmasters manipulate material and understand it in a way That's quite different from how a standard player would just add up the numbers and say, oh, no, this has to be bad for me. Jorden has gone into the matrix a little bit and exploring this very interesting possibility. The thing, though, is Levon is not scared. He loves things like this happening. He's like, okay, I'm going to consolidate, and someday I'm going to punish you for daring to try to sack material on me.
Nice.
Thank you, Maurice. This is a very exciting game as well.
Sure.
And one game we haven't looked at, that's Prague against Dominguez. Let's catch up
Exactly.
with the players.
Let's do exactly that. Now, I am incredibly familiar with these endings on both the white and black side. I've been playing them my whole career, and I must say that I really favor white a lot. Why? It's really about the fight for the center, specifically these two central pawns. While it looks very nice for black to have this bind over the d4 square with the pawns on c5 and e5, the reality is this pawn on c3 restricts this knight. You don't have the outpost. Conversely, the pawns on e5 and c5 do not protect the outpost on d5. And I made a career out of winning these positions when I have such an outpost. So I'm a little bit surprised. Now, it doesn't mean that Leinier is lost or anything like that.
It's going to be uncomfortable for the rest of the game, though.
Definitely, it's a much, much easier position for white to play. Happy moves are very clear. You want to bring your king to c2 where it's nice and safe. By the way, e2 is not bad either. Bring your rook, and it's all good. Over to you, Maurice.
Big development in the Sindarov Anish Giri
Let's
game.
do it.
Take a look at what has transpired. He did find the move knight to d4.
Yeah.
Did
Ooh.
Anish, step one. But a3 landed on the board. And this move, a3, challenging the bishop. Obviously, you don't want to drop this bishop back because you will drop the bishop to the move b4. So after a3, bishop takes c3, rook takes on c3. And right here, probably Sindarov's preparation to understand that Anish had to know what came next. Because Anish dropped his queen back, and the engines are decrying this move, saying it's a mistake. In fact, the right move was a full piece sacrifice. Knight to c2 with check, followed by queen to d5 check, giving up a whole knight. Bishop f5 check, king back to c1, and then rook over to c8, saying I've got full compensation. Suddenly, white's pieces are quietly at home. Like this, these players are not in the game, but the king's residence is about to explode. Engines giving triple zeros, saying it will be a perpet with the proper defense. But Anish had to know this going in. Sometimes you play a variation challenging your opponent to know everything. If they do, good luck, great, congratulations, you get a draw. If they don't, they end up in a bad position, and Anish did not know the line. Instead, he played queen to b6. And
Which
surprisingly,
looks decent. Which looks
it
decent.
looks like a very natural move.
Right.
But surprisingly, it looks like Javokhir is paused right now after queen to b6. Maybe he's forgotten his own analysis.
Because he's so focused on knight c2 check, right?
So why is queen b6 so bad? How is white taking advantage of that?
Thinking it's queen c1, so I can go rook c7 check in the future.
Actually, the key line, it turns out, is just to get rid of this knight after takes, and just drop the rook back and play this position, saying that in this case, this king is a lot different than we saw before with this pawn
on c3,
not on c3, but on d4.
Gotcha.
A nice open file, rook c7, as you pointed out, will happen. If you take this on b2, it's just a straight pawn sack. Bishop to g. You can even have another one if you like, and we can play this position and castles. This pawn on b7 is gone. This king is stuck in the middle of the board. This pawn is likely to drop. And right about now, you better start playing good defense.
Right.
Because things look very bad. Bishop h3 could happen at some point as well. So you could see Javokhir. He just sat up in his chair and said, wait. That wasn't the move. What am I supposed to do against this? And now he must be exploring or trying to remember his own analysis. But he'll probably have to take that knight immediately, or either now or in the next move. Queen b2 is coming. Time for him to calculate. This has turned into a barn burner.
Ooh, fantastic. Great stuff. Thank you, Maurice. as we will turn our attention to the game between Pragg and Leinier for just a moment. Again, a very positional struggle going on in this one. We've just seen after bishop e3, Leinier said, this bishop on c4 is actually too strong. It just, it controls too many squares. Leinier is seeking to trade that bishop off the board, and he's just played the move bishop c6. And okay, if I'm white, I'm kind of reasonably happy with such a trade. Now, I'm thinking this knight on f3 would be better placed on c4. So I like moves like knight d2. I like moves like a4 and knight d2. The combination of those two moves, and then just get your king either to e2 or c2, and white's for choice. But I'm going to go back to where we started,
the two
Fabi and Vincent, because they are leading the Grand Chess Tour. We left it after the move d4, and Fabi did play knight e4. There was a trade, b2, b3, bishop. And I got to say, as black, Vincent's got to be happy because safe king, effective
and
pieces.
Protected passer on d4, of course.
Good control of the center.
Wouldn't you be a little bit worried about the king side? It looks safe for now, but still.
Yeah. But I mean, so far, I mean, the worst you'll ever have me do is play f7, f5. I mean, g7, g6, I could probably tolerate. f7, f5 isn't that terrible. You get a bishop on d4. Fabi's going to need to place these pieces a little bit more dynamically with rook e1 and bishop f4 to get anything in this one.
Vincent has played queen h4, and yes, this position is quite balanced. Maybe we should go back.
Vincent played queen h4.
I
thought
to Javokhir because he didn't play rook c1 that we looked at.
Oh, he did.
He played rook f3, which I actually like a lot. Keeping the eye on f6.
Yes.
On the other hand, completely abandoning your king in the first rank before you have castled.
Yeah, right? I mean, well, of course, if you do get castles, bishop g2 and castles, it's terrible.
It's Johnny Ball game is what it is.
But here's the bishop to g4.
Maybe he wants rook f4?
Yeah, clear, but then...
Looks like black should have some. And on rook f4, there's some check, queen a5. There's always b4. That's crazy. I mean, the king is so alone on e1. How does black not have any counterattack?
It looks weird, right? So, I mean, I would be thinking about bishop to g4 and rook c8 to try... Oh, sorry, there is queen c1. Sorry, I'm sitting... Maurice has maybe inspired me with a peace sacrifice. But the problem is that the desirable... Do you have that in chess? Whoopsie daisy.
Well, those backward retreating moves,
right?
Those retreating moves, often missed from a long distance away. So
hey, check. Oh, you got. Do you have time for? Okay, rook f4, no.
Ooh,
we trade queens.
And then d4 pawn falls in.
And not only that, my bishop's really messed
up. As you can see, the chess engines have given accuracy of below 97 to Anish because queen b6 was the question mark move.
Right.
For Javokhir, he got one exclamation point. I wonder which move that was. Maybe it's rook f3.
Okay, so let's just take another look. Check. B4, queen to e5.
There's also queen g5.
Yeah, I didn't want to trade queens and give you...
But the reason queen g5 is so important, it fixes black structure a lot more so, and then the initiative is gone.
Well, let me tell you, let me show what I had in mind, was if you play bishop g2, I really just wanted to take the exchange. You can't move the rook. There's a mate on e2. So after queen e5, you can't play bishop
queen
g2.
f4 and we offer the trade.
But then on my terms, right?
Yeah,
you got to trade on
I don't
e5.
want to do that.
Undouble my pawns. You're right. This game is scintillating.
What about queen d2 after the check instead of b4 right here? Just to avoid all this. And I'm happy to retake with the king. Yeah.
That's a very good move. Now you're ending. Yeah, that's a...
Now I'm getting the favorable endgame.
Exactly.
Those pawns for black look terrible here only white could dream of anything, and black in trouble.
Okay.
By the way,
Right.
a big note. First of all, Anish played bishop to d7, so
He did
that's
already.
the move of the game. But let's examine clock times. Javokhir has 22:30 left on his clock. You think somebody's in their preparation? Versus 9:51 only for Anish. That's a massive imbalance on the clock, as Javokhir is often playing quickly in his games. We saw it happen in the candidates, even the classical games. He's doing it here in Rapid, and a great position for him if he brings his bishop into the game. If he's able to play the move bishop g2 and castles, as we've been talking about, which why not play bishop g2 right now? Because bishop c6 is not a move, because you're hanging the f6 square, blocking the defense of the queen. So this is
No, this is a Catalan gone great for white.
this is a nightmare for black.
Right. And that was...
There's no question he's just calculating bishop g2.
Of course.
Bishop g2 and castles. If I get that in, you could say good night, Gracie.
It's strange that last move bishop d7, you're not even threatening bishop c6.
No, because queen takes f6
Right.
is it hurts. So there's no bishop c6 threat, and that's what I was wondering about. I mean, if you play bishop c8 to b5 on one move, I kind of get it. But bishop d7, bishop g2, followed by bishop b5 is kind of toothless.
Whoa, look at that. Bishop h3 by Javokhir.
Bishop h3. Now that's a bit of a surprise. It may allow. Can we go pawn grubbing?
And then I'll castle, and good luck with the king on e7.
I know, but at least I got something in my pocket that I can play with. This is not a happy position for Anish. I want to go back to the game of Levon and Jorden for just a moment, because that was that exchange sacrifice game. I'm more than curious to see. Do you know the variant of chess called anti-chess?
Where you give up the pieces?
You purposely lose all your pieces?
I'm good at that.
Are you? I feel like we're seeing a version of anti-chess.
Maybe not the purposely part.
Where people are purposely losing their pieces. What's going on in this game? Bishop b2. It looks okay. So
Materially, it's even at the moment.
So the idea.
Yeah.
Jorden
Wait, no.
could have retained this pawn on e7.
White's up a full exchange, right? Not even for a pawn.
Correct, at the moment. And we're expecting that Levon will want to keep that exchange with the move rook b1. Now, well, I guess you could still get a pawn, but this is not the pawn that you wanted.
No, and I didn't want to give up the dark-squared bishop.
Not at all. Your next move
Black's best piece.
Bishop f3. This looks
Terrible.
dreadful for Jorden. So I'm wondering what he has in mind.
Probably will put the bishop on e5 or back to g7.
Okay, makes sense. And I'll probably in turn retreat my bishop.
Develop the white squared bishop, or maybe take the pawn on e4.
At some
let's
point.
try.
Yeah, you got to take that pawn on e4. By the way, let me just refresh my board.
And by the way, Levon spent a long time before finally playing this move. It is not a move that he played with a light heart, because he had been analyzing for quite some time in this position. And it seemed like the most natural move on the board.
Right.
And we should expect to see Levon play very quickly now.
He
because
did play bishop e5, by the way.
Yes, and now bishop to c7
Bishop
on the board.
c7. Okay, very different approach. Levon is targeting this pawn on d6, maybe with a rook. But go on, Maurice, yeah?
And now the pawn has been captured, and with a threat, of course, a one-mover, knight to c3, so to speak.
Yeah.
And now he's put his rook on b6.
Okay, sidestepping knight c3 makes sense.
And this is what he had been thinking about for so long. Where will I put my rook, or what would I do in response to the knight c3 threat as you see him get up? That's that long think that he went in and said, I'm going all in
for
to see
position.
what comes after this sequence. I want to make sure I know exactly what's going on, and here we have it. By the way, huge news in that Sindarov game, as Anish, I mean, he's trying to take over your job as president of the Pawn Grubbers Club, because he just said, forget it. Well, I don't care what you're doing. I'm just going to keep taking pawns. And he's done exactly that in the game, which just seems like suicide in this moment. We've got to bring that up. As you see the board position, if we just back up a few moves, it was right here. He decided, I don't believe you. I'm taking the bishop. I'm taking one pawn. And I'm taking another one. Big deal.
Attacking
Show me. And Javokhir calmly moved his rook up to f4. In this position, the engine actually preferred the move queen h5, setting up ambush against that queen on the e2 square with the threat of rook e3 check, winning the queen. So that would have been a very sneaky move to play.
Maurice, can you show us if black plays d3, which is a move that comes to mind?
In which this position?
Current position, yes. After rook f4.
Let's go.
Rook f4 was played, yes.
What is Javokhir's idea after d3? It's a very
And he's
sneaky
reaching
idea.
for the queen. He went queen e5.
Which is a good move, I believe. Anish found the best move.
Because d3?
I just wanted to show that on d3.
Yeah.
Yes, queen f5 is the move, and the organization of the queen rook against this king that's exposed. The biggest principle you want to drill down on and keep in mind is when you have major piece endings, queen and two rooks against queen and two rooks, it's more pronounced in that case than queen and rook versus queen and rook. But in this case, the rule goes, first things first, what is the state of both sides' kings? That's the first thing. Pawn structure, man, it might be all right, but if I have a passed pawn, you can have your pawn structure. But it's all about the king, and it's amplified because these are the best attackers on the chessboard, are queens and rooks. They just line up, they coordinate beautifully, as many of us know, as many of you have seen. So to see a position like this on the board, yeah, congratulations, you got this pawn on d3, but your king is about to get his head taken off. And what are you supposed to do about all these threats? So this is a busted position. He cannot just relax and play this move. So rook f4, he played the move queen to e5, and he's hoping to hang on for dear life in this position. But his king is the thing. He does not have proper coordination between his pieces just yet. And right now, the move rook to b1, bringing the final major piece into the game and saying, you need to play one more passive move. You want to play an active consolidating move, but you can't because you cannot allow rook takes b7. So if you play a move like b6, for example, I think this is the position that Anish might have misassessed, because here, there's only one move that gives a real advantage for white.
Is it queen f1?
Queen f1 would be spectacular if it were it, but you were one square too far. It's queen g2.
Yeah, threatening. I thought it was queen g2 to begin with. I didn't understand why I needed rook b1. Queen g4, you've got the double threat, right? Rook to e4, as well as queen to
Wait,
b7.
in which position? Here? You want to play queen or queen g2 now?
Queen g2 immediately. And I had a cheapo for you. Queen takes f4.
Ooh.
Intermezzo.
Nice, nice.
Queen takes f4, of course, responded to first by queen takes b7,
right,
not allowing you to get the pin on the line. But here's the difference. The reason you need rook to b1 first,
please,
the difference is this. If you play queen g2 first,
with the double threat,
black will run. Your queen no longer has queen h6. Your queen has left. And now if you take this one, now black can even give you another pawn. So you can have this pawn if you like. I just want to have this set up where I'm nice and safe. And now he can play d3, he can play h5 even. The attack is not the same. This king has been made secure by this maneuver. So here, the engine actually, by the way, doesn't like rook f4, even though it says this is very good for white. It preferred the queen h5 move because it was more precise. But this is still quite good. He just has to find this move, rook to b1. And now,
b6.
After the move queen to g2, there's no king f8 because you're hanging a rook.
The rook.
And that's the sneaky part about that last move. What do you do in that position? So rook f4, queen e5 on the board, 17 minutes on his clock. does the World Championship challenger have? And Anish down to just 653. When you have to defend these kind of positions with your king exposed, I mean, blunders happen all the time, just
100%.
in a blink. This is huge pressure for Anish, and this could really begin a spiral, derailing his chances of qualifying for the finals. Not that he cares right now. Right now, he just wants to survive this game.
Exactly. Exactly.
But I will point out that unless Sindarov finds the exact moves, like starting with rook b1, not with queen g2 and all that, I think his advantage could disappear quickly.
Yes, that is true as well. It's 2 pawns, right?
It is 2 pawns.
It's 2 pawns. You've got to show compensation.
I mean, that king is stuck in the center for the moment. You know, it was funny. I actually liked your idea very, very much indeed, Nasi, which when you suggested queen f1, I go, wow, that is really a powerful move because you want to bring actually your concentration on the e file and go after the king. So I didn't know what was wrong with queen
It's the same
f1
move.
either.
King
The same
f8.
problem. King
F8, and you just no more queen h6 checks, huh?
So when the queen is on g2, black doesn't have king f8 because the rook is hanging, and that's the
Gotcha.
main difference.
But I do get my rook to e1.
It still seems good for white, right?
It does. I mean, it feels like I'm chasing the king. But there's also what Maurice said, which I found kind of disturbing, that, you know, if you go rook h5, rook h7, there is a passer. I know the chess engine loves white's
Well, queen
position.
c5 was better than queen d5, just to stop white's initiative of queen to e2. So be mindful.
Queen
There,
E2.
queen e2. White is trying to organize still.
Right.
So you don't want to give a check and then the rook check possibly, and the f6 is hanging.
Gotcha.
So you just have to be alert to that. And in fact,
Got to be alert to a lot, actually. It's not easy.
yeah, queen
playing.
d6 might even be more human-like solid instead of queen
c5.
No, not against queen
Yeah.
e2. Before, yes, exactly.
Queen d6.
Yes. And now you have to prove yourself.
Still, absolutely.
So it's 2 pawns. So black will gladly give both of them back. Just get away from my king, please.
Right. Yeah. So a key moment here as Javokhir needs to find rook b1 and queen g2 in that sequence and only in that sequence.
It's a long thing for him, but it's good that he's taking his time. This is the absolute critical moment.
Absolutely.
If he misses this opportunity, Anish will probably survive.
Right. Let's jump back to the game of Levon and Jorden for just a moment, because Jorden made a very enterprising exchange sacrifice, and Levon said, I'll take that exchange sacrifice, and my whole idea will be to saddle you with a weakness on the d6 square. I'll play bishop f3 and rook d1 on my agenda. What have you got? Knight. Jorden followed up with his intended knight to c3, attacking the bishop. Bishop went to f3, and I think we've caught up with the players. And by the way, big
And the
time advantage for Levon.
Jorden just fell below 6 minutes.
Can
And I'm not loving his position.
Okay, well, I'm a pawn grabber. Let's see about this pawn. I mean, I've got an A train express, I hope. How would you think that Levon would handle his business here after?
Now there's maybe a tactical move c5. Not sure if it works, but let's try it.
Exploiting the pin. I didn't anticipate.
Apparently
that,
it
by
works.
the way. Wow. And the idea is, if I do take the pawn, maybe you take my. I'll be a piece down. C5.
Yeah, we'll go from exchange up to being up a piece.
Right.
And how do you defend your d6 pawn? I don't think you can. And if you let me have a passer on d6?
I was thinking about this move for just a moment, bishop, and I'm assuming you want to move the knight?
Right, you just hung b7 though, so to be careful.
You can also take on b7. I'll take on c2, and you'll take on c6.
Yep.
That's not
That
joy.
doesn't look attractive.
That's not joy. No joy in Mudville. So you think at c5 is maybe Jordan's coming to that realization as well, that something's a miss.
Yeah, and he doesn't have a lot of time to figure out what to do.
In
4
fact,
minutes.
for less than 5. Yeah, exactly.
He did take on A2.
He did?
Mm-hmm. I see it on my board.
And it's a key moment for Levon.
He
Levon
finds
needs
C5.
to. But you know, when you suggested the move C5, the more once you see it, you go, wow, that's a really good move, because this pawn on C4 is actually just simply a potential
It's a
target.
yeah.
But more than anything, I was really hoping as black, I just get the knight on A2 out of the way and run my A pawn up the board. But C5 changes everything. It changes the whole dynamics of the position in white's favor.
And he's played it on the board. Incredible. Levon doesn't miss opportunities like this one. And I got to say, you see star players like Jorden. Jorden. Specifically, I'm talking about.
Yeah.
There are things that happen in a chess game that seem to show one trend, and then suddenly something else happens, and you go, wait, I had a narrative going, and you just spoiled it.
Right.
And what happened earlier is he sacrificed an exchange in this game. So if we can go back, take a look here
we'll get your,
this moment here. Jorden played a very deep, free-flowing chess. If I can get a look on my board.
Right.
Yeah, he played very free-flowing, unbiased, if you will, unprejudiced chess by saying, you can have my exchange, no problem. I'll just capture here. So you say, wow, he's non-materialistic, he's entering the matrix, good for him. He's not worried so much about material as he's worried about position. But then after this capture, he said, wait, let me take this pawn first, which, by the way, wasn't the best move. He should have just brought his bishop back. And let's go into this endgame, which is slightly advantageous for white. And then he got to this position. He said, you know, I might have sacked an exchange, but I need some food back.
Right.
Like, right here, right now. And it turns out that his move, knight takes e4, was the mistake that pushed him over. The move he needed to find here was actually the move knight to b4.
Wow.
And this kind of move is very difficult to spot.
Opening the A file, maybe, yeah?
And well, that's what you're trying to do, is open the file. Now, of course, this trade, black's much happier, because if you take on this square after rook takes on A2, guess what? This position is fantastic for black. I mean, the engine's saying winning?
For
wow.
Black. Yeah.
That's extraordinary. If I play the move bishop to F3, there's the beautiful reverse move, knight to A6.
Hello.
That's easy to miss. That fork. So you're just dropping material after rook takes A2. What a beautiful variation that who would have suspected this one would even show up on the board. So this move, knight to B4, was a sterling move. But what happened? He went materialistic. It was knight takes...
Bishop F3.
Rook B6.
No, rook to B6, knight C3, bishop to F3. And here, he cannot be materialistic. He has to think about what's about to happen, which he did. He took on A2 and allowed the move C5. And that's a doozy of a punch. He's gotten back now enough material to compensate for the exchange.
And Jordan's down to 2 minutes.
2 pawns for the exchange. But guess what? Now that you've done that, now you're lost.
And sorry to interrupt, but we need to jump back to Sindarov's game. He did not find Queen G2 the best move.
Yeah.
And most of his advantage is gone now.
Well, it's to talk about trying to invite everybody to the party when you're attacking. Javokhir, instead of playing Queen G2, as you mentioned, or Queen F1, tried the move King F1 to maintain the threat of Queen H6 check, right? So that your king can't go back to F8. But from his perspective, the threat of Rook E1 is overwhelming. Aren't I winning? Aren't I winning? And Rook E1 check, he said...
Look at that. Queen D7 was played by Sindarov.
Yeah, I said, all I have to do is protect against Queen H6. So Queen D7,
but
yes.
Anish is still not completely safe. He needs to find the only move here.
Very desirable to play King G7.
So you have to prepare that you have to play H5, which I'm sure he'll find.
Exactly.
But he's down to 3 minutes, and he's found it.
Anish down to 3 minutes, but he did find the crucial move. Yes, we're going to get back our pawns, but maybe not an
But
advantage
black is
afterwards.
improving the king situation, and then where's the advantage?
It slipped away. Boy, talk about just a single tempo. And I can't, if I,
Rook e7?
yeah, if I try, oops, excuse me. If I try to go
I
rook
guess
e7.
I have queen g6. Just defending f7, also maybe looking at the b1 square. Because
Also,
I could play I'm dreaming for black, h4, h3.
yeah, and who's got the initiative after all, right? Wow, okay. What a turnaround. So king f1, missing that.
I also don't see white winning both pawns back.
Right, I win one for sure.
Yeah.
The d4 pawn I collect, with or without h4, by the way. But I don't collect a7 and I don't collect b6 either.
It's surprising how those pawns on the king side, the compromise-looking structure,
Yes,
can be
the double pawns.
surprisingly sturdy,
Right.
particularly when it's major pieces trying to attack them. The king will find a g7 square with the pawn on h5, specifically the pawn on h5, guarding g4, and now you have trouble breaking down that setup.
You know, crazily enough, I've had this a lot, this kinds of structures, lots of times in a Caro-Kann, and I've come to appreciate the defensive side. Oftentimes, my opponents attack the f7 pawn or attack the f6 pawn, and I've got rook h7 or rook h6 as a response. My opponent starts looking around saying, you know, like that stupid rook on h8, you know, is stopping me from breaking through. And
I'm trying to read players' body language as
Yeah.
well. You could see Anish feels like, okay, the worst is over, I've recovered, and Sindarov's like, what did I miss? Because he
Yeah.
knows he had a great
there's something
position.
there. But the clock's a big factor, Maurice.
By the way, we got to jump to another game where the clock is a big factor, but also the position on the board, and that is Levon versus Jorden, and it's a complete disaster on this board. I mean,
It's
just
gone wrong.
absolutely the black forces are disjointed, and big-time threat, rook to b8 is coming.
Oof. So,
And Levon, I love when he starts doing all these mini gyrations. It usually means, I got something. Usually that is Levon. Like, I got a thought or two here. And d7 is also a threat, going up in exchange.
right.
So
No, this
I
game-
believe rook a3 is on the board.
Yeah, rook
It's
a3 was played.
Rook
and
a3 on the board? Okay, sorry.
I think Levon's just choosing between, or among a lot of good moves. There's rook b8, rook e1.
Oh,
Everything looks winning,
I'm
right?
all over rook b8.
We just
no
take
question.
the piece.
Yeah, definitely. Well, take the piece and choo-choo.
There's also immediately d7, like Maurice said. Looks good as well. And then,
D7.
yes, we're giving up our pass pawn, but the
But
bishop on e5,
What we're
threatening
getting,
checkmates.
yeah, what we're getting in return is simply huge.
Because you can't even run with the king. You go king f8, I'll go bishop f6. You're not going anywhere.
Actually, that really is.
Actually, bishop d6 also wins a rook. Probably better.
Probably better.
Yeah.
But I like your point of just cutting off the king from any kinds of escapes. Yeah, the more I look at it, d7 looks like a winning move
A bunch of them. So rook b8 is simple.
for Levon.
He has an embarrassment of riches right now with
Right.
10 minutes and 38 seconds left on the clock, with his opponent having only 17 seconds in a loss. Let's put it bluntly, in a lost position. Jorden has had a really tough time on the tour his first year, taking his lumps.
Hey,
But
look, you
lessons
gotta
to be
earn-
learned.
Yeah, you got to earn.
Levon's
You got to
chosen
learn those
d7.
lessons. Yeah. Did he choose d7? Yes, he did.
Too tempting to have the dark squared bishop.
Oh, when your opponent is the one playing g6, weakening the dark squares, and you're the one with the dark square bishop, yes. Sign me up. And like you say, rook b8,
There's also
big
ideas
threat.
of play rook a1 and just pin the knight. And
That's a very nice
how is
idea.
black ever entangled from all this? He played rook a8.
Just to defend against the threat of a back rank mate. I think, well, you're making a good suggestion with rook a1, but how about rook b1?
Yeah. I don't think you can stop this.
That's awfully direct.
I mean,
F5 is the only move?
Is there smash mouth chess? Does that exist? But yeah. Ooh,
Okay, rook
F5?
E8. Rook E8 was played, rook B8.
Rook B8, yep.
It's 10 minutes against 14 seconds, by the way.
No, I think this one is all but done and dusted. F7, F5. By the way, now the knight really does start to look...
Stuck, right?
Yeah, really badly so.
I've been eyeing this knight, but I can't figure out how to trap it. If we trade rooks, for example.
Yeah.
And then rook B2, there's bishop F7.
It looks trapped,
But
obviously.
no, then there's rook on... Yeah, there you go. You take on E8, you take on E8, you play rook B2.
Can I suggest rook B7 and forget about the knight for a moment, have the rook on the 7th and enjoy? No, in that position.
After F5, just start
Take
with,
on E8 and
Okay.
rook B7.
and enjoy.
Just enjoy picking up H7 pawn and
That's a good point.
just harassing black's king.
Exactly.
So black knight is not going anywhere.
It's so far from civilization, isn't it? And like you say, you're maybe just picking up material. Okay, this one's done and dusted. I'm just going to make a quick gander at Javokhir and Anish because Javokhir's clock he hasn't moved. He had 10 minutes, now he has got 5, and he's still wondering where it all went wrong.
And I was going to say before that he doesn't have any advantage left on the board, but at least he had the clock advantage.
Yeah.
That's all gone. It's 5 minutes versus 3 now.
Yeah, it's this. Boy, I mean, we sit there and say, and the time control's 25 minutes and 10.
It disappears
And then
quickly.
it goes, well, like, where did it all go? I'm going to go to the game of Awonder and Wesley.
I was going to say we should
Shall
check
we?
there. I think Wesley has a small advantage. Maybe more than
Maybe
small.
even more, because it looks like he's got an absolute dream Berlin defense for black. What I mean by that is black accepts the double pawns in return for 2 bishops. But look what Wesley has managed. First of all, this majority is not scaring black at all. The pawn on e5, in fact, is a target. And Wesley is about to undouble his pawns.
And also, e5 pawn is kind of a target, right? Rook e8.
Rook e8, absolutely a big threat. And by the way, I don't mind having my rook on the open file.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Yeah, if every Berlin endgame was like this, I'd play this every day with black.
Yeah, sign me up, please.
And also he has a time advantage, twice as much time. But Maurice has something for us.
Maurice, over to you.
You're not going to believe what happened in the game with Sindarov and Anish Giri.
Oh, no.
I mean, it's absurd.
What has
Take a look. Nothing happened.
We knew that.
Look at the clock. Look at the clock. Remember, once upon a time,
Yeah.
he had a massive time edge.
He did,
He's
indeed.
been sitting there for so long that he's now inside of the 3-minute mark that Anish is.
Wow.
This is insane. How did this even transpire? Well, we know how it happened. He just sat there all this time and turned it into classical chess, completely blowing his advantage on the board, blowing his advantage on the clock, and trying to figure out what is he supposed to do here. Could you have envisioned a moment, a universe, where he would be down on the clock?
No.
No.
In this game?
No.
As many minutes as he was up?
Not
This is
at all.
insane, and it's happening right before our eyes as there it is. It's ticking down, and he has slipped under Anish on the clock in this game.
Wow.
Shocking.
Wow.
Could Anish start?
Yeah,
To
he
play for
started
more?
to get ambitious, right?
Because, psychologically, Sindarov's struggling right now. He knows
Exactly.
he let go of a huge advantage.
Yeah. I just have this great cheap...
Let's just wait what he played.
H4.
H4.
And instantly, Queen G6 was played. Anish had been anticipating H4 for the last 10 minutes.
Right.
Because that's what you do. You sit there as your opponent is thinking, and you say, I want to play a la tempo. If my opponent plays H4, let me get my move ready. And this is what Sindarov's done. He's basically said, I am going to make F6 my target. I'm going to put focus all my power on that pawn. And was that the right decision, Maurice?
Not according to the eval bar. And no, black is now slightly better
Right.
after all that.
Really?
The capture on D4 looked harmonious and natural, and rook E3 taking a piece off the back rank. And we were talking about Black's king all this time.
Yes.
And suddenly we've got to start wondering about White's king, as Black's rooks are going to seek Montezuma's revenge are coming into the game. And there goes the first one.
Slides
Rook
over.
H to D8. And you can start talking about that back rank. As we see there, the move Queen A1. Talk about going full defense.
That looks artificial.
To protect the back rank. Now the other rook can come to C8, and White's initiative has absolutely disappeared, and Anish looks like he's going for more.
And let's not forget, Anish still has an extra pawn.
Correct.
Yeah.
So
Correct.
It's the material
He
and
can
position
seek out
now.
some trades. Let's get all the pieces off the board, because I have 2-1 on the other side.
This
This-
game is over. First result of the tournament, Levon has won his game and a beautiful win.
Yeah, and again, it was Jordy's enterprising exchange sacrifice, which was not properly followed up. I don't think it was a bad idea. I think it was actually inspired, but it just, that whole allowing bishop takes E7 and bishop takes D8 did not work. Anyway, back to Javokhir and Anish for a moment, because after this move, rook on E3, I thought Anish was
You're gonna
definitely
double,
going
right?
to double. No, he chose instead just to simply bring his rook to C8.
So you want to put the rook on C2? It doesn't attack anything, but it's
doesn't.
unpleasant.
Or maybe,
Maybe White will be in Zugzwang at some point.
well, what I'd really like to do, frankly, is to play the move Queen C2. But Queen C2, you know...
F6 pawn is hanging, yeah.
Exactly. So I'm thinking maybe rook on
that's
C...
his idea, to free the queen.
Right, something of that nature?
Possibly,
And-
but let's not forget, now they're in the blitz mode, below 3 minutes, both of them.
And by the way, rook...
Playing mostly intuitively.
Yeah, now it starts... Yeah, you kind of put the calculation aside. Rook C5, maybe?
Ooh,
Rook E5?
But rook takes F6.
Queen takes F6 and F4.
F4.
No, I'm busted. No.
No, he wants to double rooks without being behind that defensive rook. The rook on D6 is guarding F6, so he needed to switch the two rooks, leave the rook on D6 and have the other rook be in front, so that now he has the liberty to move that front piece without worrying about his pawn on F6. And it's clear, I think, to Javokhir now, he's got no advantage. It's gone. And he has to defend this position accurately. He's got a fine structure, so nothing dramatic to worry about. And it's hard for Black to actually leave the F6 pawn alone with his queen, because that's just going to be under threat. So it's looking like this one is a bit balanced. Now, the only challenge, though, is when someone is guarding one side, maybe you start something on the other side of the board, and it is Black who can play the move A6 and B5 at some point. Look at this. He's trying to trade off. I know you spotted rook F6
I'm just
as a tactic immediately.
I think this is an excellent move, because you do want to reduce the aggression.
On rook F6, now queen F6, though, right?
Rook F6, rook F6.
Or that works too.
Yeah,
that works better.
To defend the,
Well, then queen F6 and rook takes D3.
No, rook takes F6, rook takes F6.
Oh, yes,
queen
you have
takes
the
F6.
queen still stays on the board. Yeah,
and after that,
not favorable.
morning,
always.
not a favorable combination.
He played queen E2.
From an objective standpoint, this position is clearly slightly in Black's, or trending certainly in Black's favor, but White should be able to defend more or less.
Because it makes it's so hard to slowly advance these pawns when you've got both H5 and F6 weak.
And also,
yes, exactly.
Any type of rook endgame should be easily holdable for White, because Black has the double pawns on the king side.
Exactly. So this game probably is heading towards a draw.
I want to check Fabi and Vincent.
Let's do it.
It's an equal rook endgame, but it's very interesting because Vincent king is in the center.
Which kind of...
And he has a protected passer. So I know Valbar says White's completely fine, but I'm kind of liking Black.
Yeah, you think, well, wait, why isn't this favorable? But on the other hand, rook to c1.
There's some concrete lines. That's why I think the c5 pawn is in trouble.
That's it. That's exactly
But 40 seconds for Vincent.
Rook c5 check. And again, those of you joining us late, our Grand Chess Tour leaders, currently Fabi in first place by Grand Chess Tour points and Vincent in second,
Just
Wesley
one
third.
point behind.
And so that makes this a crucial game between our two Grand Chess Tour leaders.
It was a very tense moment.
Yeah.
Under 20 seconds now for Vincent.
Under 20 seconds. Ooh. And a minute.
Very bad news on the clock situation. He does get 10 seconds.
And he did give up. He traded his c5 pawn for the h4 pawn. You'd think this is a very good trade for white.
It should be, because now we don't have a protected passer anymore.
That actually, I mean, that goes through my mind. That's like a relief. I feel a sense of relief. And I like this rook check. I'd like to get my rook. I think things are trending in Fabi's direction here.
Especially time advantage.
Exactly. And now the king kind of abandoned its position in the center. King f6 was just played.
But in order for white to play for a win, we have to win the d4 pawn first.
Yep.
And then hope to win a7.
Right. Slowly, slowly, step by step. So rook to d5, followed by rook to e4. Like you say, win the d4
it's
pawn
looking
first.
scary. How does black defend it? Do I have to go rook b4?
Or rook c8, rook c3 check? Yeah, it's a good question. I don't know the answer.
By the way, a big development in the Sindarov versus Giri game, as Sindarov has taken his king out of its cocoon and blasted away with the move g4.
Oh.
He's still
Saying,
playing
I'm
for
not
white?
letting the embers die here. I want to keep this aggressive.
Wow.
That last move, g4, as we try to pull that position up,
Yeah.
is extremely sharp. Currently, we have the Wesley So game, but there we go. There's the Anish game
Yeah.
on screen on your left. And this move is a serious move.
Oh, no question about it. But it's a type of move I'm resisting. I personally resist playing those moves because I go, it feels like an all or nothing move. I blast open black's king, but
This is a different game we're looking at right now. We need to get back to the game with Sindarov and Giri, because that one is highly critical. Wesley has an advantage here.
no question.
For sure, and is trying to milk it. But this one is absolutely a flame after the move g4. What a risk he took.
I know.
Playing this move, anything could happen.
Well, that's exactly my point. I mean, I feel like your chances of winning and losing suddenly became equal. I mean, because you're opening up your own king. Before playing the move g3, g4, just ask yourself, is this something I want to do to my king? Of course, you're thinking in your mind's eye, you're going after black's king. You're mauling one another's king, but I don't know. This was a huge decision by Sindarov. Maybe he kind of lost a little objectivity with that one. It feels like it anyway.
It sure does.
It's his style, though. He always plays for a win, even when he objectively isn't better anymore.
I feel like that's the same is true of his countryman Noderbeck as well. He does not step backwards. He's constantly playing for a win, even in positions where objectively, no, that was
confidence of youth.
Exactly. There you have it. And queen g3 and queen g2. Okay, that's a tricky.
Down to 15 seconds, but he's gaining 10 seconds on each move. c5. Yeah, I think he has a good setup with black.
I don't mind putting the rook where it's nicely defended. I kind of asking myself, wouldn't it also be nicely defended?
I do think we should jump to Wesley's game, because I think he is close to winning now that end game against Awonder.
And I do believe we're seeing a repetition, by the way, in Javokhir and Anish. So let's jump to the game of Awonder Liang with the white pieces. By the way, Wesley now a pawn up, as well as having the superior minor pieces, the two bishops.
And this did end
in a draw.
They just repeated it.
I'm sensing there's a rook takes e4 sighting.
And he won, yes. He saw
Rook
it.
takes e4, and immediately
Resignation.
it's over.
First,
Awonder
queen.
wins. Awonder wins. Pardon me, Awonder loses.
We should put
Wesley
that
wins.
tactic, your board, on the screen because I don't think the fans saw that.
Yeah.
This final move, that was the body blow that ended the game.
It was
so if we
bishop
just go back to
E1
that board.
check, and Awonder, king
G2,
G2, rook
G4.
takes E4,
And
F takes E4.
that's it. He had to resign.
He had
Right.
to resign.
That's
And
one
let's
over.
go
That
to
one's
the
over. Beautiful finish.
Prague versus Leinier, or would you prefer Fabi?
They're both in rook end games, your choice.
Yeah, that looks like a dead draw,
It looks like
actually,
a draw.
between Leinier and Prague. I'm going to go to Fabi versus Vincent for just a moment. And wait a minute, Vincent's
We like active kings, right?
like, wait a minute. I mean, Vincent decided that this king's an attacking
It's going to
piece.
checkmate with the king.
Exactly. King F3 and Rook F2 mate. No, says Fabi. I'm going to
Yeah,
drive
but they had to
you back.
bail and give up the A pawn. That was a pride and joy of his position, those two pawns.
It sure was.
realizing that now he has nothing to write home about.
Well,
really.
there's still Rook H4 check.
Yeah, but after King F3, you have to check again, no?
By the way, the other game did
Yes.
end in a draw between Prague
expected.
and Leinier. This is the only game remaining in the first round.
And Vincent down to 10 seconds as
Ooh.
he's played Rook to G4. So,
I don't want to trade.
sorry. Well, excuse me.
He's got a rook on A2. Why
Yes.
give that up?
And we have some moves. Rook H3.
Just stopping the king from going to F3.
15 seconds for Vincent. And Vincent, I notice, he's a player that likes to play down on the increments, and he uses all the time, and then with 3 to 5 seconds makes his move. By the way, Fabi in the same situation. He went down and now only has 27 seconds.
It's interesting. D pawn is scarier than the B pawn, right?
Absolutely.
And there we go. He pushes D3.
And maybe on a good day, he's going to play King F5.
Nice.
Try to swing his rook around to F4 or B2.
So this is objectively a very equal endgame, but when you have 15 seconds on the clock, it's so easy to blunder.
Oh, absolutely. You see
I don't
ghosts.
know about objective. This one.
You see ghosts. You
This
see the
one's a
threat. You
Fight.
Well,
I feel a blunder happening at any second.
Yeah, you feel like your
maybe either
king.
side.
Your king's under pressure, although there is a check.
There's also just rook B1, and then I want to push the B pawn.
Yes. Although, again, I'd be more worried about the D pawn, but there you go. He did play rook check.
By the way, if you go King F3, mate in one.
Oh, yeah, well, let's show that. That would be the
We
cold
don't have
shower.
your board pulled up, but yeah, we'll
Okay.
show later.
That was the checkmate. He did play
King
King
F5.
F5.
We're not seeing your board, by the way,
Okay.
so we're just seeing the live
The
board
live
at
board.
the moment. So
We got,
let's just keep focused on the live board.
Okay. Just what we're going to do is when we go this low on time, we're just going to keep the live board and not the analysis
How do you
board.
stop the B pawn, Yasser? You can't, right? You have to focus on the F2
Well, he's going to play rook F5,
and
I thought.
give the perpetual, right, on the second
Yes. No.
rank. F5 is the only move, which he's played.
Rook F5, yes. You can't play F4. F4, you lose the game.
Rook H5, or?
Yeah.
And it's going to be a perpet because one side has a queen coming that's unstoppable, and the other side cannot generate a mating setup.
Are you sure you can't generate a mating set? You got D2. You got the move D2. And then you put the rook on E2,
Do you have
so you can go rook E1? No?
But you have to worry about rook G4 at some point, no?
There's a check.
I don't think that's the move.
Rook,
No, I think that's a
Did he? No, that's
a
gotta be
relay
mistake.
error.
Yeah.
He, for
Yes,
sure.
this is the
Just make-
correct
Now here you
position.
play D2. Here you play D2, right? And you hope your opponent pre-moves queen.
You're right. D2, the rook has to move.
The rook has to move because you're
And then you can
threatening
play
mate
rook
in two.
but I understand. But if you move the rook, what happens in this position? It doesn't seem like
It's still a perpetual. I still have to.
it
give
doesn't
you
seem
a
like
check.
black can organize anything. The rook. The thing about rook The thing about rook e2, Yaz, is you're not really
threatening rook e1.
rook e1 because
one of the rooks is going to hang.
Exactly.
Yes, you're right.
So there's just no way to organize it. But Fabi,
take the perpet. Make sure. Well, Fabi's making sure that after he moves his rook, which he just did, by the way, went down, that his opponent is forced to make a perpetual check, and there's not some tricky d1 move. You know, I could queen the pawn and play rook a2.
The reality was that any rook move that didn't hang the rook was equal.
Exactly.
And there you see Vincent's face say, yeah, you're right. We're getting out of this one.
Okay, let's reconcile ourselves. Perpetual. Well, they made that rook endgame exciting. I thought it was a boring rook ending and it turns out to have been a really close call at the very end. Exciting first round, Nasi. I'm very happy with the results.
2 decisive results. Wesley saw one with the black pieces, Levon, Aronian with the white.
Javokhir very, very close.
That Sindarov game was fascinating until the very end.
Right.
Because he was trying to win even with g4.
G4. We've got some standings after round 1 of the St. Louis Rapid & Blitz. Let's have a look. Who's in first?
Well, we have 2 co-leaders. It's Wesley and Levon who won their first game. A lot of draws.
Right.
Although, yeah, we expected maybe Javokhir to win his game. Pragg had some advantage as well.
Nice. And really there was an amazing moment. There was only one moment that Javokhir really had an advantage, and it was that moment before he played the move King F1.
It was very subtle moments.
It was
in this
really
game, very subtle.
And you know, when he played the move King F1, I actually thought it was a really clever move as well. So this was the crucial moment where Javokhir had set the table beautifully. He had sacrificed a couple of pawns. Black's king was in the center of the board. And you're thinking to yourself, how to exploit this moment for white? And in my mind's eye, the dream of playing rook e1 is so strong. When you suggested the move Queen F1, I went, right. This surprising retreat, that's the way to do it. And
no, but then that allows King F8 as well. The actual correct move is Queen G2.
Exactly.
And that doesn't allow King to F8. And that was the secret sauce.
And the move King F1, and you look at it and you go, okay, now I've got rook e1. That looks really good. And then I think Anish defended this incredibly well with the move Queen G5, and the whole point was no Queen H6. And you pegged that, Maurice, with Queen G2 right away, and why it was so important.
That was really
subtle, a subtle difference.
And you know, he has to feel that his Javokhir a little bit disappointed because his preparation was so good,
right?
But it didn't work out. His opponent defended extremely well, and that's the way chess works.
That's the way it works.
All right, I think it's time to take our first break while the players prepare for round 2 and enjoy an interview with Levon Aronian. We'll be back shortly.
The stage is set for an incredible finale to the 2026 Grand Chess Tour, the 2026 Sinkfield Cup at the St. Louis Chess Club. With only one event left, tour players will fight tooth and nail to claim critical points for a spot in the Grand Chess Tour Finals. Come witness chess history in person August 10th through the 20th in St. Louis, Missouri, and tune in to live coverage at stlouischessclub.org.
Levon, welcome back to St. Louis. I know you've been here a million times. This time, it's a little bit different. You were part of the Grand Chess Tour, then you had to pull away.
Yeah.
How are you feeling now to be able to come back and play in this event, which you have won?
Yeah, for me, of course, it was really upsetting that I couldn't be the full tour player. But to be here and to be actually invited to the Blitz and Rapid and also the Sinkfield Cup, I am very, very grateful to the club for allowing me to play in my city.
We've got some new players, new faces. You got Vincent, Keymer, great new talent. You've got Javokhir, Sindarov, the challenger to the world chess title. How do you feel about taking them on as you host them in your city?
I love playing against the younger generation. I mean, it's something that, I think that's something that gives me the most pleasure in playing chess. To see how they understand chess, to see how their style is evolving, and to follow and to try to surprise them. Yeah, that's a great joy. And for them to come here and to see the city, to see the club, and to see the respect that the chess players have, that makes me proud for St. Louis.
You remind me of what a friend of mine, when I was coming up, used to say is, you got to beat them while they're young.
For sure.
But these are young animals. How do you feel about the fact that they've risen to such heights, and the youth movement actually in chess, as we see even very young players break the 2,700 mark?
You see, the young generation of players that are on the top now, they are so much more exciting than the players of the past, because they try to beat you with white and black. They try to go for the sharpest openings. And this is a challenge. And it's something that actually, I think generally in life, if you want to stay youthful, which I'm also aspiring to do, you have to be in touch with younger generation to see the zeitgeist, the development of the spirit of the times. And I love the zeitgeist that is now, that everybody is just playing all kinds of random openings. And I want to do that too. And I'm trying to be on the same wave with them.
You're one of the older players now, one of the legends almost of the game. How do you keep your passion?
What do you mean almost?
I'm a bit more of a legend than you are. but how do you maintain this incredible passion that you clearly still have for chess?
My wife and my daughter helped me a lot, because my daughter is going to be 4 in October, and my wife is very young and in the height of her career as a singer. And I have to be supportive of her, and she's supportive of me. No, okay, let me paraphrase it. I don't have to be, but I want to be supportive of her career, and she's supporting of me playing, because she knows that I'm full of energy. And that is something, when somebody believes in you and somebody is very young and, is there to support you, that, of course, gives you, lifts up your spirits.
There are a lot of titles out there to win, a lot of world championship titles, new ones even. You got freestyle, that's a world championship title. There's the total chess world championship title, including classical one, Rapid and Blitz. Are these titles things that you aim at, or do you just play for the spirit of it?
A long time ago, I had this talk with a legend of chess, Maurice, and he was a bit depressed, because he was like, I don't know what I'm aiming for, I don't know what I'm playing for. And I told him, Boris, you had such a wonderful chess career. Everything that comes is a bonus. Every single victory you have is a bonus. You don't have to concentrate on winning, or you don't owe anybody anything. You just play and enjoy. And whenever you win, that's how I approach things. That's what I advised to my friend a long time ago, and that's the same advice I give to myself.
Fantastic. You had a great year last year, just an absolute miracle year. You're winning everything on top of the world. This year, more of a challenge. Anything you're trying to do to get back that spirit from last year, or is this just a new year with a free roll, if you will?
Well, I hardly played this year because I had some health issues. But now I'm back to my usual jovial jester type of mood, and I'm looking forward to play anywhere, and I'm gonna play a lot. After I play here, then I play in India, then I play in the Olympiad, then I play US Championship, and next year I already have tournaments lined up. So yeah, it was minor setback, 3 months of just taking care of my health, and now I'm back, and I'm looking forward to be repeating, or maybe kind of having a similar successful, maybe not so successful, but successful year.
Levon, the chess world is always a brighter place with you in it. Thank you so much, and good luck with all your competitions.
Thank you.
The Queens of Chess are back in St. Louis for the 2026 Cairns Cup. These world-class women will showcase their chess skill as they battle for one of the largest prize funds in the game. Tune in August 10th through the 20th and catch all the action in person or visit stlouischessclub.org to witness women's chess at its finest.
Welcome back, everyone, to St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Just finished the first round. We had 2 decisive games. Let's take a look at the upcoming pairings.
Indeed, let's do it. This is for round 2.
Yeah, the players are taking a short break. I believe they have half hour in between the rounds. And in round 2, we have Leinier Dominguez against Wesley So. And Wesley's one of the winners of the first round.
A battle of the veterans, I would say, in that one.
Pragg against the co-leader Levon Aronian. Vincent Keymer against Javokhir Sindarov. It's going to be a big matchup.
Battle of the future, right? These two.
Or present and the future.
And present.
Jorden and Foreest against Fabiano and Anish against Awonder.
Fantastic. And statistically speaking, could you answer the following question? Who's going to make it to the finals?
I can answer that. Let's take a look at the graph.
All right, let's do it. Okay, this is brought to us courtesy of Ben Underwood, right?
Absolutely. Big thank you to Ben. Fabi, almost guaranteed he's making it. Vincent and Wesley as well, as Maurice mentioned it in the intro.
Those 3 leading the GCT tour as we speak, they look really good.
But it's all about fighting for that 4th spot. And currently, Sindarov is the favorite to catch that 4th spot in the final 4 with almost 60%. Pragg with 43%, not far from Sindarov. Anish with almost 12%, MVL 6, and Jorden 1.7.
Because Maurice was saying it's Sindarov, Pragg, Giri, MVL, that battle for the 4th spot. I'm surprised that Sindarov is such a big favorite ahead of Pragg, because there was a period there not so long ago where Pragg was dominating. We were saying that this is a future challenger world champion. So Pragg, 43%. We'll keep an update on this daily, right?
Yes, we will. I think maybe Sindarov is favorite because Sinquefield Cup is coming up, classical tournament, and his performance in the candidates.
Did you see that graphic, Maurice? Did you agree with that? 60% over Giri and Pragg?
You mean Sindarov?
Sindarov had 60, Pragg had a 40.
And
you know, after watching him in the candidates, anything you tell me about him, we're not worthy. We're not worthy.
Well, but that was crazy. That
it was just completely ridiculous what he did. And lately has been showing that too. I mean, you talked about the match in Miami.
Yeah, it was.
But also in Charlotte, they had the Daniel Naroditsky Memorial.
Right.
And he just dominated that.
He won. He went
Both
to Charlotte.
Rapid and Blitz.
Yes, he just said, guess what? I'm the challenger. There's a new sheriff in town.
Wow.
And he was very impressive, incredibly impressive. And I would expect more of the same. You just don't know how strong he actually is. Is he stably top 5 in the world, or maybe even higher? We don't really know.
Yeah. By the way, the standings for round 1. You mentioned that we have 2 winners. Who are they?
So let's have a look at our standings before we go to round 2. It's Wesley So and Levon Aronian currently in first place, and they have 2 points because in Rapid they get 2 points for a win.
Right.
A lot of the players made a draw, and it's Jorden and Awonder on the bottom at the moment.
Exactly. And for the pairings coming up, Jorden Van Foreest is going to play against Fabiano. And I noticed in that graphics that we had said 5-time champion, Dutch champion, Anish Giri. And I remember Jorden van Foreest, he was a reserve player, one of the players, I believe it was Sergei Tiviakov, dropped out in a Dutch championship. So this very, very young, I think he was 15 years old, maybe 16 years old, Jorden van Foreest was kind of wheeled into the tournament, and he won.
Wow.
He won the tournament. First time in the Dutch championship, and Jorden van Foreest, we said, this guy's the future of
And
Dutch
he comes
chess.
from a family of chess players, right?
Exactly. We had a wonderful opening ceremony yesterday, not just the drawing of lots, but we've got some video. Let's have a look. Here it was, the Rapid and Blitz Cup, and the players were picking their numbers for both the Blitz as well as the Rapids.
You were a great MC.
Well, I did. Well, it was an easy crowd, I was going to say. No pressure whatsoever as the players came up. And
I want to
picked
throw
this draw.
apples at the host, but
Now,
They wouldn't let us do
I
that.
didn't think anybody cared about the Blitz. I thought everybody cared about the Rapid because you only play one game against one another in
Right, in Blitz,
you get the
doesn't
black and
matter.
white,
Yeah.
but everybody seemed
look at
to pay
Anish.
attention.
You said Anish with the
With
2-for-1
You're
deal.
right, right? Yeah. And it was really a pleasure yesterday to escort Vincent around. Vincent came with his father, Christoph, to escort them to the playing hall. And he said, wow, this was like the best chess club ever.
I mean, it's so big. You don't expect. I've been to great chess clubs, but this is massive. 3 floors and
Yeah.
so much room.
Yeah.
Incredible.
We have these glass cubicles with the chess sets all set up very, very nicely. Vincent said, what's up with that? I said, well, you know, in America, we really like Blitz. You go, yeah. But we make a lot of noise because we hit the clock and we trash talk one another. So we have to put each other in the glass cubicles. He thought about it. It's a good idea. And we have these special Blitz rooms for our members. It's really quite a club. It took a long time, the refurbishing.
But now it's gorgeous.
It is.
It was worth
It's
waiting.
definitely
It
worth
was-
a
it
visit
was
from
definitely worth
any
the wait.
people from out of town. I know a lot of people want to one day visit the club and see the World Chess Hall of Fame,
Exactly.
everything they've done here. It's really a chess palace.
Yeah, it feels great. And as Rex likes to say, it's his favorite time of the year because the whole Central West End, the restaurants are full of chess players. You go into the restaurants and you go, like, are you here to see anybody? Yeah, I'd like to go and have
You
dinner
can't
with
take
them.
a walk and not run into a top grandmaster.
Everyone knows
I
that
know.
August is chess month. I mean, pretty much every month is chess month, but in particular, August is chess month here in St. Louis. All the best players have it on their calendar. They know it's happening with regularity that we're going to have 2 major events, and that is the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz and the Sinkfield Cup. That's just etched in stone right now. The addition of the Grand Chess Tour Finals, however, is new.
Yes.
And that has never happened. The Grand Chess Tour Finals at the end of the month has never happened before, but now it will begin to happen. I mean, never happened in St. Louis before.
Yeah.
But now it will begin to happen every other year at Sao Paulo. It's destined, it was last year, destined to go back there next year.
Lovely.
As they trade off every year. But
Yeah.
this will be interesting to have the entire month now, including the end of the month, with all the best players on the planet.
Wonderful. Let's remind everybody of the upcoming round 2 pairings. As I've got one that I've got my eye on.
I'm going to try to guess which one you're talking about.
All
So
right.
we have Liang Dominguez against Wesley. So
Yep.
Praggnanandhaa against Levon. Vincent against Javokhir. Is that the one you're talking about?
That's why you get paid the big bucks. It really is, Vincent and Javokhir.
Exciting matchup indeed. And we have Jorden van Foreest against Fabiano. Anish Giri against Awonder Liang.
There's so many great young stars of today, including, of course, our world champion, Gukesh. But when I think about the group of players, the generation of players today, they're just extraordinary. And these 2 men are probably going to be regaling us for the next decade. They're going to be crossing swords all over the world in Olympiads, in Grand Chess Tour events.
I love how you said men, But
Junior?
one of them can't even go get a drink.
No.
Not in the U.S.
But
Not in
it's
the
like
US,
the
yes.
veterans too. I mean, because they literally have played all over the world, and they're so young.
And they've been on top level already for so many years.
It's extraordinary, and yeah. So this game in particular, I find very, very attractive.
Now Jorden is in a tough spot. He just lost to Levon, and the next game he's playing Fabi.
Yeah, there's no easy points. The idea was when you lost a game, you usually had a weaker opponent. At least that's the way it
Not
worked.
at the Grand Chess Tour.
In the Swiss tournaments I played in, but not on the Grand Chess
Well,
Tour.
since we already have this on our screens, it's Sicilian.
Let's stay with it. I'm going to
Are we gonna
switch
see?
over to the Jorden Van Foreest game. I like,
Right,
by
so
the way,
it's
the
okay.
deliberation with which the two players place the pieces on the squares. Like,
Adjusted it.
yeah, as ooh.
Haven't
Wait
seen
a
this
minute.
in a while.
The Khan variation with Bishop C5? Wait, whoa, whoa.
Time
And
out.
that came on. Jordy stopped. Like, wait a
Definitely
minute.
unexpected.
That was unexpected. Maurice.
It's a risky line, right?
Yeah. Now that I'm thinking about it, there has to be a reason why this move is not as popular at the highest level. People just don't play. They play A6. They play Queen C7. They play Knight F6. Bishop C5 is. How many games there? I'm seeing
Over 1,000 games, but after this last move, Knight B5, only 122, because of course Knight B3.
B3 was half of them, 500 of them. Knight B5, by the way, instantly reacted to with the move Knight F6, not even defending the D6 square, saying you can go ahead and drop a knight in on D6, knight to D6 check. You're not taking that knight. That would be a dreadful strategic error just to give up the two bishops, but rather to play the move King E7. Okay, now Jordan's back to his stuff. He's reacting as if, yeah, I know this, and now he stopped again.
Yeah, there's still hundreds of games in this position. Bishop G5, of course,
Hundreds.
the most common one. Bishop E3 also played.
I like the way you said, of course. I was like,
It's not obvious.
it wasn't obvious to me. I was actually afraid of, Queen B6, and maybe you're going after the F2. So I thought Bishop E3 was the natural move. You said Bishop G5, and guess what? You were once again right on the money. D7, D6, all played. I see from my chess thermometer that the engine says white is much better.
Because the engine's looking at the king on F8, and it's like, why are you
Saying,
here?
Why
didn't
are
you
you
castle
here?
instead?
And yeah, that's
But this is Fabi's prep. He is deliberately walking into a slightly worse position, but he knows what to do.
Yeah, that's that's the interesting thing about these side beat lines or offbeat lines. If all you get is a slightly worse position and your opponent doesn't know anything, and you could maybe even score a quick victory, then it's almost worth playing these side
Absolutely.
variations.
That's why we do see these top players, especially in Rapid and Blitz, choose side niche lines.
Exactly. Maurice, does this line have a name in this opening? Because Bishop C5 and the whole business that we now have, it's not a normal Sicilian.
Yeah, I was about to call it the BS variation. But it actually has a more technical name, the Cobra variation.
Cobra.
Cobra variation. Yeah, never
Boy,
heard
I
of
might
that
take
before.
it up just for the name.
Yeah. And it's just not good for black. I mean,
It's just not good.
just not. I mean, king on F8, weak D5 square.
Right.
White's pieces flow very naturally. Fabi has got some
Gambling.
analysis, and it's not like it's a fine margin. You got to find only one move. Black is just worse, and White has different ways to pull it off, including the move he just played, Bishop to C4, which, by the way, Fabi just responded to instantly,
Bishop
despite
E7.
it being the top move. Bishop C4, he just played Bishop E6. Like, yeah, go ahead. I'm in
I know what I'm
very
doing.
friendly territory. This is great for me. You've got to
Wow.
imagine that Jorden is thinking, this guy analyzed this to death. It's supposed to be worse. Why is he here?
Right.
And it is worse according to the engine, but Fabi is somehow, you know how Fabi is. He starts going into lines and he disagrees with the engine and he comes up with some other stuff.
He goes to a great depth, yeah.
And what's deep about Fabi too is he can say, let's keep going to see what these moves look like. And we get to a position where maybe you have to play a specific way to be better. If you don't find it, and if I think you won't find it, maybe I'll just mess around in this variation. But the correct move here is supposed to be just a simple queen e2.
Defending the bishop makes sense.
Defend the bishop and just keep the position going. But there is a move that may give you pause. Queen e2, knight d4. And you have to know you're better after this move.
Knight takes d4, e takes d4.
Yes, down these lines where your knight on c3 will be kicked back.
Right.
And that could cause some discomfort. As you see there, he doesn't want to play
reaching for
queen
his
e2.
bishop.
He's decided to play
Bishop b3.
bishop to b3, and Fabi's still showing off right now. Hey, I've got no problems. And here, right now, you must take on f6 if you want any real advantage. You must play bishop takes on f6. And by the way, that involves a pawn sacrifice as well. Bishop takes f6, queen takes.
Castle?
And
okay.
After queen takes, you castle and give up.
The pawn, yeah, I can see that. I can
the
see
knight
that.
on the pawn on f5, bishop takes. But you do have the intermezzo, and here he goes. Bishop f6 played.
Knight to d5, that's the intermezzo you were mentioning. Hitting the queen probably bounces. We take.
Yeah,
we're
knight
pawn
d5,
down.
queen g5 or queen g6, you take. And black will take the pawn on f5 and say,
I've got an extra pawn.
I'm up a pawn, show me why this is good. And the key move, absolute key move in this analysis is c3.
No.
Don't give a knight
and also bishop
to
c2.
go to d4.
So the black king doesn't hide on h7 easily.
And the opposite colored bishops, we know opposite colored bishops attacks are fantastic if you cannot oppose this bishop. And because you cannot oppose this bishop, so all white will do now is bring the bishop back, move the king away to h1, blast away with f4, and you have a lot of defending to do. And I'll say to Fabi, you got a lot of explaining to do, actually.
Why do you want to? Why did you embrace this?
Why did you go into this line?
Right, your king is on f8 after all, my friend. And
But
by the way, moment of truth right here for Jorden Van Foreest to castle and sacrifice the pawn and play for the initiative just as you've described it.
But his opponent has been blitzing out these moves. Will
That's
he
the scary part.
trust himself?
Yeah, that's the scary part. When you're playing a 2,800 player and they're just blitzing out their prep, you feel like you're a student, like at the foot of the professor. And it's like,
And you also trust your opponent that,
of course you do.
that his position must be fine if he's blitzing all this out.
Right. Now, we do have this on our analysis board, but this is the moment right here that Jorden is thinking about. Should he castle? Should he retreat his knight? Should he advance his knight right away with
Notice
knight d5?
Sorry, yes.
Yes, please.
Notice, too, the way he has reached and pulled his hand back and reached and pulled his hand back
Twice
again, the
or thrice,
hesitation.
yeah.
He knows his opponent has prepped this.
Right.
If he was playing me, he'd say,
Okay,
yeah,
let's go.
He's going to make this move and go crush this clown. But it's Fabi, as you mentioned.
Right.
Third highest rated player of all time. One of the best prepared players on the planet, if not the best. I mean, maybe Giri, we might argue, is up there with Fabi, but Fabi comes up with all kinds of ways to play, especially with the black pieces. He plays these very dynamic, sometimes slightly dubious lines, but that he's prepared extremely well, and good luck catching him and finding the precise way to play. So Jorden has paused. Look how much time Fabi has on his clock. He started with 25 minutes.
Right.
He's at 26:48. He has not paused to think yet. And his opponent's already down to 18, and he did not want to castle and sacrifice. He's played a different move that has now caused Fabi to pause.
Right.
And this is a very important moment in the game because Fabi did not look at this move, no doubt.
Well, there was this issue of the pawn on f2, so we're expecting now bishop takes d5. Let's assume queen takes d5. And in combination with the move g7, g6, we could even consider, no, we can't, because queen takes d6. I was about to say we can even consider bishop takes f2 check and g6, but there is queen takes d6. But in combination with the move g6, now the knight has to go back to a lesser square. That isn't the
not what we wanted.
The nice attacking setup we wanted. Where else should we go?
Yes, there are other players also.
Let's do it.
Playing interesting games. Let's go to the Vincent Javokhir game.
That was the game that I thought was going to
made a
light
lot
up
of moves already.
Light up the chessboard. And what do we have? We have this. Okay, Carlsbad, Queen's Gambit declined. Everything's good. Bishop went back to f4, and the moment the bishop stepped back to f4, no longer pinning this knight, bishop takes f6 and d4 takes c5 is on white's agenda. Now we can play c5 without worrying about losing any pawns. Knight b5. Okay, that's
A bit scary. It's going to
and
c7.
a surprise, yeah. It's going to c7, as you say, forking an exchange. That's very nice. Black's trying to get rid of that bishop on f4. You can take, but on my terms, knight f6.
Okay, they repeated once, but then Vincent said bishop c7.
Forget about it. Put your queen on a bad square. Knight back to f6. Finally a4, and let's get caught up with the players. So Javokhir ended up having to lose a tempo. Pardon me.
Well, Vincent also moved that bishop many
like
times.
3 or 4 times, right? Ooh, that's a shifty move, queen c8. Doesn't that intimate to you that he's ready to take?
Maybe. And also maybe bishop f5 he wants to
Maybe
trade.
bishop f5. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, that seems a little bit more
But I like
reasonable.
this b3 by Vincent. He got rid of the unpleasant pawn on c4.
Exactly. And that was a very
Oh, wow,
unpleasant
we
pawn.
already have a result.
Oh, my
Wesley
goodness.
and Leinier have found a 3-move repetition.
We hardly got to that game. Our apologies to Liang as Wesley, as they are.
Quick one.
It looks another one of those Berlins. By the way, Wesley getting the bad number where he gets 2 blacks in a row to start the round. Okay,
Remember the
draw.
opening ceremony when he turned it over and he made the sound, oh.
Yes, you're right. That was great. The Uzbekistan team, I want to say, they burst into laughter.
Yeah.
Just staying with the game of Jorden van Foreest, by the way, after knight d5, Fabi played queen g5. He didn't take the knight, and that surprised me because can we now play queen f3? Pardon me. Queen f3 to the...
Well, maybe we can castle.
Well, castles would be a transposition to the whole bishop takes f5, which is good for white, as we know. But it does involve a pawn sacrifice, and maybe Jorden didn't want to sacrifice a pawn?
You have to be a little bit careful, though, because your queen could be exposed on the f3
On
square.
queen f3, yeah.
So queen
there is a
f3,
knight
the
d4
key move
sighting.
g6, followed by knight d4.
Exactly.
But here,
Yeah.
the most straightforward move is just to bring the knight on f5 back to e3.
Defends g2. Yeah, bishop takes d5, queen takes d5. There's a mate on f7. Bishop takes e3. Knight takes e3. That just looks like a nice position for white with a backward pawn. So after knight f5 to e3, I guess it's g6 and king g7.
But the problem with that move is h4. With the idea
Disturbing.
of h5.
Yeah.
Where does your queen go?
Yeah.
Go back to d8.
To go all the way back, and now h5, and that king is looking very soft as it has moved over to that side of the board to get some kind of comfort.
Right.
He was forced to move earlier.
Right.
And
we're castled by hand.
and
in an
he's castled by
artificial way.
hand, but
Yeah.
he's shown up and found one of the foot soldiers near his position,
Right.
about to open up lines, or at least weaken that protection over there. So
Agreed.
this is not exactly a ton of
By the way,
fun to
what
have
we're
to play.
seeing on the screen, I can't believe that's true. 100% accuracy for Fabi playing this opening?
And 100% accuracy for Jorden. And White has a bigger advantage than he had at the very starting
so-
position. So you played with 100% accuracy, and your
But you're
position's
worse.
worse than at the start of the game.
You have to play with 110.
Yeah, you've got to really ramp up that accuracy to. Wow. Okay, we're going to keep on that
don't
one.
believe it.
Let's
And
check
there were
another
other games.
game, Prague and Levon.
Again, Levon won his first game to take a tie for
Right,
first.
some old Slav variation.
Does look
I
like.
haven't looked at in a long time.
Oh, you know, this was great. I had actually prepared for. I had a match with Anatoly Karpov played right here at the chess club, and I decided I didn't like this position for black. I didn't like this position for black, and so I avoided it in my game with, in my match with Talia, and I'm happy to see that the chess engines a dozen years later still agree with me that this is actually a favorable position for White. Why? It's really, in a very strange way, about this bishop on g7. If if White is able to play e4, e5, it's a Grunfeld where you've got this extra pair of knights and the bishop gets shut in. And
Not
that's
ideal.
not fun. No. And when the pawn gets to e5, you really got to watch out that e6 doesn't hurt. So I was really afraid of this battering ram. Conversely, on the other side, it's not easy to know what I'm supposed to do. If I play a4, my structure's kind of rigid, and I'm not playing b4 anymore. If I play b4, then they go knight a4, and I don't get to play b4, a4, c5.
So it's much easier to play this with White.
Bingo, that was the bottom line for me. Okay, we're going to go to the game of Anish, Giri, and Awonder, Liang. Awonder started with a loss. He's playing with the big dogs now. I mean, he is a great player. He's played in U.S. championships.
He defeated Hikaru in a match.
Training match. So he's used to this, but, you know, playing every single game against these strongest players in the world, they do wear you down. Queen c5, he's slightly worse in a queen's gambit, declined. I think Anish, for his part, he's happy with these very comfortable positional advantages. He likes grinding his opponents. What are we, tell us what we're seeing on this eval bar that just says...
It's showing us all 5 boards where just White's slightly better in all of them.
Except one game's already a draw.
Right.
So that slight advantage is thrown away.
Yeah.
Okay.
What a waste.
Exactly. Now, Anatoly Karpov, many other great players liked defending these positions as black. I always liked the minority attack. I did very well on the white side of these positions. So essentially, the essence of the position is I'm trying to create a backward pawn weakness. I'm trying to play a4, b5, b5 takes c6, and just keep...
On the other hand, for black, if that's going to be the only weakness they have, they can defend it.
Exactly. If it's just a single weakness.
I think, Yasser, we should
yes,
go back to
please.
Vincent's game.
Okay.
I like this last move he played, showing that maybe he plans to play rook a4. We'll catch
b3,
up.
when we traded, we got to the position after queen e6, and Vincent traded and played a5
So
and
you want
said,
to go rook a4
Right.
and tickle the knight?
absolutely. In
And you
fact,
were just talking about the c6, weak c6 pawn. That might happen here too.
right. And in fact, that move rook a4 undermining the knight, you know, the knight is kind of connected to the d pawn.
All right,
D
d5,
pawn's connected
b7.
to the. So yeah, a5. This is a challenge. Suddenly, hold on. How do we? Whoa, whoa,
Should
whoa,
Jorden
whoa,
maybe
whoa.
trade queens with queen c2?
Yeah, I was about to say it's becoming serious. I like this move a lot because I think it's connected with the idea of
The Valbar didn't love it.
It did not love it?
Probably
Okay.
because Black Knight will have to go all the way back and spending too many moves. So we take on c2, move the rook, and then you have to go back knight before it.
So something of this nature, yes? Give me this pawn. The knight goes back as you just described, and then maybe knight to a4. And it does look nice, what to say. Rook b2. So queen c2 isn't the answer. But Maurice, jump in on this one. It's not everyone's cup of tea. You sometimes have to defend passive positions. And this isn't Javokhir's
Forte.
forte. Thank you. Thank you very much.
It's not his forte, and it ain't fun either. So
It ain't forte and it ain't fun. All right.
So we want to go back to those Fs of trades, by the way. I talked about the 3 Fs.
Fantastic.
Force, that's right. Usually when you're trading, you want to make sure that you either have to, that it's forced, that it's a fantastic trade,
For you.
or the last F depends on who's in the room.
Not so fun. Not so much fun.
Yeah. Forget about it is what we would say in New York.
Right.
Or in Brooklyn more specifically. But this position actually that I have on the screen is one of those where I had to say I was intrigued by the trade, because this position, it speaks to accuracy. Because you could play a5 right here, right now.
Sure.
Like, you're not forced to take on f5.
No.
So why trade? Why not ask your opponent to take on b1 so that you can bring a rook into the game instead of bringing the queen to f5?
That's helpful.
And the engine says the difference is very small, but the point of the trade, bishop takes f5, is actually to pull the queen away from this protection of the d pawn. And now when this knight moves, this pawn could hang in many variations. Now, it seems abstract, but at least it's a reason given for why you trade. You don't just make trades frivolously because you can make them. You have to give a true justification. And in this case, you know, I would say to my student, listen, don't just trade. Why did you trade? You could have gotten the B file. But I can imagine my student says, yeah, but you know what? Vincent Keymer traded. And I just say, well, the reason is
you hate that?
he had a very specific point. He's trying to show the weakness of this pawn. And so there's a purpose to the trade. And then he plays the move a5, which exploits this weakness on the square b7. So this is a very tricky position.
And we do have queen c2 on the board, by the way. Javokhir played the move
C2,
that
yeah.
the engine actually despised. It didn't like this move, queen c2.
And again, we have a teachable moment to trade or not to trade. You know, it's very confusing. Here I have this 3F rule, and the engine's saying, well, you know, forget about your 3Fs. Or there's some nuances. Because here, the engines actually give exactly the evaluation 1.08. It's highly specific. Both moves it gives, both rook a b1
Yeah, it looks decent.
and the move queen takes c2. Both of them get exactly 1.08. The mysteries of evaluating an engine land. Here, after takes rook over, you could bring your knight back to b4. It's starting to look familiar, like the other position if you just put the rook on b1. But this is a moment again. Do I trade or don't I? Do I take advantage? This move is also playable.
Yeah.
And here the engine decries this kind of way of maintaining the tension because of the rook coming over. And if the knight moves looking for beautiful squares ahead, maybe knight to b6, the knight e4 shows the reason why. The pawn on f2 is hanging, so you don't want to move your rook away from that. You neglected that square. So either rook a b1 or queen c2 with the idea of rook to b1. Either one works, and he has traded again. And if Vincent were my student, I'd say, why you keep trading like that? But the reality is this guy could teach me, take me to school over and over. But after knight takes, he's not put the rook on c1, and this was his intention of trading to gain a tempo. And here the engine does not like this way of playing.
The engine is saying the rook was better
on b1.
b1, got it.
So that that tendency to trade and make specific moves, even the best players will do this. The correct move now, though, is knight to a3.
Not
Wow.
B4.
Notice the rook on c1 doesn't really gain a tempo. The knight wanted to leave anyway.
Right.
The knight had no business
The knight
sitting
was
on the
going
c2
out.
square.
Yeah,
so it
yeah.
was leaving anyway. So now you can play like this and possibly get to the c4 square in some position. You're well protected, actually, where you stand. Still better for white, but the rook on b1 may have been slightly more accurate.
Well, one of the things I notice about the generations of today is they love playing very forcing moves. Like they calculate these forcing lines at a glance. So for me, I like the move rook b1, not only because the engine approved, but I really did like attacking the pawn on b7. Rook c1, however, very, very forcing. You've got to move the knight. There's just no choice. Knight b4, knight a3. You take the pick, but you're going backwards. And that's what Vincent is saying. You've got to go backwards, and I'll go knight a4 and rook c7.
Rule of the jungle,
Yep.
attack the weakies.
Yeah.
Things that can just move and run away, no lion goes after that.
Right.
You want the hobbled one.
Yeah, right.
Who's the sick-looking animal over here? And that pawn on b7 is the most sickly in the position. He could have gained the same tempo with rook to b1 pretty much that he would have gained with the rook
Agreed.
to c1. But look, Javokhir did not play the most accurate move. He played knight
To b4.
to
I
b.
was just going to say knight a3 looked unnatural. You want to go to b4 where it was.
But look at the resulting position. Now your knight on b4 is in the way of your bishop. Maybe your bishop would be much happier on b4 going after the a-pawn. Knight b6, the
We're
rooks.
taught to not put the pieces in the corner, so knight a3 is,
Agreed.
you know,
Agreed, but
hard to convince yourself that's the best move.
yeah, but sometimes it's like the alternatives just don't work. In this case, the knight is coming to b6.
And I see why Vincent put the rook on c1, because he wants to take this c8 square with the knight on b6 and then enjoy the 7th rank.
Absolutely. You get to play rook on c1 to c7, and life's good. You'll be hitting. A moment ago, you said you didn't want to move your rook on f1 and leave your f2 pawn protected. Well, I'm seeing the same thing on black side. You moved your rook from f8. I've got my knight on e5. I want to go rook c7. Things are looking very good for Vincent.
Wait. Instructive chess, though.
And the clock.
You can't do anything without giving something up. That's just basic.
Yogi Berra said that, right?
Yogi said that, but he might have. But listen, the reality is when you played a5, that pawn we know was a potential weakness.
Yes.
That pawn on a5. And here you are trying to attack with knight a4, looking to get to the b6 square. You're thinking about playing rook c7. All those moves, that's information. Thanks for the information. I see the two squares. The square is b6 and the square is c7. What can I move right now to guard those squares?
Only the bishop.
And only the bishop. And not only is bishop d8 guarding those two squares, it's also attacking a pawn on a5. So bishop d8 right here, right now.
Key move.
And that minimizes the damage dramatically. And suddenly you have to be concerned about your pawn on a5. Why? Because you moved your rook away from the a file, which you had to. But you encouraged this maneuver very forcibly. And so bishop d8 is actually a really good move to play in this moment. And unfortunately, Javokhir did not work out the math. And instead, he's put his bishop to d6.
He wanted to stop rook c7, but he could have done it more effectively.
Could have done so many things with the move bishop to d8. c7 covered, b6 covered, a6, a5 attacked. It was a fantastic retreating move.
I'm with Nasi on this one. Bishop d8's not natural.
But it was necessary in this position.
Well,
Wait a minute. That was my line. Bishop to d6. Bishop d6, and I saw the chess thermometer thing go
Knight
up.
b6 now automatically,
Knight b6. Right? Well, I don't really have too much of a choice. The rook, defends the bishop. How does white increase what looks like a good advantage?
Do you know how?
No.
It goes back rook b1 so we can put the other rook on c1.
And that's how the rook belongs on the b1 in the first place. Taking away squares from your pieces. The rook belongs on b1, the other rook on c1. And this is where the advantage always belonged. And this is
that's
trouble.
hilarious.
That's
Talk
pretty
about
funny.
unnatural moves.
I mean, You know, the funny part is rook b1 really wouldn't be on my agenda. I would be so eager to play the move rook c7 that giving up the c file, I want to trade the dark square bishops.
But since we have the knight on b6, c file is just ours.
Yeah.
So you don't have to worry about losing it. And
Wow.
yeah, once you see rook b1, rook c1, you understand that improves your position a lot.
Yeah, because Vincent is thinking, I'm with Vincent. There's also knight c5. Oh, there's rook e7. Otherwise, I mean, if you had to play rook b8, then
Might be some tactics, right?
Knight d7 forces some maybe favorable exchanges. Okay, we're going to leave this one alone. By the way,
What did he
before
play?
we go,
He played rook b1 immediately
after
without knight b6.
that's impressive. Is it good? I
It
would
is
have
good. It
included
was-
knight b6.
For some reason, engine preferred knight b6 first.
Right.
Not sure exactly why, because
Maybe-
it is still coming.
Maybe rook c8, rook c2?
Possible.
All right. Let's go to another game.
Let's go to
Actually,
Prague and Levon.
let's
you
go
don't
to our
mind, because
tournament leader.
This is unusual. Levon is low on the clock. It's 8 minutes versus 16 and a half. Well,
c5?
maybe I have the wrong time, because now on the screen I see.
I see 16.
No, it's correct. Yeah, 8 minutes.
Yeah. Levon just played.
He looks
C5.
uncomfortable in this position.
Well, he's played c5, and obviously he wants to recapture the pawn, but that's not illegal. It's just not,
Not good.
desirable. So we got to get the queen out of the way, and the most natural move, maybe he's considering queen c8, but he wants to get the queen out of the way so he can follow
Problem
up
is that I
knight
think
takes c5.
Prague's planning to go e4, e5, e6 in a row.
The bowling pin variation, yeah. e4, knight takes c5, and by the way, the knight lands just in time to get rid of this bishop, right? e5 and row.
Oof, that's unpleasant.
Knight d5. This is
not good.
joy.
I think he's just woken up to the fact that he's allowed the pawn roller in the center. You never want these pawns to just suddenly explode, and this is the threat all the time for white in these positions. The pawns may look restrained, but at any moment, the center pawns will start flying up the board, and suddenly you'll see yourself in big trouble. Here, the pawn chasing the knight going to d5. The threat will be, first of all, you need a square for that knight, and I see you flying around, looking someplace. They're making us dizzy.
Right.
But this move, knight to d5, hits the e7 square, it hits the b6 square, and the pieces look silly, in fact, as white's initiative is growing by leaps and bounds. That knight on e8 blocks the rook on f8. The bishop on a6 is not doing anything. White's pieces are flying into the game, an absolute catastrophe in this position. Levon decided he couldn't afford to do. Did he really play bishop b7?
He did. Bishop b7
Wow.
Now,
Okay.
e4 still looks great, but there's another idea. Maybe c6 and knight d4.
That came out of the candidates in Cyprus. There was
I saw it somewhere.
There was a c3 followed by knight d5, and it was perfectly timed.
That's what it reminded me of too.
Yeah, exactly. c6 and knight d4. I'm a pawn
Probably
grubber.
e4 is still the best, but now Prague has even more good options.
Yeah, I'm a pawn grubber. Knight takes b5's got my attention. e4, I'm assuming e4, b4 creates a bit of a mess. But is that really true? I mean, it
Hard to
still
believe.
feels like, isn't white just doing good?
You could maybe play e5 even.
No, very important to understand in this position here.
Yes. The current position. We'll go to your board, if you like.
Yes. In chess, there's an intuitive principle that players have. And sometimes they get it right, sometimes they don't. In this position, we have a situation where you make a move you think is a good move, and then your opponent exploits exactly the weakness behind the move. And the move b4 looks good, as you see here on the board, but what does it give up? It gives up the a4 square.
Right.
So the first thing here I should do is look over and say, well, what happens if I play knight a4, since that last move gave me that square?
Right.
Instead of playing a natural move like knight d5, you just wonder, what happens after the move knight to a4? And the more you look at it, the more you realize, wait a second, I got
really
threats. I got my pawn, I've got the threat of knight b6, and what exactly do you plan to do to deal with this move?
Right.
And it's a monster move in the position, it turns out. Black is in deep trouble in this position. It's not even clear what your next move is.
I think Levon actually got up in a bit of a disgust. He kind of like, what have I done? What have I done? You know, he played b5, a5, bishop a6. By the way, bishop a6, bishop on a6 back to b7.
That's admitting that he did something wrong.
Yeah, there's a logic glitch there that suggests something has gone very wrong, and it has our early tournament leader in trouble in this game.
But e4 has not been played yet. That's on your board.
Yeah, that's
he still has to find this monster move.
Well, the problem
And
is
he is
He's just played at e4.
you just played it.
kudos to this young star for finding that move and understanding you can't just chase my knight with the move b4 because I'm going to take your head off. And this is big trouble for Levon, this position, as e4 has also opened up the diagonal for the bishop. Suddenly, all of white's pieces are breathing free, and the release of the energy, and he's up a pawn.
And he's up a pawn. You know, there's sometimes I give you a position, and you look at the position and go, wow, there's so many things wrong. And then I make one move, and then suddenly all the pieces look great. E3, E4 is such a move.
I was just looking on the screen there, a lot of...
stars in the audience.
There's a little kid, I think it was a little girl, on her knees watching the games.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
Is.
I love that. At the Tata Steel Chess Festival, they have literally a Scholastics Day where all the girls and boys of Holland seem to suddenly show up, and the place is swarmed with kids on the knees.
To get her board signed by the players after the match.
That's what it's all about. E3, E4, Levon in trouble. I just want to check in.
I think Maurice has some update
Oh, please,
for us.
Maurice.
I just wanted to say a funny moment in the game, or a funny situation in the game between Jorden and Fabiano. As we saw a couple of moves, let's get this position. We had actually been sitting on this position in the game, and he played knight back to E3, a very good move by Jorden, and then rook to C8 got played. And now the move C3, not ideal from an engine standpoint, guarding the D4 square, though looks very logical.
Very logical.
And now knight E7, and now queen F3. And it's as though both players are playing cat and mouse as far as castling is concerned. Well, certainly Jorden, because he hasn't moved his king yet. Knight takes, and now the move H5.
Rook H.
And yes, his rook might end up coming up in the game, or he's also whispering at the queen. And if I just go back to this moment here, white has a king in the middle of the board, 18 moves, and still hasn't castled yet. You'd feel like, when is this king going to leave? But it turns out he had to perceive one very important point in the position as they're making moves now at a pace. I'll just catch up with them. And that is that if you can transfer this position to a light square attack, opposite color bishop attack, it will be good for you. And here, the move knight b6 was playable.
Ooh.
Very saucy move in this moment. The point being that you want to have opposite colored bishops.
Right.
Going to be a much better attacking forces after bishop takes. You take on e6, rook to c7, and now this bishop is just a monster. Compared to this bishop, which will never get this square, this bishop can dominate on this square. Now, what I'm intrigued by is this move h4, and if you try to trade, how bad is this ending? And the engine says really good for white, but not necessarily the end of the world.
Right.
Let's get to the game, though. He played the move h4 in the game, and Fabi is now offering a queen trade.
Which was accepted.
Under different circumstances, a trade made, and this position is not the opposite colored bishop issue. Fabi is suddenly very solid. He has a great dark squared bishop, and that knight is a paper tiger on d5. Not really saying that much, as black is fairly comfortable in this position. So Fabi played a dubious opening.
It worked.
And he got away with it. I mean, yeah. And it's because he's such a moving target. It's like he comes up with some line, and then now you know the refutation, but then it's too late.
I think we have a result. Anish, Giri, and Awonder have drawn their game.
That happened fast.
Yeah, Awonder equalized and then found it through move repetition.
Yeah, that was the Queen's Gambit Carlsbad. We'll refer to that in a moment. But the current position between Fabi and Jorden Van Foreest, still, I mean, I think Bobby Fischer left a legacy with me. He won so many games where his bishop was on b3 and it was a backward pawn on d6. I began to feel like all positions, wherever you have whenever you have a bad backward pawn, it's bad. Like, how bad is it? It's bad. How bad is it? Why doesn't knight f6 win the game? Like, win the game? Because if you take, you're giving me the biggest open A file ever, and even more than that, now I have the great minor piece versus the bad bishop, right? So I'm trying to take on e6 with my bishop, take the pawn. You know what I was trying to do, right?
Of course.
And then win the game because I'm a pawn up. So I'm sitting there saying, Bobby Fischer would tell me, Yasser, play knight f6 and you're winning. Why aren't I winning?
I'm with you. I don't see why this is not better.
No, this is good stuff. Bobby Fischer would be very angry at engines. The move king to e7.
Yes, in the
is a great move. Turns out.
King to
and
e7.
we take on e6.
And then we take on e6. Oops, sorry, that was a mouse slip, my bad. Take on e6, yep.
And now you take with the king.
Okay, and free
Talk
pawn
about a
on G4.
counterintuitive take.
So I won a pawn.
And now it's black's turn. So f5.
Black gets the initiative.
And so...
And you want to keep that pawn, so you would have to trade?
I got to trade. And I no longer have the great minor piece versus...
Even worse.
And we'll lose all the center.
Even worse, because after you drop back, f4.
Black gets very active.
And then suddenly moves like d5 are coming.
Dag-nabbit.
e4 and... So you got your pawn. Congratulations.
But my pieces
black
got scattered.
That's right. And black's position is a picture of harmony right now.
Dang.
This is a very interesting endgame.
Not fun at all.
But I think we need to jump to Levon's game. He's down to 1 minute.
Whoa, 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 whoa.
And he has a very difficult position on the board.
Okay, let me just refresh my board. I apologize to everybody. The live position. He did play a4.
Not b4, yes. He played a4.
And
now
queen c8. Because Levon wanted to chase this bishop off this diagonal. This diagonal he thought was crucial, e5, e6. So a4, no c6, by the way. And that was something I wanted to. Bishop to c2,
now,
queen
if
c8.
you just push e5, e6,
let's do it.
What is black going to do?
Now, we do have to watch out for, I don't know, the painful possibility of bishop takes f3. That's a tempo, right?
But he takes f. I think you lose some material.
How many pieces did I lose?
I'll take on g7. I'll have 2 pieces for the rook, but also a good position.
It's going to be bad.
Sorry.
Oh, you're taking on c2.
Sorry, what's going on? Oh, what?
Okay.
I've got a bishop and knight. You got a bishop and knight. We both have a pair of rooks.
But it's completely lost for some reason.
Well, there is a pawn on c5. That's
maybe c6.
Maybe c6.
Knight d5, knight b5. Yeah.
Okay, that could probably be the answer. So I don't have to. So I have to play knight move.
Knight e8 probably. You can get trapped there though on h5.
And look at Prague. You could tell he smells blood.
Knight e8, and now you want e6.
What an explosion!
Oh, this is dreadful.
Well,
queen takes e6 and knight g5.
No, I can't touch the e6 pawn, so I guess I take knight c5.
Okay.
And hoping that opening up f-file gives me some play. On f3.
Good luck with that, right?
It's gone.
Yeah.
Queen c6, some in between move.
That's nice. So that
you can shut it down, right? There's knight d5.
I like it.
Well, maybe not knight d5.
Are you misdirecting me? Not knight d5. Maybe knight e4, bishop e4, knight e4. Knight f3.
But now it's a very dynamic play, right? And
I think that the king position has been really compromised. Black's king position has
even
been
94 engine says it's not good.
really
Maurice,
because
save us. What are we missing?
Yeah, I like this position very much for white, but it's saying that we have to play f3 instead and just.
Oh, come on.
I know you.
That's
Well,
so ugly to play f3.
yeah, we're not. Even though we're not winning beauty awards, we do.
Ooh, that's nice.
That at
I
least.
like queen h4.
I do too. I do too. Prague in prime position in this.
By the way, all that you're analyzing is best moves. Everything you played was just top moves. But
we were doing it forcingly, bang, 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 e5, e6.
yeah, all the best moves. That's what we would do in Blitz, right?
Right,
We just go
yeah.
for it.
Right.
But he also has a move which, unfortunately, is a very good alternative in this position. Instead of starting to advance, he could just play bishop e3.
By the way, not bad at all, right? Just
Yeah.
defend.
So bishop e3, knight
does it
takes
go?
c5, and then rook a c1. And when you look at this, you also go, I like ye a lot. This looks very, very good. And what move are you going to play here? Right. Especially, the engine gives your queen can't move off the file because your knight is hanging. So you can't play, here you play something like queen f8, a diagonal protecting move so you can unpin. But you can't because you just physically can't. And you can't move the queen off the file with threats coming of the knight takes b5, something bad along this line. And this is awesome if he doesn't want to take any risks. But here's the thing, and this happens so frequently, when you have two great alternatives, you wonder which one is better. You start calculating and analyzing. Levon just got up from the board, by the way, with only 1 minute and 18 seconds left on his clock. His opponent makes a move. He's going to lose 10 seconds just getting back to the board.
Right.
That's going to be a problem. So it's up to Prague right now to decide, but decide quickly. I've got bishop e3 on my board. Levon is back.
Yeah.
So let's just go back to the game position. This is the position Prague is looking at. He wants to play e5, e6. All his training says e5, e6 is correct. He knows it's correct. We know we know it's correct. He doesn't know for sure it's the best way to play. And he could just play solidly with the move bishop to e3 and not deal with any of those problems. But there he goes. He's pushed, and Levon instantly responded by sending his knight over to the side of the board.
Where it's potentially trapped.
Potentially, he's assuming the f-file will open after e6 is played, and then his knight will get back into the game. But white can start playing very concretely against this knight. The knight just has no way back without help.
I like that bishop before, Yasser.
I do too. And by the way, I think we do have bishop e4 on the board.
I think he played e6 right away.
Oh, I apologize.
Which maybe was...
what Levon hoped for.
Yes, because he can now quickly make
what
moves.
Levon hoped for.
And by the way, king h. Look at how fast Levon is just playing all these moves like...
alive on f7.
Yeah.
But Levon did improve his position.
Yes, bishop e4, soaking up all the energy was the correct move. But now Levon creating some chaos and hoping he can get out of this one.
By the way, how much chaos is he creating? Because I'm not seeing a lot of harmony in Black's position. I mean, the queen on c8 and rook on f8
Well, queen's
don't
going to
make
come to c6.
that great an impression on me. Okay, so let's figure out what we should be doing here. Knight d5, bishop e. What I really want to do, I like what Maurice was saying. Put that bishop on e3, put that rook on c1.
Can't do that now because bishop f3, queen h3 is coming, right?
Precisely. That's the one thing that I have to stop.
You have to defend somehow, either move the knight g5.
Very attractive move. I would be drawn to knight g5, queen e2. I really want to play those moves, knight g5, bishop e3, rook c1 as quickly as possible. I guess I start with knight g5.
But knight g5, this is a great moment. Knight g5, h6, what do you do?
Bishop?
Bishop g6.
Oh no, is there queen c6?
Oof.
Oh no. Is queen c6 a move? I was reaching for this pawn.
Yeah, Queen c6, bye-bye, game done. You
Wait,
lose.
bishop e4? Why am I losing?
Just takes?
I had
The knight from g5 takes, and there's b4 up there?
B4.
And then there's b4, sting, scorpion, sting at the end.
And
Right.
the knight d5, but
Now you are desperate trying to hold this
Terrible
position.
position,
The
yeah.
rook shows up on d8. A rook shows up on d8, and
Suddenly all
black's pieces look very harmonized. What
did we
happened
do?
here?
What did we do? So h6, I have to step back now.
No,
you-
that's also very good for black.
stepping back is good for black because of b4.
Chess is so unfair.
I mean,
seriously.
I thought Prague had
By
the
the way-
advantage.
5 minutes for Prague now. He is also feeling the pressure. Remember,
Okay.
he had like 12-minute advantage.
and
disappearing.
Levon was down to a minute, by
He's
the way.
still down to a minute, but he gained a little bit of time. 'cause
By
he blitzed.
playing like knight h5, knight c5, and king h8 a la tempo. So, okay, here it makes me question my understanding.
No, let's get quick.
of
Knight
chess.
g5 is good. It's just that you have to believe. You got to
have
be
to
like
believe.
Neo and
Peter
and they tell you
Pan.
you've got to believe. Here, the incredible move is knight d5. You remember we're up a pawn right now.
Yeah, and
That's
that pawn.
How
is
many
a-
things are you going to give me? You cannot give me everything. And this move, knight d5,
threatens knight
you
takes
can, it threatens
e7
knight e7. You can't take.
tempo.
The problem with h6 is the weakness of g6, but it's going to be a knight that lands on
But
g6.
what if I take your knight first on d5?
Then just rook takes.
Then I take the other knight?
And then bishop takes g6.
Hold it,
And there's
hold
no more queen c6.
Hold on, let me catch up with you guys. So knight takes d5 was necessary to stop knight takes e7.
And there's
but
a hanging knight.
now we're a piece up.
Full piece up.
But
A piece for a piece for a pawn up.
There's no queen
Now that's two
c6.
pawns. Now that's two pawns.
Yep.
Yeah, and
Now there's a knight hanging.
Knight.
Now there's a g5 pawn hanging. Now there's going to be a king hanging momentarily.
we have some moves.
We've got
Prague's
knight
played knight
d5
d5
immediately.
And Levon blitzed out rook a6 immediately, which might not have been the best move.
Okay, no bishop takes g6 for you. No knight g5 for you.
I like
Rather,
knight d5.
Knight d5.
It shuts down
By the way,
bishop on b7, right?
And it puts to rest h6. You are not reaching for your h-pawn because knight e7
Look at
is
this
going to
move,
hurt
rook
you.
a6 that Levon chose. I think he wants to play rook e6.
Makes sense.
Right?
You try to figure out a way to
Knight
bring this
g5.
piece into the game.
We wanted to play knight g5 anyways.
We sure did. And now, more than ever.
However, rook on a6 is protecting the pawn on g6.
Okay.
A little bit.
Yes, a lot of it. But still, I don't think you're reaching for your
No,
h-pawn
not
because knight
reaching for
e7.
h-pawn.
But on White's agenda is simple development. Bishop e7,
Mm-hmm.
rook c1. Maybe queen
Okay.
takes c5.
We have a move Prague's played bishop e3 immediately. Good move.
After knight d5.
Yes.
Okay, no knight
Now it's
g5
3
business.
minutes against minute and 40.
By the way, I mean, the move bishop e3, to my eyes,
It's a great move.
I'm looking at queen b4. I'd like to follow up with more of an attacking initiative. I'd like to attack that knight.
Played on the board, and that time edge evaporated, 2:59, but he's still keeping an edge on the clock, as it is definitely a problem right now for Levon how to play here, as his pieces are just scattered. You don't feel any connectivity,
Right.
harmony, coordination between the black forces, and White just needs one more move, a rook on c1, for example,
Yeah.
and everything will be perfectly connected. So Levon has to find moves now. Otherwise, his position could just collapse with all this disjointedness. In fact, I can't point to any two pieces in Black's position that are doing the same thing. Like, they're pointing in the same direction. They just look, they're just all over the place.
Yeah.
It's like someone dropped the pieces on the board.
Exactly. If you threw the pawn to a3, I'd say, well, now I know what I'm doing.
Okay, that would make some sense. For sure, and he played it. And it's a blunder, immediate
Now
blunder.
I know what I'm doing. Even if it's a bad idea, at least I know what I'm doing.
And the main point being that bishop is needed. We don't care about no stinking rook on a1. You want an exchange?
Yeah.
Take it.
B4, right? Let's go.
Oh, even b4?
Yes, yes.
Oh, please take my rook. Do me a solid. Yeah.
I think there'll be meat after you take the bishop, right?
You know, that was how I first met Maurice, actually.
How?
He was the board boy for my game, and he said, Mr. Seirawan, your opponent, Mr. Chance.
E4 on the board.
And I said, well, you see, young man, the rook on A1 is hanging. And he goes, I don't care about no stinking rook. Like, wow.
And Levon just took that stinking rook, which is going to cost him miserably.
Dearly.
Bishop takes A1.
Wow, giving up. Okay, hold on.
This is
Giving up
so
the dark
risky.
square bishop. I've got an intermezzo, too.
Maybe bishop c5 also.
Bishop C5?
There are so many moves to play. It's a question of which one do you do.
I know, I'm tempted.
Knight
by
E7 is the best one, and he has
found
done it.
He found
Kudos
it.
to him. He has taken on E7. His next stop is to take on C5.
With the bishop? Yeah, that would defend the knight on E7. And by the way, set up a potential for bishop takes F8.
25 seconds for Levon.
Uh-oh, I think it's all gone wrong.
The craziness is it feels chaotic. If you're looking at it, it looks like the pieces are all scattered.
Right.
But White's pieces are going to just come together like suction and organize themselves very quickly. The move Queen E6
Question
played.
for you both. Would you take the knight on c5 or the bishop on a1?
Two choices.
I'd take the
Either
knight.
one's good. You could grab the bishop, and bishop D4 is
By
a
the way,
problem.
that's really a good
Big
diagonal.
problem.
You can't touch the knight on
That's a
E7. Rook takes.
beast.
Let's show that line. Rook takes on A1.
That's a beast.
And you
on-
can't take on E7 because check to your queen, actually. Queen under threat in this position.
Ouch.
So that's busted. So he has a choice. It's just a question of which one he wants to make. And he has got to get in flow, does Pragg. You can't just
He's
keep
got a minute.
thinking and thinking and thinking your way. At some point, you're going to have to
90
just
seconds to do
prove
it.
that you're winning by just playing flow moves, which he can very easily do as strong as he is.
By the way, for me, I just found the move bishop takes C5 just so intuitive because I'm thinking check to your queen as you described it, Maurice, but I'm also thinking knight takes G6 and bishop takes F8.
Very nice.
I mean, what's not to like about that? How many pawns am I on?
Too many to count.
Too many to count. But there we go. Two
Decision
fabulous
time.
choices.
And here he is burning clock between those two very attractive choices.
And I think it was an interview you had with Levon where Levon said, I only want one good move.
Yes,
Don't give me
exactly.
choices.
Don't
Exactly.
give me like three good
Taking the
choices.
bishop on
And he's
a1.
taking the bishop, which
Was
for
a
him,
very good
thankfully,
choice.
is just a very strong move.
Very strong.
And the
we
knight
are-
now has to move.
Knight e4, I guess?
And
No, Levon
Bishop
has taken on
takes-
f3.
F3, invite. Oh, by the way, sorry, the rook is defending on A6
We have
as well.
some in-between moves. There's queen c3 check. I don't know if it helps, but it's available.
White has too many moves.
Too many good moves.
This is the problem. And now White's going almost
30
under his
seconds.
opponent on the clock. He's just got too many moves.
Too many
He could
good
take on
moves.
C5. He could play queen C3 check. He could play bishop D4 check if he felt like it. He just has too many moves. Who knew this embarrassment of riches could be an issue? And he's found the best one.
Mm-hmm.
Queen C3 check, it turns out.
And he's threatening to play bishop takes C5, maybe bishop B3, but also rook E1.
Oh, it's pure harmony.
No, the
it's
position is
beautiful.
lost for Levon
Yes.
completely. It's about the clock now.
But Levon needs to find a good cheapo.
And he played that with 2.7 seconds left on his clock, that last move. Knight back to F6,
So-
hoping against hope,
Bishop c5.
but panicking now as bishop C5 lands on the board.
Again, we're defending the knight, but we're also introducing a threat of a discovered attack against the rook on F8.
3.
Bishop B3 is also a move. And he played a move. It says he
closed
flagged,
my
but
eyes. I closed my eyes, but I think
but
think
no,
he
he played it with 2 seconds left.
2 seconds he did it.
Okay, now
Bishop E3.
I mean, queen
Sorry.
e, bishop takes e4, rook e1 too.
Rook
Everything is won.
E1.
Or immediately rook e1.
Yeah, I'm seeing too many good
Nasty
moves.
pin. And look at
look at
Levon
that.
trying to create chaos
What
again.
a cheapo
Now
artist.
a-pawn
He's
can come
looking
out.
at queen B2. Can you
Yeah.
believe this man? He comes up with fabulous
In fact, he's
ideas with
low
no
on the
time on
clock.
his clock. He
8
comes up.
seconds.
This is crazy. Okay.
I love that queen a2 move.
I know. I mean, the final
That's
great
how you
act of
fight.
defiance is brilliant.
Okay, bishop takes e4 play, but you got to worry about bishop to d4 too, though. So not so easy.
Wait a minute, there's bishop d5 move here.
That's what I'm sensing as well.
But there's queen b2. It's still unclear. Maybe
Queen b2, I take a rook, and rook goes to a1.
Pragg plays bishop d4.
By the way, I like
Safe
that move.
Yeah.
Okay, these moves are coming fast and furious.
Bishop
and
to d5.
Queen c4 played.
Bishop to d, knight d4. Okay, makes sense. We're just piling up
Pragg
the
is
pin.
playing very solid moves now.
Yeah.
Not.
This is completely busted.
Levon, he just got
He's got
the
the
opening.
A-pawn. He's gonna keep
it was
pushing
the
it.
opening that.
Let's play queen a1.
Okay, but Pragg is only 8.6 seconds. He has to make moves too.
But knight takes f6 is a good move.
He's done it, not caring.
The
Levon shaking his
a1.
head, he knows.
He's got the
it's
a1
lost.
square under control. And by the
Look at
way,
those two
bishop to
bishops.
d5 is about to get really scrumptious.
Yeah,
Levon is looking for one move to survive somehow, and he's traded queens.
Bishop takes. Prague's got everything under control. He's playing a beautiful, beautiful control game. I think I just
Feels like there's
parked this.
checkmate in one, but actually you have to be careful to not blunder the bishop
Right.
on c3.
Bishop a1 played with rook to c4 on the board,
And
saying there's no
now
mate. There must be a
Bishop
mate.
to d5 and a knight discovered checkmate.
There we go. And Pragg wins the game.
Wow.
That was a fantastic game.
Knight h5, bishop d5 was coming for sure. That was crushing. What a game.
We have two
Where
games remaining. Let's go to Vincent and Javokhir because we have an interesting Oh, actually, on this board,
I think
calling
Jorden
for a
and
draw.
Fabi seem to be
this is
suggesting a repetition. Arbiter Bill there.
I think we could hear them.
So he was saying, I
Yeah,
want
see
to
that
claim
they
a
did
three-time
repeat
repetition.
3 times, so Arbiter will confirm.
Yeah. In the game between Vincent and Javokhir, Vincent's a piece up, but there's a lot of pawns.
For 3 pawns.
That's a lot of pawns.
Who's even playing for a win?
Well, he's got the perpetual in his pocket, right? Anytime he wants. If you could put the pawn on h5, it'd be more than a perpetual.
Oh, yeah.
That would be nice, but...
Let's be clear. Javokhir sacrificed this piece. He didn't have to.
Okay.
He played this way because he felt like this would be fine for him.
Yes.
So, yes, Vincent is up a piece
But-
for those 3 pawns, but it's because Javokhir entered this line willingly.
And...
I do expect to see knight f8 and a perpetual.
Yeah, I was about to say that the dangerous pawn, strangely enough, is this pawn on a5. Rook b6, if I'm going to play for a win as white, I'm going to win the game by pushing my a pawn home, not by pushing my h pawn home. So I think this
Sindarov
was a
played
very
rook
good...
a3 and shut that idea down.
Exactly. I think that was a very correct decision.
Yeah,
Now,
I think Vincent has to accept the perpetual.
Vincent's going to make a draw right now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
By the way, with this draw, we will have 4 draws in the round, despite all the excitement. We only had 2 wins the last round, and now only 1 win this round. This is going to feel like a classical tournament, and not a rapid event.
I think the players are playing, how do you say, a little bit more conservative to start this rapid.
Is that how you feel? I feel like the games have been wildfire
Games are
games.
wild.
Well,
yeah.
it's not for lack of effort.
Yeah.
You know, that,
Vincent-
especially
his
that
draw.
Levon game, and
Oh, yeah,
even
that was crazy.
and even the game of Fabi, where Fabi was playing, let's say, a little bit
By
double-edged.
the way, Vincent said no repetition. He played h4. But he's taking a risk, right? Because now black king can come out, king g6. Oh, wait, no, then I lose the a6 pawn.
No, king g6, check, as you just
I don't
said.
want. I mean, black can
Oops.
take h4 for it, but I definitely don't want to lose the a1.
No, that's the way you lose the game,
Yeah.
for sure. So rook
Hold
takes
on.
g5. Both players are playing
No,
for a win
h5?
suddenly.
h5?
Look at this.
H5 doesn't really
No, he doesn't
bother you because there's no mating
Entomb
setup.
the king.
No mating, but I can set up knight e5 and win the f7, rook b7, win f7. I think
not
both
feeling
of them
it.
are playing for a win.
I think so too. G5. No,
6 seconds for Vincent.
no rook takes a5, and Vincent's saying, "I want to keep my winning
And I
chances
think all
alive."
of us here would have taken that perpetual, right? Knight f8.
That all of us would, you said?
Well, I mean,
Yeah, pretty much.
with reluctance.
Yeah, you know, now that you force my hand,
Exactly.
what can I do about it?
By the way, he still has the perpetual in his pocket, knight f6 and knight.
Well, not anymore because king g7 was played.
Okay, that stops the
Now
perpetual.
rook b7 with the knight e5 threat.
Nice setup, knight e5 coming, and both of them are fighting for their lives in this position.
Yeah. Knight e5. Did he put rook b7? Immediately.
It's on the board, yes.
Yeah, and now, just as you're saying, knight e5. Maybe that h-pawn. You regret not taking that h-pawn, no?
And players have 14
Javokhir.
seconds. Still anything can happen.
Has captured.
Captured on a5.
And Vincent saying, look, I'm the one with the piece up. I'm the one playing here.
But this is a clear draw.
A clear draw.
Yeah, because the rook will end up on f4 no matter what you do. You cannot possibly stop
you mean
the rook.
if I just kind of march
Yeah.
gallantly into the center, there will be a rook check on
He
the
went
side.
to g3.
Okay, that.
Don't get yourself mated, by the way.
That's
There is a way
white
for
board,
white
Yasser?
to get mated. With king g4, he decided to go backwards. But if you go up to g4 and f5, rook f4 ends up being mate on the board. So don't do that.
So we're about to see a repetition. King g3.
It looks that way. He's put his king back to g3.
Right.
And you just can't march up the board.
Yeah, exactly.
There's no way to do that, and he's backed up, and so we will be getting a 3-4
think-
repetition accepted
Yes.
momentarily. And actually, they just agreed to a draw.
I think they went back. Well, exciting round indeed.
Calm result, but
results.
exciting play for sure.
Calm result.
Big
the
smiles
storm,
on their faces.
Very stormy games, but we didn't see. Did you catch some critical moment in that game that was just agreed to draw because it looked like it was
and-
No, I mean the Sindarov game. It looked like Vincent, and remember it was knight a4, knight b6,
It
rook
got
b1.
tepid once the queens were traded. You could grab a line where he took on f2. Javokhir intentionally sacrificed his piece to say, I don't think you can win in this position.
And swept a lot of pawns
Swept
off.
the pawns off. So it was
Gotcha.
pretty direct in the end.
Nice.
Let's take a look at the
Where
standings.
do we stand?
After 2 rounds, I believe we have 3 leaders now because we had 1 win in this round.
No. We have.
Wait. Oh yeah, because Levon lost. He was
Levon
co-leading, but he
lost.
lost. So now it's 2 co-leaders. It's Wesley
Right.
So and Praggnanandhaa with 3 points. 6
Fabi,
of them are at 50%,
Wow.
and then Jorden and Awonder at -1.
Right.
So a lot of draws for the Rapid.
Right. Yeah, 50%. And we asked statistically who was going to make it to the Grand Chess Tour Finals. Who's going to win this event?
Let's have a look at our pie charts.
I mean, I already spilled the
I
beans.
think you mentioned Levon, right?
I said Javokhir.
No, we are all wrong.
Wesley So.
Wesley saw 23%.
Historians will call me brave for
Fabian
taking
second.
Sindarov
and
third.
I took Prague, who's apparently at only 10%.
Wow, you're the most bold.
Yes, wow. Anish at 3, Vincent at 2?
Wow,
No,
how
this-
does the defending champion Levon Aronian only get 16%?
Could we get to her point? Vincent at 2?
Vincent at 2?
Could a young man get some respect?
I mean, the guy
Isn't he
is
number
like
4 in the
second.
world or number 5 in the world right
and
now?
he's second in the Grand Chess Tour?
Wow.
Like, dang, just come here and get insulted. Why don't you?
Peter Leko is shaking his head right now.
No.
That's my boy. What are
Yeah.
you doing? What are
Yeah.
you talking about?
And what about Awonder? What the heck? My goodness. I mean, Awonder plays against Hikaru, a rapid blitz, classical match, wins against the number 2, number 3 rated player in the world, and he gets a 1.2? Give me a... We're going to go beat up Dan. That's what it's all about.
It's tough in these parts. It's tough. But, he just crunches the numbers, and that's what it says. But I think Wesley...
He's
amazing.
He's
just solid.
He's
He plays so strategically early on.
Yeah.
Get a nice little draw.
pragmatic.
Sit and rest for an hour plus.
2 blacks in a row.
While these clowns are killing each other, losing energy.
2 blacks in a row. He's got another white coming up. But that was pre-tournament. The stats didn't know he's going to win and draw with black to start.
Now I'm sure he's
probably
70%
improved.
or something. Yeah.
18 games of blitz. Don't forget about the second part of the event coming
He always
up.
does well in rapid, too.
He does well. Maurice, you've mentioned this so very often in a lot of your pre-broadcasts. The players who win the rapid, somehow they win the tournament. Those
2 points for every win.
Right.
So it's a big deal
catch.
to have a nice start. And then you just have to survive, basically, after that.
Blitz.
I mean, it
so
also
in a
gives you
good rhythm.
confidence when you play so well in the rapid and you're leading, then you're playing with the confidence. And in blitz, that is probably the most important thing.
Yeah, it carries you forward, doesn't
We've seen people collapse, though. We've seen people, including Wesley,
Yeah.
take a
it?
lead.
Including Wesley?
Magnus caught him from 3 points down in one of the Levon tournaments in Belgium back in the day. So it is possible.
But yeah, still.
But then again, Magnus can catch a lot of people.
Exactly. Well, we've got still one more round of blitz coming up, one more rapid coming up.
Right, but we're going to go on break. Meanwhile, we're going to go to International Master Irene Sukandar. Enjoy, and we'll be back shortly.
Hello, welcome back to the showbreak of the Grandchester St. Louis Rapid and Blitz Day 1. What a treat we have. We already had 2 rounds into the 9 rapid games that is planned, and I'm going to take you to some of the highlights of the games today. We have yet to play the 3rd round, which is the last round of the day, but I'd like to draw our attention to our former champion of the Saint Louis Rapid and Blitz 2025. So last year, we know Levon Aronian won this event, and let's see how he fares in this tournament so far. So in the first round, he was paired against Jorden van Foreest, which I think this was the smoothest game that I've seen in this round and even the second round. And we're going to take a look. We'll go to the second round after this. But let's take a look at the opening preparation. So as we know, this is a rapid game, 25 plus 10. So both of the players, they have to play practical chess, especially in the opening, without wasting so much time, because they might need all this time for the middle game and end game. So Levon opened up with e4 and c5, and this is actually the opening that I've been playing since I was a child. So this is a hyper-accelerated dragon, and c4 is already the sign that white wants to play the Maurice bind structure. And after knight c6, and then we come to the very usual setup where you see in many accelerated dragon games with the Maurice structure here, and then knight c6, knight c3, and d6. So this is already pretty much the main variation of the accelerated dragon. But in this position, usually we would like to play some move, for example, like bishop e2, not bishop e3 yet because of knight g4, because this is one of the main idea for black in the accelerated dragon. So in this position, Levon chose a little bit unusual line. This is still pretty much the line that many players played, that is knight c2. The idea is very simple. You just want to avoid the trade on d4, because there are so many other variations where black chose to play knight takes d4 in the end, and then it would be like a very completely different structure. So knight c2, Jorden continued with bishop g7 and bishop e2. This is still very much in the textbook. And knight d7. So knight d7 is already signaling that this is kind of an opening prep. The idea in this position is if white continued playing a normal move, for example,
since white already played bishop e2, of course, white would like to continue with short castle here. Some idea would be bishop takes. And then after bc takes, okay, white has a pair of bishops, but white is pretty down in the pawn structure, and then probably this is the type of setup that Jorden was trying or hoping to play against Levon. But this didn't happen because after knight d7, knowing that the knight on c3 was kind of a threat there, Levon played bishop d2 because you would like to take the bishop on c3 back with the bishop. Then after bishop d2, castle, castle, and a5. So as we see in the evaluation bar over there, white is always slightly better in this type of position, but it doesn't guarantee that white would win, of course. You have to keep playing. But what I notice here that after queen c1, this is still pretty much a theory. And after knight c5, bishop h6. And in this position, yes, bishop takes h6 is one of the idea, but here Jorden played a different approach in this opening. He took on c3, allowing bishop takes f8. Now, the question remains, like, white is a bit better still, but by taking the exchange sacrifice on f8, it doesn't give white more advantage. So this is actually a very big mystery as well, because what is going on in this position? White is up an exchange right now, but somehow the advantage is decreasing. So the idea on this position is you want to keep everything close, especially in the middle game like this. You have more minor pieces for black. So you would like to get some more compensation. So in this position, we noticed that Jorden spent more than 8 minutes to think about the next move. This is a very long time to think, considering you only have 25 minutes in the start of the game. So he didn't come up with the best decision. He played bishop takes b2. What I can assume is he mixed up some variation in his memory, because what we see after this bishop b2, actually we'll go back to this variation, because what he must have done is putting the bishop back to e5 and letting this bishop to run away to bishop h6, let's say. And in this position, you just grab this pawn. So you're still an exchange down, but now you have another compensation. You have a pawn and one minor piece. And it will be such a long game. And white has to prove that with the up in exchange, white can win this position, which is very hard if both white and black played precise move, like for example, bishop f3 here, just play knight c5, and then rook d1, and then you just pretty much, develop your pieces. Queen b6, maybe bishop goes to f5, and literally don't do anything until white is going to strike first, and then you just have to respond to the strike. So this would be a very interesting game for sure if it happened. But in this position, after bishop takes f8, Jorden just decided something that's very natural, that you want to grab another pawn in order to compensate more of the exchange sacrifice. He took bishop takes b2. And after bishop takes b2, bishop takes e7. This is another in-between move, or Suzenzug, a very nice Suzenzug by Levon Aronian. You don't take the b2 bishop immediately, but you have this one, bishop takes e7. As a Suzenzug, you take another pawn. And after this, bishop takes e1, you take the queen as well. And bishop b2, you just slide over with your rook. And actually, this is still a very playable position. Bishop e5, bishop c7, you're just moving away from the attack on d8. And after knight e4, rook b6, and in this position, knight c3. And as you can see there, the evaluation bar is rising up for Levon. It is a very, very complicated position to understand because knight b4 has to be played. I had a hard time understanding why knight b4 is the good move here. Well, white is still better, but the reason is the rook here on a8, it needs some activity, which it doesn't have at the moment yet. So by playing knight b4, you're forcing your opponent to either take the knight over here, and then now the rook is free to capture the a2 pawn in the future, Or if you don't want to capture the knight, you play knight e3, then you capture this pawn. And it is a very nice compensation for black. So it didn't happen. Again, this knight before is not a very easy move to find over the board. And in fact, in this position, knight c3 looks way more natural because you just want to attack the bishop over there. And after the bishop goes over, knight takes a2. It looks like it's a free pawn. And it is a very natural decision. But the thing is, even though you have a pawn right here, this bishop is already on standby to attack on this diagonal. So this is a very hard situation, considering also the rook on a8 still doesn't have any activity to do. And here, just c5, already attacking this pawn, and every pin is over there. Bishop takes c6, and then, of course, if you take on c5, this bishop might be hanging. So here, a4. So Jorden was trying to take more of counter-attack here, knowing that in the center and around the c and d files, the position is almost hopeless for him. He was trying to do the a4. So, and then the rest of the position is very smoothly converted by Levon. And yeah, it was a very good win by Levon on the first round, but we still have many more rounds to go. And yeah, stay tuned. Don't go anywhere because we'll be back after this.
And we're back. Thank you, Irene, for those analyses. Yasser, should we take a look at the standings before we go into the last round of the day?
As we've had a mix of our leaders have fallen and a new leader emerged.
Yeah, Levon started with a win, but he lost the last round. So right now there is a shared first place, Wesley So and Praggnanandhaa with 3 points. Full point behind them are 6 players.
Right, all at 50%, we would say, with 2 points. Levon.
And then 2 players are at -1. It's Jorden and Awonder.
Tell us about the pairings coming up for this, the third and final round of the day. That happened fast.
I know. Let's see what the leaders are playing. Wesley So is facing Anish, Giri. Fabiano playing Prague. Ooh,
big matchup right there.
Levon against Leinier. Awonder playing Vincent, and Sindarov against Foreest.
Yeah, nice. Love that Wesley versus Anish matchup. And again, Maurice, when you were coming on the show, you were telling us it's about that jockeying position for the 4th place, and Prague needing to stay ahead of Javokhir as well as
Anish. And Anish has already started with 2 draws.
Right.
As is Javokhir.
Right.
But Prague with a nice win in the last round.
Precisely.
But it's early days.
Yeah, I mean,
you think?
so,
like just 2 games in, it's probably not anything we can start analyzing this early. But apparently Ben Underwood has it all figured out.
Right.
And he says this is a chance to make it to GCT finals, that Prague is not going to make it to the finals. Okay, he didn't say that. He said the chances are that Prague will not make it, or that Sindarov's chances are better, which seems fair. But very, very important is the top 3 saying, we're in if we don't play stupid chess.
Right.
We just need
we don't collapse
to get a middle type result somewhere.
Right.
And then they'll be fine. Caruana and Keymer, they get 6 points each, like a 5th place finish, or even a 6th place finish.
But you want to be in the top half. Yeah.
Just be in the top half. You get 6 points. You'll get in the 30s somewhere if you're Vincent and Fabi. In the 30s, you're in. Nobody's 100%. Catching you. Nobody's bumping you out of 4th place, at least. And 1st to 4th is essentially equivalent as far as the finals are concerned.
Right.
Pairings, maybe the nuances of pairings in the finals, but 1st to 4th is the same.
Yeah.
So
just qualified.
as far as Fabi and Vincent are concerned, 3 people would have to pass, or actually 4 people would have to pass them for them to be not having in the tournament itself. That's not going to happen.
That has to be a total collapse, a withdrawal almost, for that to happen. But
Is it even mathematically possible? I guess it must be.
You have to do some wild contortions.
Like you'd have to come in last twice.
Yeah,
maybe,
right.
Or way in the bottom half a couple of times.
A tie for last.
To pull it together like that. Because if you get, I think 7 points they're in. 7 points, but that's Sinkfield Cup and this one, the St. Louis Rapid and Blitz. Total.
We didn't get a chance to really look at it. That was the second game between Vincent as white against Javokhir. I really thought that Vincent had something. He kind of frittered it away. That rook c1, rook b1, and he didn't play knight b6 when he really needed to include that. And then there came rook c8 and rook c2, and Javokhir sacrificed a knight very, very effectively for an easy draw at the end. But that was a save in my book. I mean, Javokhir was on the back foot.
Most of the game.
Yeah, and he came out of that looking good.
Let's have a quick look back at the Prague ending that he won against
the magic of television.
Levon Aronian. That was a very important game.
Yeah. At this point, look at that diagonal. The queen, white queen on c3, the white bishop on d4, the black king on h8.
Aronian's only hope is that pawn on a2.
Yeah, but he's looking for a cheapo as our Levon at this moment, because it's done. He's done and dusted. Queen takes c3, bishop
Just too many
c3.
pieces. I mean, it's 3 pieces for a rook. And your only hope is the a-pawn, and the a-pawn's going nowhere, covered by 3 pieces as well. Okay, now only 2 after that trade, but more than enough. And you could take the knight on f6 and get 2 pieces, but then your a-pawn flies off the board very quickly, rook a1, bishop d5.
Exactly. Now this, he's looking for a cheapo, but no. Very, very fine move by Prague to say, your pawn is not queening. And by the way,
the last move.
Check
and
to the king.
D5 coming.
With another check.
Winning
and
the rook.
Levon had to call it the day.
If I may, by the way, this finish, which was made in 5, we didn't get a chance to see the finish. So if I could pull it up on my board just very quickly to show that finish, because mates should be shown. It's not often you get a mate in the game, and this is a forced mate, as a matter of fact. And the thing is, he played a less accurate move. Most accurate was knight d7. That would have guarded the f8 square and just simply not given the king that square. So
it would have been mate right away.
No, well, now you have to throw things in the way with rook to c3, and now the king moves bishop d6. And here, the white rook doesn't participate in the mate at all. We like pure mates like that. It's just the minors that take care of business in this position. As it stands, you can't blame him because he found a win, and that's all he needed to do. He instead played knight h5, and in this line, in this position, rook to e6. Now suddenly you have to take with the rook in order to deliver mate. Otherwise, the king runs away, and now the king is stuck. You can throw in a check, which would be answered by a counter check, and then bishop to g7 is mate with the rook participating. So it wasn't as pure, and Prague will say, I don't care why you're showing this.
Forced resignation.
Forced resignation.
By the way, all those lines wherever your opponent gives you a check, and you respond to their check with a check of your own.
That's stylish. Whenever you can pull that off in a game, it's so much fun.
Ooh, that feels good. Nice victory. Important. An important win, but this is the pairings for the last day of the round. Actually, those are the results. We're about to see pairings. Here we go.
And the 2 leaders, Wesley, So, and Prague, have very important games coming up. Wesley's playing Anish with the white pieces, Prague with the black against Fabi. If he survives this, maybe he'll maintain the lead. And again, it's so early. We have so many games coming up.
But the 5 points, the leaders, those 2 top boards have 5 points between themselves as we go down. Levon, Leinier, again, 2 wily veterans facing off on board 3. I like the Awonder versus Vincent match as well. Awonder lost the first game with the white pieces against Wesley, but I think Awonder, well, America has such... I just watched the U.S. Junior Championships, the girls as well, by the way, and we have so much talent in this country. It's scary. I mean, Andy Woodward at 16 years old. I mean, Mishra, oh my goodness. They are good.
Yeah, both of these players are looking for their first win.
Exactly. Some smiles there. As,
we got to keep nurturing that talent, though.
Yes.
There is a challenge here to have enough norm tournaments. Of course, St. Louis does its job, but it can't organize all the tournaments for everybody. That's just not possible.
Big shout out to
Charlotte is doing a very good job, of course. They're Vincent, New York City, but it's a big country, and the talent's from all over the country.
Exactly.
Trying to get a chance to have stiff competition. But here we go. Round 3 about to start.
Round 4, 12.
Let's listen to Chris Bird.
Good luck. Please go ahead and start next clock.
Chris just informing that this is the last round game. We're going to go with Fabiano versus Prague as one of our tournament co-leaders, Prague, with the black pieces up against the #1 seed, and it's a French defense. No advanced French for you. Knight C3 and old Steinitz variation. I'm waiting for, there we go. Old Steinitz variation, and my goodness, is this... I'm astonished how deeply theoretical the lines have become in this.
And Prague played this in the candidates in Canada, I remember. He played it very successfully.
Exactly. Wow. Well, Levon has been playing the French defense.
I mean, Fabi himself.
Fabi himself. So A7, A6. Back in the day, it was Michael Gurevich and... oh boy, there's just so many names.
The entire Armenian team.
Yeah, exactly. Team Armenia. Exactly. By the way, as we were just lauding ourselves in the junior sweepstakes, I mean, it was Team USA versus Team Uzbekistan recently in Miami, and Team USA just narrowly squeaked by. Average age, 36 years old, against Team Uzbekistan, average age, 21 years old. I mean, the Uzbeks have a great, great Olympic squad, and the youth, the future is theirs. So, my goodness.
Did you just call them old? Is that what you just did?
No, I didn't say that.
Well, actually, I heard the comment of one of the Uzbek players who said that they
these
played
old
well
guys,
despite their age.
It was great. It was a good roast. Bishop E2. Okay, big moment here in the game. Do you play for castles short, where white oftentimes launches as H-pawn, or do you play for the trade of the light squared bishops? B5, B4. A5 and Bishop A6. So a big crossroads.
Yeah, big B5, the more popular choice.
Yeah.
But castles, of course, a good move as well.
Right.
And Prague sitting on this move at the moment.
All right.
Having already blitzed out his moves, but the very rich position. And Prague has been one really reviving the French as well.
And while they think here, let's check how Sindarov's doing against Van Foreest. We have a King's Indian defense.
Oh, yes.
Always welcomed.
Yes, indeed. These days, the chess engines are saying King's Indian defense is unplayable. If you look at the chess thermometer, is always a
+1.
Oh, yeah, big advantage. But Jorden Van Foreest, one of those players who really says, I like to play the King's Indian, and I'm willing to argue against the computer. Bishop E3 on the board. I think they used to call this the Gligorich variation, actually, with Bishop E3, because in the past it's been so normal to play castles and even defer the bishop's move. Sometimes when the position in the center gets closed, you'll play knight D2, but Bishop E3 on the board, E5. I think you play D5. Yep, here we go, knight G4. And when it's not that long ago, but it was Timur Rajabov who would play the King's Indian as a kind of a religion.
Hikaru also used to play this. Maybe that was longer.
Not as a religion,
Yeah,
you know, like he does, but you're right. Hikaru had it in his repertoire. And now bishop h4. Okay, so the idea is that, well...
H5, right? Or knight h6?
Knight h6. Well, this bishop is offsides. Very often, the sequence is knight to d2, f2, f3, and the bishop comes back on its natural diagonal. And Sindarov has just played the move knight d2. I suspect we're still deeply in theory.
Yeah.
I mean, Maurice,
Absolutely.
is that the case? Yeah.
No, absolutely. This has been played so many times, and you see them blitzing out the moves.
Is everybody above 25? No. Jorden, okay. Is that decision, e4 takes f5, also standard? I mean, I would almost imagine that people play f3, saying, if you want to trade on e4, do it on my terms, right?
Well, given how quickly Javokhir played it, I'm going to guess, yes, it's a standard move.
It's a standard move, yeah.
Still theory.
Right.
All right, should we check how the other leader, Wesley's doing?
All right.
Against Anish Giri, it looks like Catalan, because I saw
does.
the bishop on g2.
I see the queen on c4, right?
Yes,
and
it is
bishop
Catalan.
d6. And knight d5. So
Both
this
of these
is...
players play Catalan with both colors.
Yeah. I have been seeing a lot of players playing bishop takes f3, bishop takes f4, queen takes f4. Then the bishop takes on f3 and the pawn goes to c6. But check this out. Knight to d5. And by the way, why is the pawn on a6 and not on a5 where we would happily...
Well, it's stopping the white's knight from coming to b5.
Okay, so knight
Look
d5.
at the times, right? Anish definitely still in his prep.
100%, yeah.
And we know how well Wesley prepares. He's just trying to remember the lines.
His lines, yeah. So what are we trying to achieve here with white? So if we play knight takes d5, bishop takes d5, have we achieved what we wanted? And what is it that we want? Bishop takes, pawn takes.
I feel like Black achieved everything they wanted.
It does feel like
Nothing much.
nothing much is in it. Nothing much. I mean, although white does, for the moment at least, have a little edge in development, I've already connected my rooks. I do want to play e4 and rook c1. Is there a way after knight d5, Maurice, for white to squeeze something out of this?
Oh,
Bishop e5. Do you like
move over to
bishop
that
e5?
game.
I mean,
Knight takes d5 and rook e1 seems to be
Valbar says
the
yes.
best way to
but,
play.
yeah.
Knight d5 and rook e1. Okay, that does. It does have a little.
Fairly straightforward, but still a long way to advantage, to real advantage for white.
Gotcha.
But this is definitely something to play for.
All right.
Getting those center pawns rolling.
If you don't mind, I'm going to go to the game between Awonder and Vincent and see what these two hotshots have cooked up for us. It looks like
I was going to say both of these players play
Spanish.
such aggressive chess, but looking at this position,
Boring old men, huh? That's what you want to say, you boring youngsters. Takes on E. Maurice, jump in on this one. First of all, what's the name of? Okay, it's
Some
a
kind
Ruy
of Ruy
Lopez,
Lopez,
but does it have a particular brand name? This line?
I mean, it just started as an anti-martial, right? So
Yes. So it still remains an
that's all it
anti-martial?
is. You just decided not to play for those early thrusts in the middle and keep your pawn on d4 with c3 and d4 because the marshal might come at you. So you played an early a4 in this game, but it's pretty much just a chess position. Black has the slight weakness on the queen side with those pawns.
On b4, yeah.
And but it's not so easy to
Exploit.
take advantage of this. So this is going to be a long grind as white tries to figure something out. But black could easily, eventually neutralize it. White doesn't play with absolute precision. These are the kind of positions that just peter out into nothing. And so we're still a long way from this position becoming really interesting.
Okay.
Do you guys remember when Awonder played first move A3 against Leinier and got a great position? I was hoping for something like that.
Nice.
It was in classical chess, by the way.
A2,
It was US
A3.
Championships.
Well, now that you've mentioned Leinier Dominguez, let's jump to his game against Levon, Aronian. For those of you who missed round 2, Levon had won the first game and was a co-leading, but he just lost game 2. Will he bounce back? What do we have? It looks like a Joko piano with it must be a bishop's opening. Yeah, it's a bishop's opening with the early knight a5. And you know, it's interesting for me that the double pawns, at the cost of the 2 bishops, and you get the double pawns, but the engines evaluate this position as actually fine because in return you get a very good control over the d5 square. And that is very, very counterintuitive because you say, yeah, but the 2 bishops advantage is long
Black has
term.
done nothing wrong.
Right.
Why should they be worse here?
Exactly. And let's see, we're caught up with the players and nobody's really that far ahead on the clock, so.
I mean, I would love to move the bishop from c5 to g7.
That would be a great move. Illegal, but a really good move. I'm with you. I know what you mean. You'd like to retain the bishop, and if it was on g7, it'd be well placed. Bishop chasing the knight to d5 might be okay. Big question.
These are more sort of straightforward setups.
But I just have a quick question. If I take on e3, you're taking with the pawn?
Taking with the, 2 double sets?
2 sets of double pawns? What about you, Maurice? You taking with the pawn or the queen? Take with
My
the queen,
instinct says
queen
queen
h4.
takes.
Queen takes queen h4, but if you take with the pawn...
Why can't I play queen h4 anyway?
Well, knight
Knight
f5,
d5.
knight d5.
At
You want to get wild.
Trying to
You're the
spice
one
it
who
up.
wants to give up the rook. I'm sacking the rook.
I like f takes, just for some spice.
It mixes things up. You were about to take us somewhere, Maurice. Where would you like to go?
I wanted to say the interesting games, the really interesting ones, are the ones where you have this mountainous pawn chains, right? Where the position is not like trades happen and lines open, but ones that you just see this rolling chains and you have to know exactly how to handle them. And there are a couple of games that have that feature. The one with Sindarov and Jorden, this position is just, it fundamentally, this is one of those where he says white's supposed to be better.
Right.
Because of a knight sitting on e4. You just got the knight on that square. But then you have to work it. Then you have to figure out how to make something out of this position. Eventually you want to play a move like...
Don't lose control.
And don't lose control. Eventually you want to play a move like c5 and figure something out on that side of the board. But we know it's very easy to lose control, as you're pointing out, Yas. Very easy to lose control in positions like this one. And like a5, as I pointed out, he's trying to now negate the issue of those pawns moving forward. You don't want to play an ugly move like b5 and compromise your structure. So black looking for some counterplay as well. And it's all about control in the King's Indian. And
I think Sindarov's reaching for the c5 pawn.
And he's played c5, and we've seen him achieve what strategically you want to achieve in this position as white, and playing very quickly now
is Jorden.
Is Jorden, as though he may have seen this kind of idea before. You think?
Yeah, I mean, he's been here,
he's
done that. I just want to say, I think it was the game Arena Crush versus Tatev, where Irene had this really beautiful knight in the U.S. Women's Championship, knight on e4, but because she lost control, it was at h5, g4, and it was Tatev who came in and won a crucial game. By the way, knight takes c5, I think has just been played by Jorden. Yeah.
I thought you were talking about my game, because I also had a King's Indian against Tatev.
And you lost control?
No, I won.
Well, okay. There you go.
The knight on e4 was the
What
hero.
was your hero? Okay, well, what we have here is a very straightforward idea for white that we see very, very often. The knight desperately wants to come to the e6 square, where it will force Jorden to give up the light square bishop. And at the same time, this rook on c1 is perfect. Now, before you start to think, well, it's all white, play on one goal, black has counter play, knight to d4, with the idea of take the bishop, take the pawn. So let me get caught up with the players and see what they have actually done.
Heading towards this position. Yeah.
Fascinating. I was talking about mountainous pawn chain.
Mountainous.
And now
it's gone. The mountain got eviscerated.
What happened to my lecture?
If you want the pawn chains, let's go to Fabi against Prague.
That's got a
So
pawn chain.
that was the second game I was going to go to.
Yeah.
Right.
Before I jinx this one.
Right. Nice.
And we can see another pawn chain, Fabiano versus Prague, and very rich central structure in this French. And again, if you don't really understand your structures, you cannot play chess, because the structures are the guiding posts of how to handle the positioning. There's some very good books on the topic of structures. I think it's Mauricio Flores has a great one.
Ivan Sokolov has middle game structures that you absolutely need to know.
It's about structures. You want to get good at chess, you've got to know various structures. You can't decide, I just want to play my Trompowsky and make that work. No, you want to be good and aware at least of the strategical elements lying in various structures. This one is a clear French structure with so much play ahead. White will eventually want to play the move f5, but black
100%.
is looking for counterplay on the other side of the board.
Should he start now with g4?
Yes, I was about to say.
Ready, right?
For me, the last move by Prague was okay, but I'm almost thinking you should
shut it down.
You should play the move f7, f5, invite your opponent to play en passant, and you have counterplay. If your opponent doesn't play en passant, then you don't have to worry about f4, f5. Current position, however, I start to think even about f5 takes, knight f2. And I'm not saying
very brave of you sacking that pawn
during analysis. And my very next move, the idea of just breaking up, and what you suggested was to start, to start with g4 after rook c8, and to play f5.
Prague probably has to play f6 here. He can't wait passively.
And here, if you play f5. On a good day, if you can maneuver the knight to e6, good for you. But if you don't get there, bad for you.
d5 pawn, bye-bye.
Yeah, exactly. Bishop.
The critical thing to note about this particular structure is that white has the space because of the e5 pawn.
Yep.
And very importantly, black has the c file, but nothing else.
That's right.
To write home about.
Right.
So if you don't make that work, you don't have any play on the other side because you have no way of opening lines anymore. Those lines are fully locked by the mini chain, the mini mountain chain at A3, at B3, A4, and A5, B4, just locked up on that side of the board. So black has to very quickly get something organized on that side if he's going to get counterplay, while white can play for this G4, F5, move the king over, bring the knights, go, 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 even play F6 as a sacrifice to pry open that king side. So we feel the danger in this position, the potential danger, if you have the black pieces in this structure, because you know exactly what white wants to do, and they just can't land, or else you're going to die. However, that said, Fabi hasn't moved. Or did he?
No.
Just played bishop d3.
Okay, he did play the move bishop to d3, hinting at the move f5 at some point.
That's a bit.
He didn't want to commit g4, which is a natural move. And by the way, if rook c7, the engine gives g4 again, which is certainly a move we think needs to be played because the structure tells us to.
But the other thing is this knight on d1 really bothers me greatly. Like, it's hampering my rooks, and it's not doing anything. So whether I put it on f2 or e3, I feel like that was more there was more urgency to developing. You were mentioning the C file, Maurice, and the idea of knight to d3 and rook to c1 and knight to c5. At least I can aspire to putting my knight on the outpost. So I would have found myself drawn to knight f2. And I really don't understand why Fabi felt bishop to d3 improved his situation.
Yeah, I'm with you there. I'm not sure.
By the way, I've got a really big problem as black. I was saying I hate my knight on d1. I hate the knight on d7. The knight on d7 is not going to b6 because it's not going to c4. So where does my knight belong?
It's not going anywhere.
Right.
It stays where it is.
So I'm kind of thinking it's going to go to a different circuit, and that's why I find myself drawn to the move rook c1, rook c8, so I can give the knight. But once again, I must say that for me, f5, and do me a solid favor and give my knight a resource, a square on f6, I'd be finding myself at f5. Where would you like to take us?
I think a lot has changed in Wesley's game.
Oh, yes, that's exactly the game I wanted to actually take us to. And we talk about trades and the consequences of trades in chess. And if you take a look at this position right here, White just made very clear consequential move. He said, let me move my queen over to prepare the move e4.
Right.
And Anish said, well, that does have a minus, and that minus is you allow me to trade off and compromise your structure somewhat. But then he continued with the trade here on f3 and played c6, arguing that he's not afraid of what his trade had wrought, which is the opening of the G file. And Wesley said, okay, thanks for opening the file, and now let me put my rook here, knight to f6. And Wesley is now looking, you could see there, he's staring at that king. He's trying to figure out, do I have anything over there? Can I sack a rook right now?
Wow.
No, a little too early. But he could build up in the position with a move like rook to g3. And right about now, you better pay attention. Don't make any quiet moves. A move like c5, for example, and you see the engine going completely crazy. It wants to, in this position, play the move d5.
Oh, my.
The point being, if you decide to take here, it's time to double rooks. And, boy, don't put the pawn on g6. We already see mate coming, this sacrifice. You're in big trouble. And if you play knight to e8, now we understand why d5 was played to take here. And look at these gorgeous pieces for White.
Now that's harmony.
That is absolutely and wishful thinking, by the way. But why not just put those moves on the board? He would spot it coming a mile away is Anish and play the move king to h8, allowing the doubling on this line, and then rook to g8 and saying, okay, what exactly do you have? How do you beat me? My position is rock solid. Your queen can't show up anywhere. Your bishop certainly can't attack the dark squares. So what do you have? And Wesley decided he didn't have anything in that line. And instead, after knight to f6, he played f5, trying to break up black's position somewhat.
Is he giving up the d4 pawn?
Yeah, I was about to say, can I take a pawn? I was about to ask.
Sorry, I stole your line.
No, yeah. It's a good line. You're welcome to use it.
Well, let's show the line. If you take, and take.
Yeah.
Now rook to d1, trying to chase your queen away
takes f6.
from the knight on f6.
Right.
And your queen has nothing else to do. Well, it has two moves. You could play queen h4, or you could be Yasser and take on b2 and just ask the question, what do you have here?
Right.
And this position could end in a draw right now.
End in a draw?
Yeah, because I play rook d2.
Oh, rook d2.
And don't touch
the rook.
Don't touch the rook.
Because if queen takes f6.
Queen f6.
Okay,
and now if you try to play g6, what's the key?
Bishop e4?
There you go. Well done. Bishop to e4.
You're ready to sack.
Rook g6 is coming, or bishop g6 is coming, and you are toast.
Ooh, but that's nice.
That's a nasty move, meaning you have to move your queen, and there's only one place. Can't go here, can't go here, can't go here. It has to go here. And now white plays rook to d3, and then you go back to b2. And luckily for black, white has no extra fill to add somehow in this position.
Rook b3? Because if you go queen d4, I have e3.
Rook b, and if you go to d4, you said
h4.
e3.
Yeah, we're back to the h4 square. Even d6 is a move now.
But you got to give Nasi credit. She drove your queen off the diagonal
to a new diagonal. But by the way, queen h4 here,
Rook
there
b4,
is
right?
rook b4.
Yeah.
No,
So
that's genius.
It is. But check this out.
I don't have
queen
bishop
takes.
F2.
No, at the end
Oh
of
wait,
the
there's
line.
queen f2 also. That's a funny line.
Queen f2 and
Queen f2, and if you take
G1.
on f6, there's queen g1 check. And that spoiled that party.
You run out of mating material.
So in this position here, there is rook to f4.
Amazing.
And you have to be a bold person if you're black to walk this tightrope.
3 pawns.
Because guess what? You know what? Yours only one move here.
Queen b2?
Queen back to b2. Kind of party.
Ding, ding, ding.
Playing.
We have a winner.
Queen just dancing around, go back
Crazy.
to b2. What a completely crazy line. Worth the risk if you're Wesley, by the way, to play a line like this.
Because you've got a perpet.
Because you've got a nice perpet if you want to. You've got +1 in the tournament so far, not bad.
And if your opponent blunders anywhere
along this march,
you win.
That's it. So very
F5.
interesting line. F5 doesn't necessarily do anything special, but it does sniff around your king a little bit, which is never comfortable. So we'll see what Anish does as he goes into a deep think. He's got plenty of time on the clock. Oddly, this 7-minute lead on Wesley So in a rapid game, that doesn't happen too often.
But by the way, you feel a little annoyed as black. If you play f5 and you don't take the pawn on d4, you feel like your opponent got away with one.
Agreed.
They got rid of the double pawns. They weakened the kingside squares a little bit. So if you don't take on f5 and don't take on d4, then you've got to feel compromised. What are you going to do? Go rook e8 and rook takes e6? You're going to go queen d6 and queen takes.
All of those moves are fine, by the way. But
yeah, of course.
But you're right.
It
seems like your opponent should be punished for
How
getting
dare
away
you
with this move.
sneak in a little undoubling, if you will, going on. Going to go around the board, around the horn a little bit. I'm just going to check in. And by the way, he captured on f5.
He's going to take
queen
d4.
takes f5. And now you're almost obliged, by the way, to take on d4.
But he
because
might think
you've
about
just
it
posted
first.
the queen up on f5.
Right. And you don't want to give white the center with the pawns. So.
Exactly. I mean, you could play rook e8 and after, I don't know, a move like e3 and rook e6, and you could make
rook g3 is coming. Yeah, rook g3, you double rooks.
But then you're
There's
passive.
flow.
And d4, d5 is constantly lurking. So I think it's queen takes d4 or bust at the moment for Anish, but that's a challenge that he's going to face. Where would you like to take it?
Well, we'll definitely keep our eye on this.
Of course.
The moment is coming quickly.
I think we should check Sindarov on Foreest. They're just...
Whoa.
A lot has happened, so we need to catch up.
Okay, so this was
like
the... this is the King's Indian defense game where I said black will have his counterplay with the knight on d4, and white is going to aspire to put a knight on e6.
Look at that move.
Ooh, that's a visual. Queen takes
Stylish,
d4.
even if it leads nowhere.
But, excuse me,
We have a better pawn, yes, of course.
Dang, I would be terrified that pawn... Really? I'd absolutely be terrified.
How do you get past e7?
I guess we'll put the rook on...
Okay.
How do you get past a bishop on e5 and a rook on e7?
Yeah.
I'll put a rook on f7. I'll torture you all day.
How do you put the rook on f7?
Well, I'll move my bishop, go rook c7, rook f7.
No, but I'm playing rook e7 next
right
move.
away.
Oh. What, you're going to shut me down?
If I give you 3 tempi, then yeah.
I mean...
Okay, so you get a fortune. Okay, so what I need to do is to put a rook on the 3rd rank. Somehow I want to make sure that this pawn never... I want to put my bishop on d5. I want to put my pawn on g4. want to put my
Everything
king
on
on
white squares.
g3
Yeah.
and go h4 and open up the
King on
h5.
G3 and allow bishop E5?
King on g2 and open up the h file.
Wants to checkmate with rook h1.
This guy wants a lot of things.
Hey, you know, like, my needs are great.
Black is not going.
And black is
just
not
sit
allowed
there
to move.
and watch you
Bishop
do all
e5,
this.
king g7.
Well, you see, that's what Michael Schuber called it. One player is doing, and the other player is watching. I want you to watch me do my thing. Okay.
Yeah, that's
G4, king G2, bishop D5, and H4 is
Meanwhile,
my
black
business.
plays rook e7, bishop e5, king g7.
And just
stands, yeah.
You
and
got
put a rook on H8 if you go to the H file.
Exactly. Okay, so we'll put some move on the board. Let's just do it. G4, rook E7, very good move. King G2, bishop E5. Did you say?
No. Hold on.
Or
Are you
bishop
going to play
F3?
F3 if I play rook F4? Just asking.
Yes.
Okay, so that's what you want to do.
Yes. So
And then when I play D3,
can I play
Hold
rook
on.
D1 and let's just put some moves on the board. I'll do what you want, and you put your king on G7. So I got some position like this, let's say. Oops, sorry. And I think what Nasi was just saying is, you got a fortress. You
Right.
just dark squares. H4.
I can actually use the f8 rook to be active.
Yeah, this guy goes
b8, b2, something like that.
right, and I was trying to get in H4.
I mean, you're talking about a fortress. Right now, I'd be upset at you. I'm trying to win the game.
and there's you can overplay your hand.
I mean, I play rook B8 here, for example. What can be wrong with rook B8?
Nothing.
Yeah, and that d pawn can become dangerous too.
Right? Before I even get a chance to checkmate you, I've got to play a little bit. I don't want to see rook B2. I'm not afraid of rook A2, but yeah. All right.
This is very hard to believe.
We'll put this on pause. I'm going to go
Anything's
between
happening here.
two.
Oh, by the way, bishop F4 and D3, D2 would also get your attention.
In Jordy's game? Oh, hold on. Let me
So
refresh.
this position is not going anywhere.
Right.
In the meantime, Anish did take the pawn on D4.
Of
And
course.
as you
Let's
mentioned, strong players have a way of trying to punish you or daring you if you say, you know what, I'm just going to get away with this. I cannot let you get away with it. Even if Queen E7 was a better move,
Right.
I can't let you get away with getting F5 and undoubling your pawn
pawns.
and giving me this pawn. Let me see.
Right.
And the reality is Queen E7 was actually quite a fine move.
I'm
but
sure.
it doesn't matter because Anish is not afraid.
He was afraid. He didn't go for pawn number 2. He said, let me put
He's
my
not
queen
afraid,
on
he's
H4.
just not too greedy. Just one is enough.
But this is dangerous, though.
Just a
is.
second.
This is dangerous. This move was not the best move.
Because rook G3, rook H3,
He already
and
played
rook
rook
G1.
g3. Yeah.
The queen isn't actually safe on H4.
No, rook G1 is next, and then rook H3.
Precisely.
And what did you do this for?
Your pawn
And
on
what happens
H6.
if I just go back queen d4 after all that?
But H6 is hanging.
How?
Rook
No, king h8. I'll play one prophylaxis move.
King,
King H8.
H8.
You don't have a tempo.
Rook to G1.
So here I was thinking, okay, g7 is hanging.
Yeah.
I don't want to play rook g8. That's so ugly.
It is ugly.
But I have to. Okay,
But
let's
I
say rook
think it's
g8.
required. And I
Maybe
think
e3 to prepare rook h. No, f6 knight is no longer hanging, right? Actually, it is.
It
It
is.
is with queen f6 now. with
Yeah,
But
checkmate.
your rook eight, your king H8 opens you up.
Let me just show what.
Yeah.
And
Oh,
the
no.
point was,
That's nasty.
this is nasty. That's a checkmate. So that's,
Let's go back
We do
one
have a
move.
move,
In this
by the way.
position, in this position right here, after king H8, there's rook H3.
Immediately, without rook g1.
Yeah, because you don't need to stop queen G5.
Gotcha.
right.
Oh, you're right.
So by the way, we
But we
did
have
have
a move.
a move.
Anish played a rook d8. And I guess he plans to go knight e8.
Queen H4, rook to G3, rook to D8 on the board.
We have a couple of moves.
Rook to G1, knight to E8 as you prescribed.
That allows bishop e4.
But that's isn't that it?
I think he's running king f8. Like in the first game, remember he had the king on e7?
Get on your running shoes
against Javokhir, right? And he survived.
and just his king was on. You're right,
He believes in king on e7 now.
right. King's
That's
coming.
looking suspicious.
It sure is, but I don't see the
There's
immediate
nothing else, right?
time to run. Right, I don't see
But
the
do
immediate
you run
win.
far? There's always rook e3.
You mean let's go? Let's just see, because what you're saying is there's no
There's got to be something, right?
there's no burrow. It's not like you're nicely insulated.
Even if you go
somehow.
all the way to c7 or c8, I don't think you're safe there either. No.
But at least you're getting away from these two rooks on the open G file.
But the rook on G3 is very flexible. This is
Can go to b3.
dangerous.
Big
Anywhere.
time.
Anish is playing with fire in this position.
Yeah, but he's got a pawn. Maurice, it's okay. He's got a pawn.
You got me coughing with that last one.
He's got a pawn. I'm going to quickly jump to the game of Fabi and Pragg because, again, these are two of our current tournament leaders, early days. Pragg tied for first at the moment. And check it
Fabi
out.
is at 50%, but
And Fabi's at 50%, but Pragg is tied for first. We did see an F5.
so Fabi waited for f5 to then play g4.
Okay. And this
Rook F2.
knight, I'm assuming,
Goes to e7.
knight to e7. But this knight is the problem. This knight's okay. This knight has a circuit. Maybe rook f7 and knight f8 and knight g6 is the way that Pragg has to approach this position. It's very, very closed. And in these tight quarters, it's important that each one of your pieces has a good square. There's a lot of good pieces. In my opinion, this knight is bad, this bishop is bad. And so you want to think to yourself, how do I improve?
It's going to take 20 moves.
Well, maybe 2, maybe 3.
I was thinking about the bishop.
Oh,
Where
the
does
bishop. Oh, yeah, bishop. There are
give up
pieces
on that bishop.
there are pieces you can improve. There are pieces that are doomed.
Hopeless.
Hopeless. They're not working. Knight e7. There we go. Okay, so the knight is swinging around, and by the way, you don't want to capture on f5 when the knight can recapture on f5. That's a French defense player's dream, to get the knight on f5. All right, we think that this is a long game with both players having 10
I haven't
minutes.
looked at Levon's game in a while.
All right.
Against Leinier, he does have a 10-minute time advantage. But you tell me, Yasser, positionally, do you think Levon has enough here
1, 2, 3, 7. 1, 2, 3,
say
4,
he's
7.
better?
No.
No, right?
No. You know, in truth, we can play the move f5 and captures this pawn. There's a slight concern if all the rooks go off the board. Black is the one with the passed pawn, after all. So I
bishop, yeah.
wouldn't think that this offers white that much. Although I must say, I like the fact that I'm the one with the king, and this king is kind of like stuck a little bit. I'd say it's even.
It's even.
Yeah.
And let's check one more game. Awonder against Vincent. I just noticed that Vincent's down to 5 minutes. Position does look fine, but it's still an early middle
Okay.
game.
Absolutely.
And he might get into serious time trouble.
Well, I noticed that the B file opened up. There's no longer a weak pawn on B4, and this
Some pieces are coming up. Maybe
I
bishop
don't-
e6. Maybe he's going to trade everything and simplify.
Well, it's not that you have an easy life. A6 is potentially weak. Is there a sighting? A queen A7?
You are ready to hunt any pawns available.
Oh boy! I mean, I feel like a bloodhound. I've got.
You're not worried about rook b6 and your queen possibly getting trapped there?
Maybe. Let's go. Let's just have a
queen.
Have a look-see. Takes.
Queen c5 now, maybe?
Yeah, just post up. Oh, I
Look at
can't play knight c4 because
Pawn is
e4.
hanging.
I beg.
Maybe
Yep.
Eval's saying black is actually better, so
After taking
after
on
queen
e6.
c5, yeah.
So maybe we have to keep that in our pocket.
It's one
Bishop
of those
c4.
positions that's very misleading. White looks better, but actually engine prefers black slightly.
Remarkable. I would not have guessed that. I would have thought that white still for choice. All
I'm
right.
starting to get this feeling like this round is one of those that has a slow burn.
Yep.
You start off with this build, and then all of a sudden the explosion occurs. And there's some games that are bugging me. Certainly that Anish game,
Yeah, that's bugging me too.
Wesley has put a queen on h6. And I'm sorry, you could put all the track shoes on you want. That king on e7,
It's the hunt.
that is not what you're taught. Positional chess is all about, is let's just take our king from one side to the other side where it may not be that safe
Anyway,
either.
right.
So it is there now. King to e7. Anish has put on his track shoes with this king. Or did he play it? Yes, he has played the move, king to e7. And you know Wesley is just, look at him.
Hawk-like stance.
Absolutely staring and saying, what do I need to do to hurt this guy's feelings? The bishop is in the way at the moment. It doesn't need to be pointed on that diagonal anymore. It needs another square where we'll have some potency. E4 is just too abstract at the moment. It did its job. Now where does the bishop go so that the rook can then enter e3 with check? Can you stop the king from running to the other side? Probably not.
Interesting.
But here he goes. He's played bishop to c2.
Essentially getting the bishop out of the way.
Yes.
And maybe redirecting it into the towards the f7
Let's
pawn.
say I go king d6. I'm
King
very
d6.
brave.
Yes. All right.
Give me a check if you want.
I want to go inside.
You're going after f7, okay.
It's simple chess. Simple chess. At the moment, I didn't want to see you go to c7, right? And I was
No,
hoping.
maybe I will. I do have an extra pawn.
Oh, you're just going to give it back?
Yeah.
Okay.
That means my king will be safer. And then a rook d7.
Yeah. Okay.
This is organized black's pieces.
Yeah.
Organized or disorganized? Because
No, organized. Because now the rook goes to d8.
Double the rooks.
Now
It's
rook
funny, I
d8.
can't give you a check on f4. I was going to play
There's
rook
still
to g4.
some ideas. You can play a5, put your queen on b6 maybe, rook on b3, but yeah, black will start to have some counterplay with the doubled rooks on the d file.
I really wanted to play rook g4, queen f4, and missed. Get your king into an awkward position. All right, bishop c2 on the board. Maybe king d6.
Why not?
Why not?
What's the saying when if you say A, say B or something?
Say,
You
gotta
played
say,
king e7.
If you said if you played king e7, it's time to run. Okay.
No, bishop c2 is highly dangerous, and this rook on g3 is going to be the reason. That's the differentiating factor. The rooks no longer need to be on the g line.
Right.
Right? Like, that's...
And there are three compelling squares along the third rank.
Maybe...
f3, e3, b3.
f3, e3, b3. Yeah, exactly. And a move like king d6, for example, you went after the pawn with the queen, but the queen is going to be able to come back at any point. It's an extremely flexible piece. Why not play rook f3?
Yep.
And ask the salient question.
Yeah, what are you going to do?
What's the plan?
Yeah.
You don't want to push that pawn and weaken all your light squares.
I don't want to play knight f6 and toss away my g-pawn either. And coming back feels like I'm just encouraging.
Apparently it's
Well, here you can't run the king to c7 anymore. Because queen g8 can happen.
Your move, Yasser, queen g8.
Wow. Okay.
So I'll have to play f6, but that's bad, yeah.
That's not a nice thing that we just did to the knight on e8.
All right, Anish played rook d6, not king d6. He got scared to run with the king.
Okay, that looks like a reasonable idea. So he's ready to meet rook e3 check with covering up.
Maybe king d8?
Or, well...
Possibly. There's queen g8, right?
Yeah, maybe king d7. Although in that case, there's again...
Wesley very quickly played bishop b3, which turns out to be a questionable move.
But I think this was a part of his plan when he moved his bishop from e4.
Of course.
To,
keep an eye on f7.
And at the same time, play rook e3 and not allow that rook e6 move.
Now Anish could counterattack. Rook f6. I want to take your pawn on f2 and checkmate you. Plus, I'm defending f7.
A line of play I fully understand, and I'm fully behind.
Well,
Rook
a turnaround
f6.
that would be rook f6.
Rook f6 is it's
great move, right?
I love the
found it.
offensive as well as defensive moves.
Absolutely.
And that is
bishop b3 was a mistake.
A good defensive
allowing
moves.
this great move, and suddenly Wesley's the one who finds himself under a little bit of pressure. Remember, he vacated the diagonal towards his king and the protection by his bishop. So the bishop could have been on g2 instead. But now rook f2 is threatening mate. Your king is a little less protected, although you can use your rooks. But as soon as the black rook gets to d8, suddenly it looks as though white's pieces are stretched two different sides of the board. They're not really well coordinated.
Let me just show you one line I was having a gander at. Rook d1, rook f2, rook e3 check. You know, that was why I played rook d1 to try to get the king in the crosshairs. King f8, that's a checkmate, but after king f6...
You don't have any good checks.
I think I may have a... I'm the one with an issue because I don't have a way of checkmating the king.
Incredible line.
Whoa, whoa, whoa. That suddenly goes all wrong for Wesley.
Yeah, the momentum in this game has shifted after that rook f6 move. And Wesley down to 630 and looking for something. That bishop on b3, he spent 2 moves playing, bishop c2, bishop to b3. The point being, let me hit f7. Let me put some pressure there. And your opponent absorbed the hit and used it to create a hit of his own. That's some deep martial arts, by the way. I'll tell you, coming from a martial arts family, that's how you do it. You attack me, and I use your attack to attack you.
Okay.
And here it comes.
Well,
the rook
let's just
creating threats.
Well, let's look at something very direct. How are you handling a check? You got to go
d7.
King to d7. Yeah.
Maybe you should play f3 and save the pawn.
Well, let me just ask you another question. Where are you going? Check.
Both king, maybe knight d6.
Okay. Can I maybe oh, they didn't like
f2.
Oh, queen f2, rook f3. Oh dear. You know what I was trying to do was play queen takes d6 on a good day. Okay. So
we do have this on the board, but I think Wesley will play f3 here. He can't allow... Yes, there we go.
You can't allow rook f2. Well, he dealt with the issue of rook f2, and he's looking at bishop f5 check and rook e7. In Wesley's mind, he's not seeing what we're seeing. He's not seeing an evaluation of even. He's thinking, I'm hunting, and Anish's king can't escape.
How are you hunting black's king on the queen side when our queen is on h7?
Well, you're going to play king c7. I'll go rook e7 check, and I'll bring my queen back.
Wishful thinking, yes.
By the way, I'm very optimistic. During my calculations.
I think that the main point of this position, as far as Wesley's concerned, is that you cannot move the knight on
g7. You can't
the e8 square because g7's hanging.
Right.
And as long as he keeps this discoordination, you can flail around all you want, but you can't move your knight.
Right.
And if you can't move your knight, you cannot really connect your pieces. So let's just shut things down. But
rook d8. Look at this.
Look at Anish. She's saying, I'm not going to move my knight. I'm going to make my other pieces work. So your bishop may not have any real effect. So let's just call knight and bishop neutralized. But my majors are starting to jump into the game, including this rook into the attack now, or at least into the game with rook to d8. And what do you have? The dark squares are the problem for white. White can't overwhelm black along the dark squares with the light squared bishop. So black's going to dance along dark squares. Look at his majors have already graduated to dark squares.
Right.
His king's about to do it as well. And I'm going to say, what are you hitting? Show me.
Kind of like checkers, right? You're dominating the light squares, but Anish is putting all of his pieces on dark squares. The bishop is therefore not that effective. And I see the eval bar wants white to get a perpetual or a repetition or something. I'm not sure I see why it's triple zeros. It looks like
Black looks better, right?
Yeah, a good game with an extra pawn at the moment.
By the way, we need to see the game between Javokhir and Jorden.
All right.
As
the bishop's of opposite color, but it's white who's the one enjoying the moment.
We assumed this would be an easy draw, but no,
I didn't make such an
assumption.
assumption.
Of course. We were fighting you, yes.
No, this looks great for white. That rook
suddenly,
the rook on e7 is trapped, and the king will march up the board.
Yeah.
There's also rook h1. You're going to be in playing defense mode. Rook b1.
White has too much freedom in this position.
I mean, this just looks like pure defense, and the clock will matter momentarily. So that's Javokhir feeling like
he's
I
in
can
the driver's
do something with this position. It's not over, but it's very uncomfortable for black for sure.
Agreed. Bad position for Jorden and Foreest. Want to go to the game of Levon and Leinier? They've found themselves. This has got to be one of the ugliest pawn structures you're ever going to see. So take a good look at it right now. And after the game, say to Levon, I learned so much about pawn structure from you. He'll love you for for boldly pointing out the obvious. King f6, and Leinier is saying, the moment I play rook h2 and rook c2, you're going to be begging for a repetition with king d3 and king e3.
But yeah, as bad as Levon's structure is, he can easily hold this endgame.
Because he's got a very active rook. And he's
I actually want to take you to Fabi's game against Pragg, because it's a critical moment. If Praggnanandhaa finds this next accurate move, first it's Fabi to move, but I'm assuming he's going to retake the pawn.
With
the pawn?
With the pawn, yes. And he's just done it?
Okay, queen d3. There's also this g5 move from black that was...
G5? Oh, no, 100%. That's, I understand that you want to exploit the...
But you're winning the pawn.
yeah, but it's my king. I've lifted...
It's still
but
available,
even stronger...
Queen d3.
By the way, black's doing great, but knight g6 is coming.
That's what I'm looking at.
And your f-pawn looks like toast.
Okay, but
Fabi has lost control of this position, and here comes Pragg.
He's just now ready to play the move knight f2, boot the queen out of dodge, and then on a good day play f5, open up the g file and sack mate.
Now this looks, from the French defense, black's position, this is a dream.
Well, okay, a move, knight.
I still like g5. I want to win the pawn.
g5. Oh my goodness.
How is black's king weak here? All white pieces are so passive.
Well, again, it was about 10 moves ago. I felt that the bishop on e3 and the knight on d1 were doing nothing. They haven't moved, so guess what? They are doing nothing. But when you play a move like g5,
g5 is a spicy move to be sure.
F5?
But shouldn't we be looking at the most direct move, which is
knight
we got the c file for a reason?
Rook c8.
Why don't we double and prepare a monstrous incursion on the square?
All right, let's look
and force you to start playing defense. The queen is going to be relegated to the back rank in a moment.
Hold on, but knight f2, get that queen out of dodge. I want to take away the c2 control, the control of the c2 square. Go home, go away. G6.
Okay, let's go all the way.
H7, A6?
H7.
All the way home. There we go.
Should I trade with rook c1?
Don't do it. It's going to get taken. You know your rule.
Yeah.
Eat all pawns.
Rook c2 is monstrous. I don't think I like queen b1 because I don't think I like the ending, but maybe I'm forced to play queen b1. Okay, I'll play queen b1. Close my eyes. Queen b1.
Well, this is just a straight ending. And
Yeah, it's just worse.
why
right?
is
Long-term.
why is the black not happy to trade and put the rook on c2?
Okay, then I'll trade rooks and maybe king g3. I still aspire to f5 one day. I don't know, or could I trade everything and play rook to c1? I don't know if I'm worse in that ending. Maybe I am.
You should be.
Yeah, maybe I am.
Because there's only one open file in the endgame that black is.
Well, let's see the line.
completely
Trade.
controlling it.
Let's go. Let's
Trade.
go. Let's play the variations down.
Okay. Oops.
Don't
that
do
was
that.
supposed to
Prague's
be
down to 2.5 minutes, by the way. Probably calculating g5.
likely. Takes. Rook c2. Come on down. And now, again, just to pause here, because I do have rook b2. But
You can
okay.
take and go king g3.
You know, well, your biggest problem is going to be h5. That's going to be your biggest
I
problem.
love that
At
move.
the end
That
of the
pawn chain
day,
is going to crack.
You
if
play
you
the
make
take.
no trades. No.
no
b2.
trades.
Rook, c,
Rook is too good. Why are we trading?
rook b2, but there's rook c7.
But then knight
Oh,
does
knight
rook
c6,
c7
knight c6, yeah.
Well, hold on a second, because this is the kind of...
We didn't guess his move, by the way.
Uh-oh.
He played
we didn't,
knight c6.
we didn't guess his move.
We had, I think, 3 knight moves. He chose the fourth one.
Okay.
No, that would have been very good for black.
Something.
But instead, he's played this move, knight to c6, not understanding the maybe he didn't see queen h7, by the way. Maybe that was the problem. He didn't see the move queen h7. But this position now, it's on a razor's edge. Both
Fabi,
sides.
Or, okay.
Very concerned is Fabi, though, because he thought he was attacking, and now suddenly he's had to shift and try to figure out how to coordinate his pieces. They're both now in the 3 minute range, 2 minute range. This game is chaotic. Too many things on the board to have only 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah.
I suspect a blunder is going to happen in this game.
By the way, I think Prague has done exceptionally well. There was a knight on d7 that I was crying about. Now the knight on e7 looks so much better because h6, h5 is a constant concern for white. You don't want to lose control over the f5 square. If black ever gets to play knight on e7 to f5, French player's dream.
Now, this is fantastic for black, at least in terms of the tension on the board, the pressure.
Right.
By the way, Sindarov just played the move rook to h1, and you cannot save the pawn. Knight f2
By the
played
way,
in this game.
Knight f2,
Queen
instantly
c3
queen
offered.
c3.
But let's just very quickly jump over to the Sindarov game to show this one point. Right here, rook h1. Rook h7 is made by g4.
Oh,
and then g5.
And that's beautiful.
And this, in fact, is what's transpiring.
3 connected.
What are you supposed to do about if this pawn goes one more step? You're in big trouble. This game, I mean,
well, it's over.
It's terrible. Actually, he wants to play g5, not even take the free pawn on h5. He wants to play g5, and the pawns are rolling.
Yeah.
This is awful.
Jorden knows it.
And he does know it, and here he is trying to deflect his opponent's attention from the h-pawn, but he doesn't want the h-pawn. He wants to play the move g5
King
and
f3.
possibly even f5. Whoa.
Yeah.
That's going to be disastrous.
And that's going to be...
And by the way, look at the time situation, too.
6 minute difference and 48 seconds for Jorden.
Yeah, no...
Let's go g5 and f5. There's no stopping this pawn.
Jordan's first journey, his debut as a full tour participant. And yeah, it's tough as a rookie breaking into...
We've got to jump to Wesley's game with Anish. Anish has played a spectacular move. It
Rook
says,
f3.
Yeah, it just says it's only equal, but let's go back a couple of moves just to get into this position.
Wow.
Sweet.
It looked like one side was attacking, but could we go back?
Yeah.
A couple of moves, and right here, he played queen f2.
Well, he played the move queen g8 with the direct intention of capturing either on f7 or g7. Queen f2 says, let me tickle the rook. Would you like to go rook check? No, says Wesley. I want to maintain my attack. Me too. Rook takes f3.
Perpetual, right?
Well, b3 is hanging.
Will he do that, you think?
What?
Well, I don't know.
No. There's rook d2 check, and you lose the knight on e8. You take on f3.
Okay.
That's
Let's
right.
see the line.
3.
And rook g2. If you go
Well,
queen
first of all, black has a pet in his pocket.
Right.
Always
but you
does.
have to take it.
But I'm greedy. Did I tell you I was greedy?
But you lose the knight. Rook d2 check.
Rook d2 check.
Rook d8 and
Pause. I don't know. Knight d6, rook d6.
Rook d6.
Oh, we have a result.
we have a draw between Awonder and Vincent, as expected.
Nothing much happened in that game. Sorry,
Did
I'm going to
Vincent make
refresh.
3 draws today?
Yes.
Not
I have a
much.
lot of
Because
draws.
it was a piece up against Javokhir, but that was the perpetual check.
Yes, no. He just made 3 draws, not much. But he's fine with draws. He's
Well, as you said, he's assured of getting to the finals with 2 good results. Good result.
for now
here.
he can just
A top
chillax.
5 result. Let's just say. And
Still wants to win the tournament though. He's not going to draw his way to victory.
Of course. No.
But rook f3 on the board. This move says, I have a perpet. I don't care what you're doing.
Wait, Wesley
But
queen f8.
what-
Wesley did not touch the rook.
But Wesley,
Wow. Double exclamation
queen
mark, by
f8.
the
They're
way.
trading double exclams.
Wow. Emery Tate would be
Another double exclam. King c7 was played.
would be happy. Like, look at these. Whoa. No. 3 great moves in a row, double exclamation marks. There was a book, Double Exclam.
You know what?
And
What's the top move here?
if
Are
you play
ready for
a5,
this? No.
What?
Bishop e6.
stop it. But by
Because
the
you
way,
can take, then I have queen f3 finally.
but it makes a lot of sense, right?
does.
Because I want to play queen c7, queen e7 check, but I don't want to face the consequences of rook d7. So bishop e6.
It's a crazy move.
That's insane if that lands on the board. I am sorry.
But I'm sorry, when you said
Wesley has 1 minute to find it.
when you said that this crazy moves, I instantly thought a5 so I could go rook e7 check and take your knight. By the way, why don't I play rook e7? I'm
Question,
assuming
maybe
it's king b6.
King b6, yeah.
Because otherwise, if you go back, I'll take the
Also,
knight.
first, why aren't we taking on e8? We should probably show that, right? The knight is hanging on e8
Okay, why aren't we taking on e8?
because of the mate on h2, right?
Rook
Well,
h-
trade and take on b3.
Oh, that's the
That's
reason?
simple chess. And
But they are gonna make the repetition. Yes,
they
found
bailed.
no repetition.
Wesley said, no need to take any chances.
Okay. Wesley said, I'm making it to the finals. How about you?
No, Wesley said, I'm ahead in this tournament right now. How about you?
And there you go. We do have the...
And all the excitement has led to just a simple repetition.
Wow, but
What a game.
they were trading some pretty impressive blows. If he had played bishop e6, and the players have called the arbiter bill over to make the repetition
And that's
claim.
a draw. Let's jump to Sindarov because he is close to winning his game. He has 3 connected passers.
Oh, my goodness.
But we know that in opposite color bishop endgames, still things could happen.
Right. And I mean,
It's not going to be easy.
I'm sorry, you don't see 3 connected passers every day.
no.
Well, at this level especially.
No.
This is insane.
And they're so beautiful. They are
just
just...
lovely.
Okay.
And of course, he's going to sacrifice after f6 to get rid of those. But that pawn on e6 is no ordinary pawn.
It's monster.
Yeah, you can see the body language. Sindarov knows this game is winning.
For sure. Well,
Wesley is currently in the lead in the tournament.
yes, he was a +1, but so was Prague.
Yes, I'm saying currently Wesley's in the lead.
Yes.
But he can be caught
And
or even passed
by Praggnanandhaa.
by that last result he had.
Right.
So +1 is okay, but here comes Javokhir looking to get to +1 himself.
As well.
And Prague will have to get back to his position against Fabi because he is better. Fabi apparently just blundered. Fabi just blundered a piece.
What?
This one's winning.
Okay,
This
we
one's
should
technically
clear.
winning. We can
Yeah.
leave this one.
Okay.
As Javokhir is definitely working to win that one. But after, look at this. He played knight c5 on the last move. From an equal position did Fabi, and we can catch up with the players. But his bishop got trapped, and now he's desperately trying to figure out how to get his pieces out. He managed.
But there's rook f3, knight e5, and f6 is hanging. He's going to be down a lot of pawns. But 12 seconds for Pragg.
But this rook on
he needs to take
c3
on
is
f3.
so, well, I could take on e5 as well.
He did it that way.
He did it that way. But, I mean...
But this is not over. If Pragg wins, he will be the sole leader.
Yes.
But this is still not over, right? Knight e5, bishop d4.
Knight e5, king takes f6, bishop to d4.
You do have a check, rook g3.
Yeah. I'm just going to leave the position on live for the moment, everybody. So forgive me that I'm not making the moves on the board. But knight takes e5, king f6, bishop d4. I don't want to say it's a 3-result game because I still think Pragg is much better.
In control, for sure.
But after rook g3 check, and here
I
we
think
go.
We're going to see this on the board.
They've played right into our line. We're expecting rook g3 check.
Maybe just move the king also. Maybe king g5 right
King
away.
g5 and saying, go ahead, take my rook, do me a solid favor. And by the way, where's the discovered check?
No, he's going to give the check for sure, rook g3. A good discovery check? Yeah.
6, 5, 4, 3, 2, finally made a move.
With how much time?
2 seconds.
So now he has 12 seconds? And he did play king g5.
He is sacking his rook.
Yeah, I was about to say.
But you don't want to take that. The c-pawn is unstoppable.
I was wondering where the discovered check was.
Wow, he too can play rook b1, okay.
Okay, is it time to d4 and pass pawns must be pushed and all that good business?
c2, rook c7.
c2, rook c7, is that what I want to do?
Because on d4 I can still block it with knight d3, right?
Fair,
Okay, he's gone rook b4 with the idea of rook e4.
Makes sense. He's trying to position his rook so that after rook e4 he can follow it up with d4 and rook e3. And that makes a great deal of sense to me.
We saw 3 connected pass pawns in the last game.
We may be seeing 4.
We are seeing 4 connected pawns. They just haven't gotten healthy yet.
Right.
But there are 4 connected passers here.
When they get healthy, it's going to. Fabi is going down.
Fabi in big trouble in this position.
He just played the move king f2, sidestepping rook g3.
Rook e4.
But rook e4 is coming.
Rook e4 on the board.
Knight f3 check.
And now desperately dropping back to give another pawn up.
And I'll take that. And I'll move the king back to a nice position. Fabi is trying to get his...
Wait. c2. On rook c8, I have rook c4.
You certainly...
No, but there's a knight d4 side.
Knight d4 check.
Knight d4, that could happen. Sindarov did win that game as we predicted, but now this one, and you see he was not fooled by that last move. He just played rook to e3, solidifying everything, and his king is entering. That's disastrous. Fabi is dead in the water in this position.
100%. That king is incredibly strong, marching. And like you said, we're going to see 4 healthy. The moment we go e5, it's healthy passers.
What powerful and precise play by Praggnanandhaa in this game. Just incredible what he has done.
Impressive.
To overcome Fabi's resistance. And Fabi is just in desperation mode right now. He sees pass pawns everywhere. You're going to see these in his nightmares when he thinks about this position. Now he's just hoping that he's created his own passers.
Okay, hold on.
They are too far.
E5, rook f3.
I mean c2, d4.
D4, c2. There's a lot of good options here for... But Pragg has to find one of them.
12 seconds.
12 seconds.
C2 is playable.
C2 is playable.
C2 and king d3. He's played d4.
It was a little reluctant because of knight c4, but no, knight c4, c2.
C2, exactly.
Yeah. So, okay, d4. I've got to play rook c8. There's no choice. Rook c8. And hope...
Maybe f3 now with rook e2?
Oh, f3 is beautiful.
Oh, this is a disaster.
f3 is a beautiful move.
Yes, he's played it.
Oh, my gosh.
That's going to come as just a...
It's incredible.
It's a bone cruncher to him, because how do you deal with everything coming at you now?
You don't.
With 10
Rook
seconds,
E2.
Pragg is still looking for the best moves.
That's
and
remarkable.
finding them.
I mean, as Maurice would say, good is fine. You know,
Good enough is
perfect
fine.
is the enemy of good. You don't need perfection here. You just need to make sure you don't lose on time.
Pragg can pre-move rook e2.
And-
And
he's stopped to
think about
here,
it. You
but
don't have to
now
think
it's on
about
the
it.
board.
Rook e2. Rook g2 is an automatic.
Oh yeah,
Just
and then
get
rook
the
g1, right?
yeah. Just
and
get the
f-pawn
king
becomes a
king
queen.
away. I love it. Rook g2.
White's pawns are 4 moves away from promoting. Black's pawns are only 2.
2 of them.
So, and 2 of them from promoting. So it's going to be extremely difficult to stop all this. C2
Wow.
on the board, D3 to follow any second now. And we see the knight has dropped back to B3. We can just play D3. It's one
He's
check.
done it.
Nothing serious.
He's done it. You know, the only regret in the position is you don't have your pawn on e6 on the e4 square. You know, so you could say I have 4 pawns connected. like
got
all
enough.
in. I'm all in, guys.
But the king
No, this is hopeless.
Very helpful.
There's just no way to defend this position. He could sack his rook for a knight now and just smile.
Exactly.
The way it's gone. As long as, and now he's dropped his rook back, hoping
King 3.
maybe for some trick, some mating. Was there a mating idea somewhere?
Knight f5 mate? Nope, not there. Not there. There's
No, I think
no
Fabio's down to
cheapos.
8 seconds. Had to make a move.
Rook g2 check, rook g5.
I mean, D2 even is, but I don't want to allow a check. Maybe.
No, I would play rook g2 so
He
fast.
did so. King H3.
He played it.
And now rook to g5, so I can play
Or rook
f2.
G1 also works, right?
I didn't want to allow rook e5. I thought the king was perfect on g3, on e3, sorry. So rook g5 with the idea
Played
of
on the
F2.
board, as you said, Yaz.
Yeah.
This one is just so done. There's just too many pawns. I'm reminded of Labordonnais.
Yeah. The 3 connected fast pawns. on the,
And here we have E5. It's about to be E4 in the intrigue. Bobby wouldn't let it happen.
No.
It was too much torture. What a victory by Pragg to take first place after day 1.
Who picked
Very
Pragg?
Who picked Pragg?
Somebody
I
had
know,
to point that out.
It's early, yeah,
And-
of course. There's
Well, my pick is not so bad either. He's right behind Pragg, but
yes.
our pick, I should say.
This is the only game left.
Hey,
the last
good for
round.
Lienier. I mean, without the f3 pawn, it's a dead draw. With the
got 2
extra,
pawns.
yeah, it's not so
Have
easy.
some hope. I mean,
Yeah, that
it
you
is
would
easy,
check
though.
from G1. So I'll put a pawn on f6 and put a king on f5, and you'll put a rook, but you won't be able to check me.
If
behind.
Lienier loses this endgame,
He
I'm
will.
going to be shocked.
He will kill himself. That is for sure. Okay, but this one is, and all the other games are result. 2 draws, 2 wins. This is
Yeah,
our
there are
final
only 2
game.
wins. This is our final
And
game.
king will go to g6. I'm assuming. Yep.
Check. At some point, you're going to push F5, right, to change after position.
That Levon's such a good blitz player that he wants to put his rook away.
Closer to the pawn.
He almost went to the a5 square, and he brought it back to b5 to c5 and pressed the clock. Nice.
King F7. Then you're hesitating. We have King F6 on our boards because that's where he went first.
Right?
But then he changed his mind.
And he did put it on f7.
Time to push F5.
If only there were a trick, but these endings defy trickery. But he's going to try.
Okay, that invites another rook check. King f5, another rook check. Levon's just thinking, how? Whoa. Now
No more checks.
But now rook g3, and why
You're
did
giving
I
up the
put our
pawn.
king on the h line, right? Like our king kind of got sides. He's not cheapoing. Levon is
Wow.
not going to cheap. Oh, Lienier this way. Well, maybe. No?
You can keep your 2 extra pawns. I'm still going to hold this.
Well, I notice we have a very special guest in studio who can help us analyze this as well. Wesley, jump in if you...
Actually, you could put a couple more F-pawns.
We are with Wesley So,
And
who is
still
at the
not made
moment in
progress.
second place, tied for second place in the tournament. And Wesley is looking on a bit.
No, I'm kidding. I think if you
Interested.
add 1 F-pawn, it might be losing. If you,
Really? If there was an
We've-
f-pawn on f2, you
I
might...
think you might be losing.
Really?
Because you can try to trade rooks later in the back rank or something.
Okay. And maybe that extra tempo too in a king on endgame or something.
Yes,
Wow.
this one, Levon is looking around to see if maybe there's a trick. He could play this for the next 20 minutes if he wanted to. Well, maybe not 20.
He could make one pawn move every 50 moves.
Exactly. Just keep putting the rook on another square.
Now you see how commentators torture themselves. Thank you for coming and joining us and telling us of that intriguing possibility.
There is the blunder king g6, though, right?
King G.
Oh, rook E6, yes,
Oh, yeah, rook
Nice
E6. Here we go. Finally, we've got a little.
And there is the blunder rook a6. So he did not play. The trade of rooks would be disastrous. But now he can't stop rook e6.
Okay, we go king f7 thereafter and
You
say,
can't even play king f7 now.
yeah, and say just go ahead and do your worst, right? Rook e6, king f7, do your worst. I mean, Levon knows that it's a draw. He's just thinking to himself, how can I put my opponent in a position where he has to make a
Well, next
key
stop is
decision?
rook over somewhere. He put it on h6.
Yeah.
Could have put it a little bit more distant somewhere on b6. Wesley, when you're in a position like this one, you've got the white pieces. What are your thoughts?
Well, Levon's very tricky, and you don't know when's the next time you're going to be 2 pawns up.
Might as well enjoy it.
Yeah, you got to play it until the end.
So you just keep playing, basically.
Yeah.
There's no
you
king
kinda have to.
g5, rook g2, king e5, rook e2. There's no place that white's king can advance
Yeah, he's going to have to
without allowing a
push.
check.
Yeah.
You know this is a draw. Is there some, like, what would you think about to try to trick someone in a position like this, knowing it's a draw?
Well, I guess he's got one hope if he pushes the f-pawn all the way to f7, and then he's got some rook e8.
Rook e8 what,
like
eight?
rook e8 ideas to trade rooks. Like,
Oh, if the rook is
yeah.
on the back rank, you mean?
Like, let's say if he's able to play 2 moves, like king g5, rook d7, then he gets king g6, f6. And
Right.
So basically, black would have to be foolish enough to go passive.
yeah, like if he plays rook a5, then king g5, and white gets some push.
Get a little
push.
Seven, right.
But now I don't see how he can make progress at all. Yeah, rook just waits in the southwest corner.
Did you call it the southwest corner? That's the first
Oh,
time.
no. Is it southwest or? Yeah,
The
it's
first time
southwest.
anybody's refer to it like that. The southwest corner.
Southwest corner.
Really? That's a pretty cool way of describing it. Had to do a double take there.
I think, Carsten Muller, he used to do chess-based videos.
Uh-huh.
So he's a big expert in endgame, so he always says, just wait in the southwest.
That's
I've
cool.
got to watch some Magnus
I used to
Carlsen
watch-
Maybe he had a contract with the airline.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, but now there's no way to make progress at all. Just zero. Because you got to play f6, but then king g6 or king e6.
Right.
Now that you mention it, I'm
Just
from
no way.
Seattle, and we had a major airline, Northwest Airlines. I had a lot of miles with them. They went poof.
Before you get to use it.
Before I got to use it.
Didn't they partner with Delta?
Yeah, I
They
think they
did, yeah,
did.
they
They had a
merged.
merger or something.
And you didn't keep your miles?
I don't know if they were transferred over.
Bro, you can't just
I
let your
mean-
miles go.
I know. I made a big mistake once. I was hosting a party here in St. Louis, and I bragged. I got a gold medal thing from Delta. I had made 500,000 miles, and I did it when Hikaru was at the party, and he said, "Bro, I got 1 million."
I like it, sorry. I thought he said he had more than that.
Oh yeah, now
Maybe he had more than.
Yeah, he's well over 1 million.
think-
How about you, Wesley? You're a big
Yeah.
traveler. You probably
Yeah, I
have 1
think-
million miles.
No, not
under
yet.
your
I
belt.
think I'm like 750.
Oh yeah.
Wow.
Another
it's
one
not-
who
Not nearly good enough.
you left me in the dust 200,000 miles ago. Nice.
Well, now Yasser just stays in St. Louis. and
Now
Doesn't go
Hey,
anywhere.
I'm chill. Well, I went to your part of the country, Miami, recently.
I remember Hikaru during Olympiads before, he would fly to different continents just to get the miles.
I remember he
Double
did that
miles
once.
and
He
triple
flew from the U.S. to like Hong Kong and then got on the next flight and turned back around just so that he would have the extra miles for some status.
And he would play one game on the ICC for the flag being in Hong Kong.
Ridiculous.
That's great.
Well, this one is bordering on the ridiculous as he tries to make a move. Wesley, in this tournament so far, you've only played 3 games, obviously. You got this win in round 1, but it was difficult to get anything afterwards. You did draw your second game against Leinier.
Yeah.
This last game you played, though, was quite interesting. What were you going for there? When you saw how he played, you played with F5 and sacrificed your pawn on D4.
Yeah, I'm just very happy to get the game, to get an interesting game. Also happy not to lose because it was getting so unclear in the end. I thought I had good chances, and then I thought he had good chances. But I endorsed fine. At least I got a good, interesting game. One thing, though, this tournament is much stronger than last year. So it's a given that it's hard to score points.
Yeah, you have all 7 players, or 7 of the 8 players left in the tour in this event. Are you thinking at all about the finals in this event? You are in sort of the middle position. There are 2 players who are clearly ahead of you in points.
Yeah.
But you're kind of in the middle position. You don't want to do badly, and never want to do badly, but there are players behind you who are hungry to see you may be the one who falls apart. Are you thinking about that?
Yeah, for sure, yeah. But actually, I don't want to think about it because last year, also last couple of years, I thought about it and then I never made it. So it's better not to think about it.
I would say so. Sorry to remind you.
No, it's cool, it's cool. But I remember 2 years ago, Maxim had to win his last round against Ding, and he made 27 draws in a row in classical chess. Oh. But then he beat Ding, so then he kicked me out. So actually, much better not to think about it. Take a day at a time. I said a few months ago, top 4 is the goal of every player here. Mm-hmm. And actually, if you think about it, top 4 shouldn't be too hard because there are only 8 tour players now.
Yeah, but 3 of you are doing so well. The 3 at the bottom who are fighting like mad to try to get that 4th spot.
Yeah, that's true. Sindarov also. But I guess it's never finished until the very last.
I mean, this list shows that Fabi and Vincent virtually have their 2 spots.
Yeah.
But there are players who are a few points behind you who would love to see you do badly, and they do really well. Like Pragg, for example, who's in first right now.
Yeah, for sure. Hey, where's Firuja? Oh.
Well,
Poof. Disappeared.
Yeah, but for sure, yeah. I mean, the thing is, if you win one tournament, it's really a big deal. 13 points is a lot, so I haven't won any. Yeah, it would be, I think it's a big deal for any player here to qualify for the finals. Also, then I don't have to change my ticket in my hotel room. But that's obviously the goal for every Grand Chess Tour players to
make it to
But
the
I think
finals.
it's going to be really, really close. It won't be decided till the last couple of days from the Singfield Cup, I think.
All right, we see them still trying to make this one happen.
Yeah, I guess.
Let's get back to the position.
Now the king is cut off too.
Yeah, I love the rook on the G file. He just moved his rook away from
We
the
have
G
Wesley's
file.
game here. We can pull up.
Yeah, I think my last game against Anish was very interesting. At least I got a good game. Also, if he wasn't accurate in the end, I could get winning chances.
Yeah.
But I think it was fun.
Just let the fans see. Ooh, trade.
No.
What are the odds?
No. 0.000%. No trades.
Yeah, one thing Leinier is very good, extremely good at end games, especially technical end games.
I think Levon is smiling. He's ready
I mean,
to make a draw.
he's tried just about everything, has Levon.
Ooh, that was the move 100. King H5.
100 century. Yay.
Does that matter to you, Wesley, to get to 100 moves?
As a commentator, we count those centuries, man, as scars.
Yeah, actually, 100 to reach 100 is nice. That means you had a good fighting game.
Yeah, 100.
I don't get many 100 games. I think one time, the reason why they made Title Tuesday without increment is because I think Hikaru had 7 pawns before, and he would make 1 pawn move every.
And he made like 300 moves, and the tournament was delayed an hour or something. Thanks to the increment. That was hilarious.
He would even count his moves.
Right.
Yeah, this one might go to 150 the way this is going.
But yeah, I mean, I don't see a way to make any progress whatsoever. That's the problem. I mean, he could play forever, but there's no way to improve.
Well, Wesley, you're doing well so far. We won't jinx you by talking about the future. We'll just wish you luck in the rest of your games.
Yeah, I really look forward. Thank you so much.
Thanks for
guys.
joining us.
Thank you, Maurice.
Absolutely. Thank you, Wesley. As we have one remaining game for today, it's a Rapid. Tomorrow we will, of course, be back for 3 more Rapid games. And looking ahead to that, because we do have a clear leader with Praggnanandhaa, who won with the black pieces against
He won
Fabi.
2 in a row. He started with a draw first round and then won 2 games in a row, which is impressive.
Yeah, in this field, absolutely. King
Do you think
G3.
Levon's really going to make another pawn move in about 48 moves?
Unfortunately for us, I suspect he will.
I don't think so. I think he will eventually accept the draw.
Yeah, but very reluctantly indeed. Very reluctantly.
Well, while they're still playing, we do have another special guest with Maurice.
Yeah.
It's Javokhir Sindarov.
Yes, we're with the world champion challenger, Javokhir Sindarov. Javokhir, today it started off a little bit slow. I mean, more or less fighting chess. But you did manage to win this last game. What are your feelings on the way you played, most importantly?
Yeah, I think today I was some game I was lucky, and some game I didn't won when I have absolutely winning position. But in general, I am happy that I finished it +1, because second game was so tricky. Some moment I'm just losing, but I mean, in time trouble maybe I managed to survive this position, and yeah, I'm happy with my result, and I think everything's going well.
I know you're fully focused on this tournament, but do you have your eye on the Final Four maybe? Because you know that there are 3 players who you guys are fighting for that 4th spot, more or less.
Hard to say something, really, because there is a lot of players. But of course I will try my best. We'll see. Pragg playing today fantastic. He won 3 games. He's showing very good chess, and every game he was.
I think he only won 2
insane.
games.
2 games.
No, wait, how? I think he won 3 games.
No,
No.
draw.
First game was a draw.
First game.
He drew his first game.
How? No, he was.
Not very well, obviously. He played with Dominguez.
Okay, then fine.
And now we have a very happy Javokhir.
Wait, I think he won that game. Okay, then I'm still have a good chance.
Well, glad we could help there, clear things up.
Yeah, I thought he won, because he have insanely. I mean, the time. I mean, his opponent was in time trouble, and I thought he won. But okay, in general, I don't think about other players. I only I mean, short game. I watched some other games, and then I realized Pragg is doing very well. So I think he will be one of the favorites in this tournament. About myself, I can say just we'll see tomorrow, because what I remember, in Warsaw I also finished +1 in first day, and second day I lost 3 in a row. So I will try to manage don't lose 3 in a row tomorrow.
All right, well, we definitely wish you luck. You're doing well so far, and we won't jinx you at all.
Yeah.
Good luck in the rest of your games.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you, Javokhir.
All right, guys, this game is still going on.
Right?
We might be here all night.
We'll interview the entire field of players, and
They will still be playing.
they'll still be playing with one Incr.
We might interview the 3 leaders and have to come back and order dinner.
That's always a good feeling when you realize your opponents haven't won all of their games, and you're in second place and you're doing just fine. That was nicely done.
They're on move 114.
114.
But Levon hasn't even changed anything in the last 15 moves.
Not at all.
The king is still on the h file, the pawn's still on f6. Okay, he's giving up 1 pawn now.
Here we go. What cheapo does he have in mind? Take
How can there be a
the
cheapo?
pawn.
I like how Lienier's thinking before taking the pawn.
Exactly.
Get a little bit of a
does-
smile on his face, just like.
Well, it does reset the 50 move rule too, right? That's the capture.
Okay, I think they're going to make a draw now.
King e6.
Just don't go to the
Black
g
could
file.
fall into the trap of King G7
No. And allowing rook
and
e4.
still draw the game
Oh,
just for fun. Although you don't want an oops moment there.
yeah.
But yeah, he's very professional about it.
Okay, they're still
And
gonna
they're
play this.
still going at it.
For sure.
Levon hoping also that the time, maybe his opponent will fall asleep and let the time run out. We'll let him keep doing that, but
Right.
we have our leader in the tournament, and that is Praggnanandhaa.
after a very eventful day. Prague, I always want to know the first thing, how do you feel you played today? I know you're in first place, but sometimes that doesn't reflect how well somebody feels they played.
Yeah, I think the last two games were good. The first game I could have put more pressure, but I can't complain too much after scoring +2 in a day. So I think overall it was a good day for me.
That last game with Fabi was rich, crazy, complicated. Did you feel you were in trouble at any point?
Yeah, I was. It felt like unpleasant position for me because I was not having space. But still, I felt if I can get my pieces to a decent squares, I should always have some counter. And once I got this knight takes d4, I felt maybe I am even taking over. My sister pointed out I had probably an easier win with rook f3 instead of knight e5, but I just didn't see it. Finish was nice. I mean, you don't get to have these 4 pawns, 4 pawns like this, so I'll take that.
Did you feel that during the game? Because there was 3 connected pawns Javokhir had in his game, and we were amazed at 3, and then suddenly you had 4. Was there a little bit of amusement inside when you realized, I got 4 connected passers?
Yeah, I mean, it has to be winning, no? If you have 4 connected pass pawns, so I was certainly enjoying that moment. These kind of positions don't usually come in my game, so if they come, I'm happy about it. So.
I know it's early stages, but there is the eye in qualifying for the finals. You need to do really well here. Is there any thought to the future, or you're just focused on the moment?
I mean, this one day, honestly, it's not a big deal. I'm happy that I managed to score my first win in St. Louis Rapid, because last time I played, I scored like -5 or something.
Oh.
So I'm happy that I managed to get some wins here. But it's not, it's just the first day. There is a lot more to play.
Indeed. We'll leave it at that then. Good luck in the rest of your games.
Thank you.
Quick question for you, Pragg. First of all, congratulations for being in first. But you're in a very unusual situation in the sense that you have a sister who is incredibly strong. And it's like you travel the world and you're playing in competitions, whether it be the candidates, the Olympiads, now the Cairns Cup and the Sinquefield Cup. And tell us what it's like going around the world with your sibling and knowing that she's a world-class player like yourself.
By the way, I asked him this question during an interview.
Oh, sorry. I didn't see that
I'm sure he gets this question a lot. As the draw has happened. He probably thinks these journalists are not very original, are they? Asking the same questions.
I think it's really a cool
thing.
thing.
It's of course, it's amazing to have her, to play alongside her, and this is what we were dreaming as a kid. So getting to play in such big events together, it's amazing. It's also a privilege to have World Championship challenger as your supporter. So it's great. I think it's great for our family, and we're enjoying it.
I think what's funny what you said though is, my sister said I should have played this. That's a sentence that doesn't come very often from a 2750 player.
Yeah. I have to be careful during the game. If I make some mistakes, she'll be like, why don't you?
Amazing.
No, but I think it's great to have someone to discuss chess all the time.
Absolutely, a blessing indeed. Well, enjoy the rest of the tournament. Good luck in your games.
Thank you.
Fulfilling the dream. Good luck, indeed. As we actually finished the round after we had all of these interviews. Eventually, they were going to make a draw. They did.
Let's have a look at the standings after 3 rounds of rapid chess. We have a sole leader in the tournament. That's Praggnanandhaa with 5 points, winning 2 and drawing 1, despite what Sindarov that he won all 3. Then sharing second are 2 players, Javokhir Sindarov and Wesley So with 4 points. Right. And a lot of players at 50%.
50%. But it was that last game of Prague winning against Fabi with the black pieces. Day 2, tell us about that day coming up.
We're going to see rounds from 4 to 6 tomorrow, 3 more rounds just like today.
Rapid.
And we only have 2 more rapid days before we move on to the Blitz.
Yeah, 9 rounds of Blitz each. Good start, Maurice, for this Rapid and Blitz.
Yeah, you know, it's funny. I'm now amused because earlier you asked me a question about my sister, who was a 6-time world champion boxer, and I was a martial artist myself growing up and taking different arts. And you asked me, or was it you or somebody else asked me, did you ever fight your sister? You know, I'm not going to do that. No, I'm a chess player. She's not only a 6-time world champion boxer, she's also black belt in karate. She also fought kickboxing. Right. So, you know, it's like, okay, you know,
Maurice,
don't come to the chessboard, though, sis, because I'll beat your head silly at the board. But it's funny that he has a sister he could go to, like he said. In your family, how many of us in our family had somebody strong enough to say, you could have done this, you know?
Yeah.
It's just incredible to see such an extraordinary family.
Yeah. Well, you're very wise to choose your battles and know your battleground there. Yeah, don't go up against your sister. Absolutely.
Is it the prediction time?
Yeah, let's take a look at the prediction. How am I doing? By the way,
how you guys are doing?
You know the Bobby Fischer Prize for commentators who picked all of 11 in a row. I'm 4-0 after.
Did you make that up?
No, the junior girls.
Oh, you got all
seniors,
of them right. I saw that.
4 for 4.
Incredible.
I wasn't even in that competition. What is that?
Look,
Stop it.
If I get 5-0, I mean.
Oh wow, we got 2 Levons, 2 Javokhirs, and 2 Prags.
Well, the Levons are not doing great at the moment.
He started with a win.
Started okay, but then he lost the game. But Javokhir has been a good pick, even if I have to share the podium with this guy. And Prague, of course, the ladies know best.
Wow,
so far,
impressive.
Yes.
So far.
So far, but it's only day 1, as Prague said.
Day 1 was a lot of fun. Thank you both. It was great. Thank you for joining us, everybody. Stay tuned for further action. Join us tomorrow and tell your friends where you're hanging out.
Thank you for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow.
Wow. Big.
This has been a presentation of the St. Louis Chess Club. Any reproduction or distribution of this content without the express written consent of the St. Louis Chess Club is prohibited.